Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. I appreciate you guys being here so very much. I am AdaKay. Thank you for coming and hopping into my channel. For those of you who don't know, I live in Kerrville, Texas, where this horrible disaster has happened. We are all grieving and struggling here in my hometown. Hold on, I forgot to ask. Good morning. Can you do me a favor and update me on the numbers, please? Friday and Saturday and Sunday, not Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I have participated in the efforts with when it comes to my community. And I can share with you what I've done, but I prefer not to go in details because I will say I have worked with some of the families. I will say that I was at the reunification area as a chaplain. That's all I'm going to say. Good morning, Yana. Good morning, Case One. One sunny day. Good morning. We are at least 83 confirmed dead. And there is a YouTuber that has been covering this. Several YouTubers are, but know that I've got something going off my ear. Hold on. I'm looking for the current. I am looking for the current numbers. I did not go to sleep last night till the wee hours of the morning. And I'll share this. We did have oh, poor pregnant mama. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's horrible to be pregnant and
dealing with the loss of your home. Um, there are 83 confirmed. We have a lot of animals that are displaced. I want to say this. I want to say thank you to all of the people who have given up time out of their lives and come here to help search and be a part of the recovery efforts. There's so many different agencies here. I cannot begin to even to name them all. We are, I'm struggling for the words. And I will tell you that this has been, out of all of the emergency events I've ever done, all the hurricanes, all the tornadoes, all the fires, all of it, this has been the hardest. And not because it's my community, but the vast number of people who have died. I did have mascara on this eye. I've been crying. This has impacted me greatly. I am very disheartened, and I'm going to say that if you're watching and you want to come here to help, we welcome your help. We'll accept your help. But we have always been a tourist community. And there's a fire, I fear, ambulance coming. But we have people coming here now from all over just to look at what's happened in my community. Please do not be a tourist right now. Number one, you're not helping our economy. Number two, you are creating traffic jams across only one of two bridges in this community that are open. And it is causing problems for our emergency services. Please love us from afar. Watch the videos. Do not come down here and become a tourist right now. We can't handle it. Please do not be putting pictures of the children and the pictures of the cabin with all their stuff all over Facebook, YouTube, social media. Please respect the families. Those mamas know that that's their baby's blanket and that's their baby's chest, and their baby is gone or unaccounted for. Please be respectful. I know this is breaking news, but these kids are minors, and their families have to give permission for those to be shared. I have some things that the families have given permission to share, but only those things will I share. Anyway, today I'm going to try to get through this. We have the I'm struggling, the Raoul Valley closing arguments continuing, and then from there we're going to go into the Karina Cooper and catch up. That is my plan. My mods, thank you so much for being flexible in this week. It is a difficult week, and I'm going to do the best I can. I'm sorry. I'm just going live. I literally just woke up. It has been very difficult. And I also had some power outage over here and have not been able sometimes to do what I need to do. It's kind of hit and miss. Sometimes it's out for a second, sometimes it's out a little more. They are working on restoring power lines and fixing things here. So, patience, please. I want to tell you how much that I love my mods. I appreciate you so, so very much. So I hope that answers all the questions for today. I will get a cup of coffee and I will get in a better place shortly. But we will continue to be monitoring the situation here in Kerrville, where I live. If you wish to donate, you can donate here. You can donate at the numbers below. But there are a lot of people on YouTube that are also streaming this disaster. I'm just going to ask that y'all be careful where you give. Make sure you know the YouTuber well before you give anything. We've already had some false things. By the way, one of our volunteer fire departments that I am close to, well, not, I know of them, some of them, they lost their fire department. All of the contents of the fire department's gone. They were out on their trucks doing rescue work. And when they came back, the river had flushed away all their bunker gear, all their tables, their chairs, everything. Just, it looked like someone just came in and just cleaned out and left the walls. And so, Centerpoint Volunteer Fire Department, our hearts and prayers are with you, and we will help you rebuild. Thank you so much. And some of our efforts will be going to them. I'm going to put, I don't know what this is going to say, but I'm going to play this real quick, and then we'll get into court.
We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
She's a cutie patootie.
It's kind of gross over here. Your shoes okay? Those chairs on the restaurant balcony.
I've been to that restaurant many times.
All of this was completely submerged. Our photographer, Fernando, was telling me he was out here that day. You couldn't even see this pile at that point in time. Lorena Guillen, who owns this RV park, tells us there were a lot of searches yesterday. We know that when we were talking to her, she said they were looking for a family of 5. She said that there were recovery efforts out here yesterday, and she knows they found at least 5 people. But they can't confirm at this time who those people might be. Again, we're watching the river right now. It's risen a little bit since yesterday because of that rainfall. They're watching to make sure everyone is safe if it rains more and the river is going to rise again. So we'll keep you updated on that throughout the day. But we are inside Blue Oak RV Park right now. Things have been cleaned up a little bit, but there is still a long way to go in this cleanup and recovery.
Safety.
You know, it was very, very.
Let me get to this, and then after this, we'll go into court.
Backside of the home washed away. All of this along the Guadalupe River, where these camps were also located and where most of those search and recovery efforts are still happening today.
Some have lost everything.
I've lost near friends, best friends, my boss, my godchildren, my house, my car.
Many barely making it to safety.
You know, it was a very, very close call. And had we been 10 or 15 minutes later, you know, it would have been too late.
David Fry and his extended family were staying at the River Inn Resort in Hunt for their annual vacation when the Guadalupe River began flooding in the middle of the night.
We went through banging on doors, just trying to notify as many people as possible.
All 33 of them survived by climbing on top of the hotel roof. But it seems that for every story of relief is one of heartbreak. As the death toll mounts, dozens of loved ones are still missing.
Homes they were staying in were gone. They were just leveled. They were no longer there. We haven't heard or seen of them since then.
Kerr County Sheriff's Office says over 400 local, state, and national first responders and more than a dozen canine units are helping in the search and rescue efforts. Volunteers are also out looking on foot and horseback.
Those babies. If it was my babies, I'd want somebody looking, so that's why I'm here. I couldn't sit back.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has warned that the weather threat isn't over yet.
There's more heavy rainfall that's expected that will lead to potential flash flooding broadly in these regions.
Now you can see the riverbed here and all of the debris that's washed along the shore. The river levels are low again, but like he had mentioned, we are expecting more rain in this area throughout the day today. That is what volunteers are trying to sift through. In just about an hour, we're expecting to hear from local officials about these search and rescue efforts that have been ongoing since Friday. Live in Hunt, Texas, I'm Lee Waldman.
Okay, I can't look at it anymore. We're gonna get to trial. You guys, case one. What happened was yesterday there were confirmed reports that, and what I mean by confirmed, powers that be confirmed them, reports of two girls found alive in a tree between Centerpoint and Comfort, which is about 30 miles from me. The man that started that and admitted to the lie is going to be prosecuted, but a guy who supposedly who was all in counts out, boots on the ground, helping look for the victims, lied. And it has been even more devastating because it got everybody's hopes up and then to find out it's a lie. So, very angry, very hurt and upset over that. So, I will not be putting anything out there. That's why I'm going straight to the source. All right, guys, what we're going to do is going to watch the finishing of the jury instructions in the Valley case, and then we're going to go over to the Cooper while we're in verdict watch.
Continuing on with the trial of the state of Connecticut versus Rural Alaya Valley, I would ask counsel to please place their appearance on the record for purposes of today's proceedings.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Dershowitz for the state of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the state of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith from Mr. Valley, who's at my side.
Is everyone all set to call the jury and to continue the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of the juror.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, So before I continue with the jury charge, I just want to thank all of you for your continued attention to the proceedings, as well as your continued attention to arrive here timely each and every day. So I know it's been quite some time. You've been very diligent about getting here and being attentive to the proceedings. So I appreciate that very much. So I wanted to thank you for that. At this time, when we adjourned on Thursday, we were going through the court's instructions as to the law that you are to apply to this case. I am going to pick up where the court left off, and that is at count 4, assault in the second degree intentional, Connecticut General Statute, section 53A 68-2. The state charges the defendant at count 4 with assault in the second degree, charging that in the county of Fairfield in the city of Shelton on or about the 14th day of May 2022 at or near 43 Laurel Glen Drive in said city, the defendant, with intent to cause physical injury to one Faison Teal, did cause physical injury to the said Faison Teal with a dangerous instrument, to wit, a knife, in violation of section 53A 68-2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The statute defining this offense reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of assault in the second degree when, with intent to cause physical injury to another person, he causes such injury to such person by means of a dangerous instrument other than by means of the discharge of a firearm. For you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, intent to cause physical injury. First element is that the defendant specifically intended to cause physical injury to another person. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result when his conscious objective is to cause such result. We'll refer to the court's previous instruction on specific intent at 15. Physical injury is defined as an impairment of physical condition or pain. It is a reduced ability to act as one would otherwise have acted. The law does not require that the injury be serious, it may be minor. Element 2, caused physical injury. The second element is that the defendant caused physical injury to another person. This means that the defendant's conduct was the proximate cause of the person's injuries. We refer to the court's previous instruction on proximate cause at 14. You must find it proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Faison Teal was injured as a result of the actions of the defendant. It does not matter whether it was the person upon whom the defendant intended to inflict physical injury. It is sufficient if you find that the defendant intended to cause physical injury to another person and that he in fact caused physical injury to that person or some other person. Element 3, with a dangerous instrument. The third element is that the defendant caused the injury by means of a dangerous instrument other than by means of a discharge of a firearm. Dangerous instrument means any instrument which, under the circumstances in which it is used or attempted or threatened to be used, is capable of causing death or serious physical injury. Serious physical injury means physical injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which creates serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. It is important to note that the article need not be inherently dangerous. All that is required is that the article is capable of causing death or serious physical injury under the circumstances in which it was used. Any article or substance without limitation and even though harmless under normal use may be found by you to be a dangerous instrument if, under the circumstances of its use or threatened or attempted use, it is capable of producing serious physical injury or death. The state need not prove that in fact death or serious physical injury resulted, only that the instrument had the potential under the circumstances. In summary, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant had the specific intent to cause physical injury to another person, 2, the defendant did cause physical injury to Faison Teal, and 3, the defendant caused the injury by means of a dangerous instrument other than by means of the discharge of a firearm. If you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of assault in the second degree intentional, you shall find the defendant not guilty of the crime of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4, and you shall then next consider the lesser included offense of assault in the second degree reckless. We'll proceed to the court's instruction on lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree intentional below. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of assault in second degree intentional, Then you shall next consider the defendant's claims of self-defense and defense of others. Refer to the court's instruction on self-defense, defense of others below at 22. If you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or that the state has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of Connecticut General Statute, Section 53A 68-2 at count 4. This will end your deliberations at count 4. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in the defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then on the strength of the defenses alone, you must find the defendant not guilty of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4, even though you have found the elements of that crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations at count 4. Lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree intentional. In accordance with the court's previous instructions, you will consider lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree. If and only if you have unanimously found the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree intentional, and therefore that the defendant is not guilty of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4. The defendant at count 4, the substitute information, is specifically charged with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional. The offense of assault in the second degree intentional under under our penal code is such that it may include the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree reckless. Similar to my previous instructions on lesser included offenses, this brings into play the rule of law known as lesser included offenses. You will consider lesser included offenses to assault in the second degree intentional in the order and under the circumstances as provided herein. The fact that I am instructing you on a lesser included offense to assault in the second degree intentional as to count 4 should not be interpreted by you that I believe the evidence proves the accused guilty of any lesser included offense. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts in this case. You must determine whether the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of assault in the second degree intentional or is guilty of the lesser included offense. If and only if you unanimously found that the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree intentional, and that the defendant therefore is not guilty of assault in the second degree intentional at count 4, shall you consider the lesser included offense of assault in the second degree reckless directly below it, subsection A. A, assault in the second degree reckless, Section 53A 68-3. The statute defining this offense reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of assault in the second degree when he recklessly causes serious physical injury to another person by means of a deadly weapon or a dangerous instrument. For you to find the defendant guilty of this charge, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, recklessness. The first element is that the defendant acted recklessly. A person acts recklessly with respect to a result or circumstances when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such result will occur or that such circumstances exist. Refer to the court's previous instruction, recklessness, at 16. Element 2, cause serious physical injury. The second element is that the defendant caused serious physical injury. This means that the defendant's conduct was the proximate cause of the person's injuries. Refer to the court's previous instruction of proximate cause at 14. You must find it proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Faison Teal was seriously physically injured as a result of the actions of the defendant. Serious physical injury is something more serious than mere physical injury, which is defined as impairment of physical condition or pain. It is more than a minor or superficial injury. It is defined by statute as physical injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which creates serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or a serious loss of impairment of the function of any bodily organ. Element 3, dangerous instrument. The third element is that the defendant used a dangerous instrument in causing serious physical injury to another. Dangerous instrument means any instrument, article, or substance which under the circumstances in which it is used or attempted or threatened to be used is capable of causing death or serious physical injury. Serious physical injury means physical injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. It is important to note that the article need not be inherently dangerous. All that is required is that the article was capable of causing death or serious physical injury under the circumstances in which it was used. Any article or substance without limitation and even though harmless under normal use may be found by you to be a dangerous instrument if under the circumstances of its use or threatened or attempted use, it is capable of producing serious physical injury or death. The state need not prove that in fact death or serious physical injury resulted, only that the instrument had the potential under the circumstances. In summary, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant acted recklessly, 2, the defendant caused serious physical injury, 2, Faison Teal, and 3, the defendant caused the injury by means of a dangerous instrument. If you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of assault in the second degree reckless, you shall find the defendant not guilty of assault in the second degree reckless at count 4. This will end your deliberations on count 4. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime of assault in the second degree reckless, you shall next consider the defendant's claims of self-defense and defense of others. Refer to my instruction on self-defense, defense of others below at 22. If you unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in defense of others, or that the state has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty of assault in the second degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 68.3 at count 4. This will end your deliberations on count 4. If, however, you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or in the defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then, on the strength of the defenses alone, you must find the defendant not guilty of assault in the second degree reckless at count 4, even though you have found the elements of the crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This will end your deliberations on count 4. 22, self-defense, defense of others. The defendant has offered evidence in this case that he acted in self-defense and or the defense of others. Self-defense and defense of others are two separate but related defenses. Although the court is instructing you on both defenses under this section, the defendant is entitled to and must be given by you a separate and independent determination as to each defense under each count. After you have considered all the evidence in this case, if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of a crime to which self-defense, defense of others may apply, you must go on to consider whether or not the defendant acted in self-defense. In this case, self-defense and the defense of others applies to all crimes charged in the substitute information under each of the 4 counts, along with the lesser included offenses to each of those crimes at each count. In other words, self-defense and the defense of others applies to all offenses submitted to you for deliberation. The statute defining self-defense, defense of others reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is justified in using reasonable physical force upon another person to defend himself, a third person, from what he reasonably believes to be the use or imminent use of physical force. And he may use such degree of force which he reasonably believes to be necessary for such purpose, except that deadly physical force may not be used unless the actor reasonably believes that such other person is using or about to use deadly physical force or inflicting or about to inflict great bodily harm. The determination of whether a defendant reasonably believes physical force to be necessary to defend himself, someone else, from what he reasonably believes to be the use or imminent use of physical force by another individual is 1. Whether the defendant actually believed that the other person was using or about to use physical force or deadly physical force against him, a third person, and 2, whether a reasonable person in the defendant's position, knowing what the defendant knew and being in the same circumstances, would have had those same beliefs. Whether the defendant's belief was reasonable is a question of fact for you to determine based on all the evidence presented. The acts of the other individual, James McGrath at count 1, Ryan Hines at count 2, Thomas Connery Jr. at count 3, and Faison Teal at count 4, leading to the defendant's use of defensive physical force need not be an actual threat or assault. The test is not what the other person actually intended, but what the other person's acts reasonably caused the defendant to believe was the other person's intention. The state's burden. When evidence of self-defense, the defense of others, is introduced at trial, the state, in order to obtain a conviction, must prove beyond a reasonable doubt both the elements of the crimes charged and that the defendant did not act in self-defense or defense of others. If the state fails to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or defense of others, unless the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt a statutory disqualification, as discussed further below in this section 22 at statutory disqualifications to self-defense, defense of others, and statutory disqualification to the use of deadly physical force, you must find the defendant not guilty, despite the fact that you have found the elements of the charged crime proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever with respect to this defense. Deadly and non-deadly physical force. The law distinguishes non-deadly physical force from deadly physical force. Deadly physical force is justified only when a person reasonably believes that such force is necessary for the defense of oneself or others against the use of imminent use of deadly physical force or infliction or imminent infliction of great bodily harm. Deadly physical force is physical force which can reasonably be expected to cause death or serious physical injury. Physical injury is an impairment of physical condition or pain. Serious physical injury is a physical injury that creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious disfigurement, serious impairment of health, or serious loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. Imminent means that the person is about to use physical force or deadly physical force at that time and not at some unspecified future time. The physical force used by the defendant need not actually have caused a death or a serious physical injury in order to be considered deadly physical force, nor need it have been expected or intended by the defendant to result in such serious consequences. Instead, what determines whether the defendant used deadly physical force is whether the force actually used by the defendant could reasonably have been expected to cause death or serious physical injury. It is up to you to determine, after considering all the evidence, whether the defendant used deadly physical force or non-deadly physical force against James McGrath at count 1, Ryan Hines at count 2, Thomas Connery Jr. at count 3, and Faison Teal at count 4. If the state claims that the defendant used deadly physical force, the state must prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, the state may prove that the defendant's use of force was not justified if it can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while the defendant may have believed that he needed to use such force, his belief was unreasonable in light of all the circumstances known to him at the moment. Whether the defendant's belief in the need to use such force was reasonable is a question of fact for you to determine. However, a person must use no more force than he reasonably believes is necessary for such purpose. Statutory disqualifications to self-defense and defense of others. In addition, the state can defeat the defendant's claim of self-defense or defense of others by proving beyond a reasonable doubt one of the statutory disqualifications to self-defense, defense of others. The statute defining self-defense, defense of others describes certain circumstances in which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another. These circumstances include provocation and initial aggressor, as more fully instructed below at subsections A and B below. A, provocation in accordance with Connecticut General Statute section 53A-19C1. Provocation is one such circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another, when he provokes the other person to use physical force against him. In order to provoke the use of physical force by another, it is not enough that the defendant, by his conduct, elicited the use of physical force by another. Rather, the defendant must have embarked upon such conduct with the specific intent to provoke the other into using physical force and intending to cause the other physical injury or death. The defendant must have specifically intended to provoke another into using physical force and then used force to defend himself from the ensuing use of force by the person provoked. It is important to remember that the defendant has no burden whatsoever to prove that he did not provoke James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., or Faison Teal with respect to their respective count into using physical force against him. To the contrary, you may only reject his defense on the basis of this statutory disqualification if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant provoked the use of physical force by James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and/or Faison Teal with respect to their respective count against him. B, initial aggressor in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A 19CB. Another circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another, is when he is the initial aggressor in the encounter with the other person and does not both withdraw from the encounter and effectively communicate his intent to do so before using the physical force at issue in the case. Under this provision, the state can prove that the defendant was not justified in using physical force in self-defense, defense of others, by proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the initial aggressor in his encounter with James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and/or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts, and that he neither withdrew from that encounter nor effectively communicated his intent to do so before using physical force against them. To prove that the defendant was the initial aggressor in his encounter with James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and/or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts, the state need not prove that the defendant was the first person to use physical force in that encounter. The initial aggressor can be the first person who threatened to use physical force, or even the first person who appeared to threaten the imminent use of physical force under the circumstances. To prove that the defendant did not withdraw and communicate his intent to do so, the state must prove that he did not abandon the conflict in such a way that the fact of his withdrawal was perceived by James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and/or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts, so that they were aware that there was no longer any danger from the original aggression. It is important to remember that the defendant has no burden whatsoever to prove that he was not the initial aggressor or that he withdrew from the encounter and communicated his intent to do so before he used physical force against James McGrath, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery Jr., and/or Faison Teal relative to each of their respective counts. To the contrary, you may only reject his defense on the basis of this statutory disqualification if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the initial aggressor, did not withdraw from the encounter, and did not communicate his intent to withdraw before using physical force. Statutory disqualification to the use of deadly physical force. In addition, the state can defeat the defendant's claim of self-defense by proving a statutory disqualification to the use of deadly physical force. The statute defining self-defense, defense of others, describes certain circumstances in which a person is not justified in using deadly physical force in self-defense, defense of others against another. The exception applies only to the use of deadly force. So if you have found that the defendant used deadly physical force, you must consider this the exception of duty to retreat at A below. A, duty to retreat, Section 53A 19B1. A person is not justified in using deadly physical force upon another person if he knows that he can avoid the necessity of using such force with complete safety by retreating. This disqualification requires a defendant to retreat instead of using deadly physical force whenever two conditions are met. One, a completely safe retreat is in fact available to him, and two, he knows that he can avoid the necessity of using deadly physical force by making that completely safe retreat. The law stresses that self-defense, defense of others, cannot be retaliatory. It must be defensive and not punitive. The term complete safety, as used in the statute, means without any injury to the defendant whatsoever. A person acts knowingly with respect to a circumstance described in a statute when he is aware that such circumstance exists. It is important to remember that the defendant has no burden whatsoever to prove that he could not have retreated with complete safety or that he didn't know that a safe retreat was possible before he used physical force. To the contrary, you may only reject his defense on the basis of this statutory disqualification if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he did know that he could retreat with complete safety. In summary, if you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of a crime to which self-defense, defense of others may apply, you shall find the defendant not guilty and not consider self-defense, defense of others. If you unanimously find all the elements of a crime to which self-defense, defense of others applies have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall then consider the defense of self-defense, defense of others. If you unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense, defense of others, or has proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, you must reject the defenses and find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you unanimously find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense or defense of others, or has not proved one of the statutory disqualifications beyond a reasonable doubt, then on the strength of the defense alone, you must find the defendant not guilty, despite the fact that you may have found the elements of the crime proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Sympathy. In deciding whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you should not concern yourselves with the punishment or potential consequence in the event of a conviction. This is a matter exclusively within the court's function under the limitations and restrictions imposed by statute. You are to find the defendant guilty or not guilty, uninfluenced by the possible punishment or consequence that may follow a conviction. You should not allow any display of emotion by counsel during the trial to draw upon your sympathy. There is no place for sympathy in your deliberations. You should not be influenced by any sympathy for the defendant, the defendant's family, the decedent's family, the complainants, or for any other person who might in any way be affected by your decision. Implicit bias. As I indicated earlier, your verdict must be based on the evidence introduced in court and my instructions on the law. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you making careful, unbiased, and fair decisions. During our interactions with other people, it is not unusual for us to group or categorize people. Sometimes these categorizations involve negative or positive biases or prejudices, which may be conscious or unconscious. Such preferences or biases, whether they are conscious or unconscious, have no place in a courtroom or your deliberations, where our goal is to treat all parties equally and to arrive at a just, fair, and unbiased verdict. All people deserve fair treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, disability, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. Techniques that you can use as jurors to check whether any unconscious biases are influencing you include slowing down and examining your thought processes thoroughly to identify where you may be relying on reflexive gut reactions, and to consider whether you are making assumptions that have no basis in the evidence. Ask yourself whether you would view the evidence differently if the parties, witnesses, or attorneys had different personal characteristics. In sum, your task is to render a verdict based on facts drawn only from the evidence introduced in the courtroom and from the law as stated in my instructions to you, and not based on prejudice or bias or against any party or person involved in the trial. Duties upon retiring. In conclusion, I press upon you that you are duty-bound as jurors to determine the facts based on the evidence as it has been presented, to apply the law as I have outlined it, and then to render a verdict of guilty or not guilty as to each count. When you reach a verdict, it must be unanimous. That is, all 12 of you must agree on the verdict. As a check that your verdict is in fact unanimous, the clerk may ask each of you to individually announce your verdict in court. It is the duty of each juror to discuss and consider the opinions of the other jurors. Each of you takes into the jury room your individual experience and wisdom. Your task is to pull that experience and wisdom. You do that by giving your views and listening to the views of others. There must necessarily be discussion and give and take within the scope of your oath. That is the way in which a unanimous verdict is reached. Despite that, in the last analysis, it is your individual duty to make up your own mind and to decide this case based on the basis of your individual judgment and conscience. Note taking. If you took notes during the evidence, you may use them during deliberations and you may discuss your notes with your fellow jurors. Remember that notes are merely aids to your memory and should not be given precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. If there is a conflict between your recollection and your notes or the notes of any other juror, it is your recollection of the evidence that must prevail. Your notes or the notes of any other juror are not evidence. You will recall my earlier definition of what constitutes evidence. Your verdict must be based exclusively on evidence presented at trial and the principles of law given to you in these final instructions. A juror who has not taken notes should rely on his or her recollection of the evidence and should not be influenced by the fact that other jurors have taken notes. Notes are only a tool and not always accurate. Do not assume that a voluminous note taker has taken notes that are necessarily more accurate than your memory. You may discuss your notes with your fellow jurors during the deliberation phase. The decision to do so is yours and yours alone. After the trial is concluded, all notes will be collected by court staff and destroyed. In closing, I remind you that you have the right to request portions of the testimony to be read back to you if you deem it essential during your deliberations. You will have all the admitted exhibits with you during deliberations. You may only deliberate when all 12 of you are present in the jury room. Inform the judicial marshal or court officer when you have reached a verdict, but do not tell him or her the verdict. You will be asked to return to the courtroom where your foreperson will announce the verdict orally in response to questions from the courtroom clerk. The rest of the panel will be asked whether they concur with the verdict. If you have any questions, please send them out as a note signed by the foreperson marked with the time, and please be as specific as possible. You will have the exhibits with you during your deliberations. We will also send in with you a computer on which you will be able to view or hear digital evidence with instructions on how to use the computer, which will be marked as a court exhibit. You will also have with you in the jury room a copy of these instructions entitled Jury Charge, which will be marked as a court exhibit. I remind you, however, that you should follow all the court's instructions and not single out some and ignore others. They are all equally important. Do not begin deliberations until you have selected one of your members to be the foreperson of the jury and you have received the jury charge, the substitute information, the device, instructions on how to access the device, and all fully admitted exhibits. So at this point in time, I am going to ask the jurors to please step out and go into the jury room for a brief moment. I do have to make some comments on the record. Do not begin your deliberations just yet, as the alternate jurors will be in that room with regular jurors. So please remain silent just for a few moments as a jury panel, and I will be bringing you right back into the courtroom. Thank you.
Okay, so we are caught up. They are going out. We are 17 minutes into deliberations. 17 minutes into deliberations. Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate you so, so very much. Good morning, AD Music Man Adair. I saw your question. I was just trying to listen to the closing arguments.
Comments, any questions, comments? Counsel, any questions, comments, or exceptions to the court's charge?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, and it's a good thing we told him just a brief moment. We'll bring the jury back in, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Thank you.
Wait, one more, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, I am going to ask all regular jurors to please stand. If you're a regular juror, please stand. Alternate jurors, please remain seated. Regular jurors, I'm going to direct you to the deliberations room. You're going to go into the room. You will be deliberating shortly. I will ask you to hold off until such time as you have all the exhibits. You've selected a foreperson, you have the substitute information, and you have my jury charge as well as the device and the instructions, okay? So I would ask all regular jurors to please go into the jury room. Once you have all of those documents and the device, and you've selected a foreperson, you can begin your deliberations on this case.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to go over now to the Karina Cooper trial. We're going to do day 2. We didn't get very far. We only got a few minutes into it before I had to run. And what we're going to do is we're going to be watching that. I will keep this live feed up and in the background over here. And we will be watching for a verdict. Also, in the background, where they are supposed to be doing a update for the situation here in Kerrville where I live. I will give that update when we have a break in the trial that we are watching. So right now, it's 60% are guilty, 40% are not guilty in the poll. So let me switch. If I can speed up this, I will, but with the accents and the court quality of sound, I may not be able to.
Go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm I just mentioned are now admitted?
What was that person's name?
It is evidence technician Melissa Ozimek.
We've already been here.
What do we see on State Exhibit 129?
So that is a view of the central hall or the sewing room area that has access to the upstairs as well as to the bathroom and some other bedrooms. This is looking towards the south wall of that area.
Why is it?
I'm going to show you what's been admitted already as 313, State Exhibit 313. Which will be the floor plan of this building. With that, if you can also help that, if that can help.
My bad, y'all. I forgot. We do have a bingo card. I think I did. I pinned it. Okay, so we do have a bingo card. My bad. Let me share it. Let's go over it real quick and then we'll get back. Overall photographs, do not recall. Aaron Cooper, yes, no. Do you recall? Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulation of parties. Sheriff's Office, objection safe. Recliner chair, 911 may approach. F-150 pickup, right and correct. Search warrant, hearsay, exhibit, speculation, covered in blood. Do you recall the question? Any recross? Document, criminal investigation, clotting. Okay. June, thank you so much for your hard work with that. We greatly appreciate all your efforts and we enjoy playing the game. Here we go.
Okay.
Are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
So when you're talking about 129, if you look at the floor plan, can you just use your pointer to show the jury what you're talking about or where that picture we're seeing?
Yes, so if this is the hallway or the central area, I am taking the picture from here facing this direction.
And so there's a bedroom that you would have to pass to get to where you're taking that picture, correct?
The bathroom is actually, if I go to the photo, it would be up here. That's the access to the bathroom, which would be there on the diagram.
Okay. What do we see on State Exhibit 130?
So this is another view of that hallway area as defined on that diagram. It's looking at the bathroom access. So if I'm pointing here, I would be photographing from this corner facing generally this direction, showing the bathroom entrance as well as the previous entrance that I took the photo at.
Do we see some staircase going up?
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough to say the staircase leads to at least a bedroom upstairs.
Yes, there are 2 bedrooms upstairs.
What do we have on State Exhibit 131?
Again, this is another view of that central hallway area. And it would be from approximately this area facing towards the access to these 2 bedrooms here.
Skip to 132. Is that just a picture of the stairway going up?
Yes, that's just a picture looking up the stairway from that hallway area.
What about 133?
This is a photograph from just outside the entrance to the master bedroom, which would be bedroom 1 here.
Uh, 134?
134 is just inside of that master bedroom, just inside the door, facing towards the west end of that and looking at the contents of that bed.
What about State Exhibit 135?
So that's another photograph inside of the master bedroom, and that is taken from the southeast corner of that bedroom, looking towards this area over here.
Do you know what is on the bed?
Yes, so there's a safe, an open safe on the bed, as well as some other electronic items.
And when you talk of electronic items, you're talking about iPads or Kindles?
Yes, tablets of some sort.
Fair to say 136 is just another view from the bedroom with what you've testified to?
Yes, and this has got another view of that safe in the corner, in the bottom right corner of that photo, as well as it's facing towards the south end of that master bedroom.
What do we see on States 137?
This is a photograph of the living room access to the south living room from essentially the master bedroom entrance right here.
So to access this living room, you'll have to pass directly in front of the master bedroom.
If you're coming from the kitchen and hallway area, yes, you would have to get access to the living room. You would pass the bedrooms and the bathrooms in the hallway area.
What do we see on 138?
This is just another view of the access to the living room, just facing towards the south, showing some of the furniture items at the west end of that living room.
For about 139.
This is a photograph from approximately the southwest corner of the living room, facing towards this area here on the living room, which would be the northeastern direction of the living room.
We talked about a Pharaoh that you used. When you use that Pharaoh, you're able to take pictures and make a diagram out of it?
Of the data from the Pharaoh?
Yes.
Yes, there's different software that's able to produce different representations of that scene using that equipment.
Were you able to do that in this particular case?
Yes, a coworker of mine was able to generate an aerial view of this crime scene.
Okay. And was that one produced to help your testimony in this particular case?
I'm sorry, say that first part again.
Do we have one that you got to help with your testimony in this particular case?
Yes.
By agreement of the parties, the state could move to admit what's been marked as State Exhibit 300.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 305 is admitted.
I will ask a copy.
You may.
Mr. Gladfeld, I know it's a little dark in this courtroom. Are you able to see Pharaoh from where you are?
Yes, I can.
So that more of a higher view of, can you describe what we are seeing in the Pharaoh?
Yes, what you're seeing is what we call more of an orthogonal view, which is like perpendicular to the aerial view of that crime scene. This has been generated by one of my coworkers to be able to view everything kind of in relation as it was at that scene.
Now, when you got there, you find Karina Cooper on the floor.
Yes, as seen on that diagram and as well as the photographs, that's the way he was found. The way that we had viewed him at the time that we were there.
Was there a briefing that you understood that he had been moved to the floor?
Yes, that was a detail that was mentioned to us, was that he had been moved from the recliner that is in the living room area.
So by the time you arrived at around 12 o'clock or later in the day, he's still in the house, but just been moved from the recliner. You had an understanding that he was found initially on the recliner, correct?
Yes, that was what was told to me at the initial briefing on the details of the case, is that he was found in the recliner and that they had since moved him off the recliner. And when I arrived on scene, that's exactly as they had mentioned.
With the Pharaoh, can you just explain to the jury and just briefly walk us through what they will be able to see with it as they look at it?
As who looked?
As the jury looks at the Pharaoh,
okay.
Like in terms of the rooms or what it tells us, what you're seeing from that exhibit.
Yes, what you're seeing is this would be the living room area. That would be same as over here. And then also the front porch / dining area, which would be correlate to this area here. And then this area would be that central hallway, which has access to that living room area. And on this will also have the placards and some of the scales that were used in the scene to produce the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh images, to be specific.
And Jed, if I may have the light a little bit on for.
Turn up the light just a little bit.
Now there seems to be some, what I can describe as artifacts on that Pharaoh. Can you just explain to the jury what they are so that they can have an understanding of what they are seeing?
Sure. So it looks like when you view this aerial view of the scene, there seems to be just like missing pieces and or fragments of different images. When you're using this 3D scanning software, you have a laser that's bouncing off of various surfaces that were within its view. From there, what can happen is there can be interference of that laser. So it's creating almost like a shadow effect, where if you shine a flashlight on somebody, you can see their shadow behind them. Those fragments and those missing pieces are usually where the laser hasn't been able to reach. With that in mind, so a good example would be this area here. There's actually a roof over the top of this that has been since removed to be able to see down to the porch area, but then there's other landscaping here that might have not been hit by that laser, so it doesn't appear there. That's just an example of kind of what you are seeing here on this aerial view.
When you start your scene examination, did you have a specific place where you started, or did you move from outside to inside? Can you explain that to the jury?
Specifically with this scene, I worked with the outbuildings first and then worked inwards to the main residence.
Okay. And why was that?
I was operating under the basis of knowing the details of the case, as well as looking to see what could be inconsistent or consistent with the details that were given to us. So if there has been some unknown person upon the property, my thought process is, well, why else would they be on the property? There's a possibility that they may be looking for something to steal, to go through the property itself. So there's a possibility that maybe they've looked at the outbuildings of some sort and looked at the items that are there. If there was something like that, I would expect to see certain signs supporting that type of evidence. But from there, I worked outwards at those outbuildings and then towards the main residence itself.
Okay. Now we'll get back to the outside, but let's start from the inside.
Yep.
On the inside, when you're looking at what I gave you a state exhibit 139, and you find Ryan Cooper, do you start an examination of that room to see what's in that room and what the evidence in that room tells you?
What I'm doing is that I'm going to be documenting first, foremost, getting my overall photographs of it, as well as getting an idea of what possible items of evidence could be there too. So I'm doing that kind of in tangent with documenting that scene as well.
Okay. So let's talk about the living room examination. What did you do and what did you observe?
First off, I took overall photographs of that area without any type of markers or placards in that scene. Just took photographs of the living room as it is. From there, I will be able to mark what I believe were possible items of evidence using the placards or sticky scales that we have that have little scales on them to designate areas of importance that I believe were important to the details or the investigation of this scene.
Okay. Judge, may we have the TV back?
You may. Are we done with this one then too? For right now?
No, I think we can just have it up. I think we'll have it up.
Okay.
Showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 140. Can you tell us what your observations with 140 are?
Say that last part again.
Can you tell us what your observations with 140 are?
Yes, so this is a photograph from the living room from the south side or the southeast corner of the living room, approximately in this area here. From there, it's just a photograph showing the end table as well as the recliner that is there. There's also a wallet and also a tablet that is on this end table here, as well as some medical equipment and tags used for the transport of the decedent here.
So the medical equipment would have come after he was found in that position, correct?
In the recliner position or the?
Yes, in the recliner.
Yes, so this was, for what we were told in the details is that he had been moved from the recliner, that there have been services there to start dealing with the transport of his body. And so there are some items that they were going to use for that purpose.
What do we see on 141?
It is a photograph of the western side of that south living room from approximately that same position from the previous photo here, just looking at the TV as well as the furniture, and it has a little bit of the access into that main hallway there up on the right side of that photograph.
Again, as you look at that, are you making observations of signs of struggle, of signs of a break-in, or anything to that extent?
Yes, I'm overall taking photographs of that stuff, or of those items that you have listed, but I'm looking to also see, is the furniture in place? Has there been anything like that, like counsel has mentioned, where there could be signs of a struggle or anything where somebody's breaking in? Windows, are they locked or closed? I'm making all those observations in the process of investigating that scene.
Do you see any of that?
Not in this living room.
State Exhibit 142?
Just another photograph from the same position, looking more towards the northwest corner of that living room, as well as the couch, end table, and that hallway access.
So there was a couch next to a recliner.
Say the couch again.
The couch was next to a recliner.
Yes, the couch was near to the recliner. Yes.
On Exhibit 143, we start seeing what you call placards.
These are placards marking the red stain at placard 2 there, as well as placard 3 marking some footprints in blood.
But there's observations that you are able to make.
Yes, I observed those on the initial photography of this area. These were placed after I had taken my overall photographs.
And you determined those were of interest to you because they documented either what you will refer to as a footwear impression or blood stains.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You determined that they were of interest to you. Why?
It just showed that there had been somebody in the living room that had access to the decedent and the apparent blood that was found in that area, and had walked what appears to be towards that hallway access.
Okay. What do we see on State Exhibit 144?
This is just another photograph of the south living room from the southeast corner. looking at the recliner, the end table, as well as the decedent and some of the blood that was found near the recliner.
What is of interest to you when you looked at that?
Some of the things that I mentioned previously is like the end table and the recliner is showing the position of the recliner right now, as well as where the blood stain is in relation to that recliner, and also just documenting the overall scene itself.
Were you able to document or observe any injuries on Ryan Cooper?
Yes, there was 2 that I noted on the left side of his face.
What do we see on 145?
That's just a view of the same recliner that was seen in the previous photograph, just looking straight on towards the backrest with the blood stain that is on the backrest there.
Okay. And can you describe what you see, the blood stain, the nature of the blood stain on the backrest?
It appears to be mostly dry, still some sort of moisture to that blood.
And kind of pooled in 2 areas?
Yes, so in the 2 main areas that I'm thinking of are here as well as down here on the backrest.
Was there blood on the left side of the recliner that seemed to have flowed and dried?
Yes, I don't think this photograph actually shows that on there. But
what is the item on the recliner?
I'm not totally sure as to what that item was. It appeared to be something that looks like an old style candle snuff.
What do we see on State Exhibit 146?
This is a photograph of the wallet that was on the end table next to the recliner.
Did you determine whose wallet this was?
Yes.
Whose was it?
It was the decedent, Ryan Cooper's wallet.
Did it seem to have been moved or touched, or it seemed to be where it was?
It did not seem to have been moved at all from that position.
Was that an interesting observation that you made in light of a non-intruder case?
Mm-hmm. Yes, if there was something, if this were to be an attempted robbery or theft of items from this property or burglary, I would think that maybe that there would be some sign showing that something has been moved or taken from that wallet itself. It appears nothing has been moved, or that wallet has not been moved from this photograph.
What do we see on State Exhibit 147?
On this photograph, we're looking at what would be the left side of that recliner, as well as looking towards a little closet area that's in the northeast corner of that living room. And it's also showing the exterior access door to the living room, as well as to that porch landing there. There's also a little bit of a storm door too. You can see that in the photograph as well. And that should be those, as well as the showing the doorknobs and anything else in that area.
So let's talk a bit about that. That's the front living room door that we've talked about, correct?
Correct. That is the living room access door to that porch landing.
Okay. And the recliner, in proximity, how close are they to each other?
I don't know an exact number to give to you, but they would be close to each other upon opening, but they would not contact.
Okay. But fair enough to say, especially when the recliner is in a reclined position, it's very, very close to the door.
If that backrest was completely extended horizontally, it's possible that that door could have hit that recliner when opened.
Did you determine when you got there if the door was locked or not?
Yes, at the time of our examination, that door was indeed locked.
And when you say locked, it's just not closed and shut, but actually locked.
It's locked. We would have to unlock it to open it.
Okay, tell the jury more about State Exhibit 148.
This is just a more vertical view of that same area that was shown in the previous photograph, including the blood that's on the ground, as well as the left side of that recliner with some of the apparent blood stains on the backrest, as well as showing the closet area and also that door that has access to the porch landing area.
Did you make some observations on the pooled blood on the floor?
Yes. Here, there's also, it seems to have pooled in a specific area, but there's also areas that seem to have appeared as if somebody had slipped through it or moved through it at some point to create what you can see at the bottom of that photograph, which would be those voids showing a little bit of the floor there.
Can you just point that out if you pointed to the jury?
Yes, give me a second here. The poster's just right in the way, but right to the right of my pointer there would be those areas.
149, fair to say that's a different view?
Yes, another view of the south living room area, but we're looking specifically at the southeast corner of the living room area, including some of the bloodstain that was seen in the previous photograph. This would be a better view of what was previously mentioned that I observed was these voids in the blood stain here, as well as a photograph of a footprint that was seen here, suggesting that somebody has walked into this blood pool.
150.
Just another close-up of the blood stain or blood pool at placard 4.
And at 150 from your angle, are you able to see the blood pooling also on the recliner and dried?
Yes, so that would be in this area right here. It's a little bit difficult because of that recliner being the dark color it is. It's a little harder to see, but there's some dripping of the apparent blood here.
You have some 2 placards, one marked 4 and one marked 5 on State Exhibit 151. Can you talk a bit about that?
Yes, this is just a view of that blood stain that we marked as placard 4, just a general way to designate that area. And then placard 5 is a cartridge casing that we found at the scene.
Can we talk more about that? Can you explain what you found again at placard 5?
Placard 5 was a fired, what appeared to be a .22 long rifle cartridge case.
And that was right by the door.
Correct. It would be right in that little L shape right there is where that cartridge case would be.
Was that something that part of your investigation was looking to see if you can find fired cartridge cases?
Yes. So initial briefing on the details suggested that it possibly had been killed with a firearm of some sort. So with that in mind, there's evidence that could be generated from the firing of a firearm, such as cartridge cases, bullets, and also a firearm itself. So we would necessarily be looking for something like that within the scene.
Now you testified that there were 2 bullet wounds on Mr. Cooper, and you've said you found 1 cartridge case. Did you find another cartridge case or just 1?
Just 1 right now. Okay. At the scene at that time, we just found 1.
Were you ever able to find at the scene another cartridge case?
No.
So from your investigation, you were able to not find the second cartridge case?
We were not able to find the second cartridge case.
Can you talk about State Exhibit 152?
Yes, State Exhibit 152 is just a photograph of that living room door kind of facing towards the southeast, looking at the doorknob as well as the light switch right next to that door.
But there's something of interest that you observed on the light switch?
Yes, there was also some blood stains up by the light switch itself.
Is 153 just a close-up version of what you've just testified to?
Yes.
And going to, again, 154, 155.
That is just a 2 different views of the cartridge case that was at placard 5.
That's the one you've already testified to that was a 22 caliber weapon?
It appeared to be a 22 long rifle cartridge case.
What do we see on State Exhibit 156A?
Yes, so with this photograph, this would actually be a close-up of bloodstains that are found on the door jamb side of that exterior living room door. So upon opening this would be the edge that would contain the door knob as well as the lock too. This is down towards the floor, the base of that door itself. It was found on this area.
As a crime scene investigator, what does 156A inform you or tell you?
It suggested to me at one time that that door had to be open for blood to get to that area on the door.
So it was opened at one time. That is why there's blood on that part of the door.
Correct.
What do we see on 157?
157 is just looking at the exterior of that living room door, and what is marked as scale 10 or placard 10 or marker 10 is an area of bloodstaining seen on the exterior of that door itself.
Again, 158A, can you tell the jury about that?
Just another close-up view of that marker 10 with the bloodstaining on the exterior of that door.
And exterior, you mean the side facing outside the house?
Correct.
And what does that tell you when you look at 158A?
Looking at this photograph, it would suggest to me that that door was open far enough that there was blood transferred to that exterior surface of that door at some time. It would suggest that it had been open far enough.
Can you tell us what we're seeing on 159?
That is marked stains on the porch area as well as the steps down towards the dining area.
So when you talk about marked stains, are you saying there's a stain, you determined there was a stain on number 6 number 7 as well as number 8?
Yes, so there would be a red stain near to those placards. The placards are just helping us to visualize where those stains are at. As far back as I am, I'm showing that where those stains are in relation to each other. But upon the placards themselves just give us perspective at where the approximate position at where they're at.
What do we see on State Exhibit 160?
This is a photograph of that living room access door from the outside, looking at the storm door itself and the piston that's at the base of it, as well as the bottom portion of the living room door.
So you'd have to open the living room door, then also open the storm door to get out of this residence through this door.
Yes, so if you had to exit from the living room, you would have to open that first door and then open that storm door as well.
What do we see on State Exhibit 161?
Just possible bloodstains found on the porch and landing area and the steps.
And that's the front door area that you're talking about?
Correct.
What do we see on State Exhibit 162?
This is a photograph just showing all the items of evidence in relation to each other that are marked at placards 9, 8, 7, and 6. So the bloodstains at placards 6, 7, and 8, as well as the footwear impression on the gate there, and also a Michael Kors clutch or wallet at where the placard 9 is positioned.
And let's talk about that. So looking at placard 9, and if you can point that out for the jury.
Yes, so placard 9 right here.
What do you discover or find there?
Just the contents of the wallet would be consistent with possibly the wife of the decedent, Karina Cooper.
So there was a Michael Kors wallet with, when you looked inside, you found items that would be consistent with the defendant.
Yes.
And therefore, placard 9, as we see it, is that pretty much a close-up picture of what you've testified to?
Yes, that is a close-up of that clutch or wallet.
Did you find that to be strange where you found this placard or this wallet?
It appeared to be at some point moved to the outside there. As a person who doesn't carry something like that, I would think that would be on somebody's person, but it appears to be outside of the residence in a place that would be easily accessed by anybody.
What do we see on State Exhibit 164?
What you're seeing is a photograph of the red stains or the possible blood that was seen outside on the porch landing area, as well as the open gate and the rail that has the footwear impression and blood on it.
And I think we have a close-up of what you talked as a footwear impression. Can you point that out to the jury on State Exhibit 165?
Yes. The approximate area of that footwear impression stretches from about here to here on the rail.
Are you the one who measured what that footwear impression in State Exhibit 166?
Yes, in State's Exhibit 166, it's not necessarily a measurement. As part of processing a crime scene, depending upon the situation, we might have footwear impressions that are not easily removed from a scene. And so it would require us to take one-to-one photography of those footwear impressions for later analysis. So this photograph, if I'm correct, it might be that one of those photographs that was used to hopefully provide to a footwear impression analyst at the laboratory later on.
So at your lab at DCI, you also have someone who does analysis of footwear impressions.
Correct.
And was this of significance to you as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, it shows that somebody had stepped on there with some sort of footwear that had possible blood from that area on the exterior outside of that residence.
So it seemed that someone had transferred the blood from inside the residence to outside here.
That's what it suggested to me at the time.
So we are outside. You took a picture of State Exhibit 167.
Yes.
Can you tell us much about 167?
Yes. This is a photograph of a red Ford F-150 pickup truck that was in the driveway just east of the garage on the residence there.
168A is another view of that same picture you testified to.
Yes, just looking from the driver's side at the same pickup truck.
And I'll skip 169. What about 170?
This is a white Chevy Silverado pickup that was also on the property at the time of our scene processing.
So and this is what you're telling the jury, that you document everything you see at the scene. So sometimes it may have no much relevance to what you're talking about, correct?
Yes, we're documenting everything on the scene with our overall photographs before we start doing any sort of marking of evidence or anything of that nature.
And back to 169, again, that's the license plate to the red pickup truck that was on that property that you took, correct?
Yes, this is the license plate and the number for the red Ford F-150 pickup truck in the driveway.
I'll go past 171. Let's talk about 172.
Yes, this photograph is just an overall of the door to what we defined as the cream-colored shed.
And was it in this condition when you took this picture?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Was the door closed?
It was all closed.
There was a lock on the door?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was locked or just closed?
I don't remember exactly if it was locked or unlocked, but it was closed at the time.
174?
This would be a photograph of what appears to be a dog kennel on the back side of that cream color shed, which would be the western side of that shed.
So indicated to you that there was a dog in this property?
Yes, at some time they would suggest that they owned a dog to me.
What do we find on 175?
This is one of the outbuildings we defined as the red garage, which was on the which would be northeast of the main residence. This is just looking at the south side of that red garage, looking at the entrances into it.
I'm coming in. We have breaking news. I'm not going to run it. I'm just going to give you the numbers. I've had people asking, so I'm going to ask. The numbers are this: 48 adults and 27 children. We have 15 adults and 9 children waiting to be identified. 27 camp members have been found deceased. At present, there are 10 campers and 1 camp counselor that are unaccounted for. I will be breaking in every once in a while with this. We'll talk more in detail during court break, but this just hit the news.
So it's been admitted into evidence, State Exhibit 3, 310, 311, and 312. We're looking at 311 in the middle. Is that pretty much, based on your testimony, can you just point that out, the red shade that you're talking about?
Yes, so you're speaking specifically on this view?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the 1846 K Avenue trailer, the address here, and this would be the main residence here. And what was portrayed on the screen over here for you would be this building right here.
Did you determine on 176, is that another picture of that building?
Yes, this is another photograph just looking at the southwest corner of that red garage.
There was an entrance door to that building, correct?
Correct.
Was it closed when you got there?
Yes.
What do we see on 177?
This would be a view of the eastern south door on that red garage.
And when I zoom in on 177, are you able to see that better?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say?
May we approach briefly?
Yeah, you may. All right, Ms. Kodiaga, you may pick up where you left off.
Zoomed in on 177, do you see, again, a door lock or an electronic keypad to lock the door?
Yes, I do.
Will you say that this family appear to be a safety-conscious family?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
What did you make with the observations of the key locks on the doors?
That anytime there was a door that had a keypad lock, it required a code and or a key. I don't know exactly the full method of unlocking those, but is very clear that there was multiple means by which of securing the things that are inside those buildings.
You've investigated various crime scenes in your career. In rural Iowa trail, do you see a lot of that kind of electronic keypads on farmhouses and farm doors?
It's really on a case-by-case basis. I can't say that that's a general pattern that is observed within the demographics of like most of Iowa, but I would generally believe that most Iowans would like to secure their outbuildings in some way, whether it be deadbolt locks or multiple locks. However, I've seen various means of doing that.
178, again, just another documentation of the electronic key lock on the door.
Yes, just another photograph of that same door that was shown in the previous photograph, just a little bit closer to that lock.
What do we see on 179 state exhibit?
This is a photograph looking in through the open western south door of the red garage, looking into where there was a salon.
Were you able to go inside what you described as a salon?
Yes, we were able to go in and search.
Did you observe if anything had been disturbed inside this salon, anything had been taken, or did things seem to be intact?
It appeared that there hadn't been really anything that had occurred within the salon area that would suggest that something had happened there.
And when you looked at all these doors that you've testified to so far, did they appear to be an intruder or a non-intruder trying to break into any of these doors?
No, these doors that I looked at, there didn't appear to be any signs of forced entry or an attempt to break through those barriers.
Again, 181 will just be more pictures of inside the salon.
Yes, just another photograph of inside the salon looking towards the northeast corner where there's another access to another area for the salon.
And that will be consistent also with 182.
Yeah, this is just another view of that salon area, just looking at the south wall near that door.
Again, nothing appeared to have been disturbed or taken.
Nothing did appear to be disturbed or taken.
What do we see on State Exhibit 183?
This is a photograph from inside of the garage area from the north wall facing towards the south. What you can see up on screen is a Shields Outfitter gun safe, and then also the door to the bathroom within that red garage.
So there is a gun safe inside there.
Yeah, there is a safe here. I would call it a gun safe. That's what it looks like to me, being a firearms person.
184, is that a just close-up of what you've testified to?
Yes.
And to get into this gun safe, you had to have some codes to access it, correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to open the gun safe, and is that what we see in Exhibit 185?
Yes, the code was obtained and they were able to open that safe.
Were you able to find firearms in State Exhibit 185?
Yes.
So did that tell you that people who lived here probably used firearms or were exposed to firearms?
Yes.
What do we see on 186?
This is a photograph of what we defined as the gray garage, looking towards the northeast corner of that gray garage.
Were you able to find, back to the firearms that you obtained from this gun safe, were you able to determine what kind of firearms they were and document them?
There was a couple firearms, but the one that I'm specifically remembering right now is the Savage Arms Rascal that is chambered for 22 short, long, and long rifle. It is a bolt action rifle.
So there was a Savage 22 bolt action rifle inside this.
Yes, Savage Rascal or Savage Arms Rascal bolt action rifle.
Were there ammunitions also found around these firearms?
Yes.
You don't remember the other firearms that you found?
I can't off the top of my head remember exactly what other firearms were in that safe.
You talked about Exhibit 186. Let's talk about 187. What do we see?
187 is just another view of that gray garage, and it's looking at the southeast corner of that gray garage, showing the door that is the south door access into that garage. And there you can also see a little bit of the garage door itself on the right side of that photograph. There's also a window on just a further west of that south door.
Everything appeared closed or locked?
Yes.
What do you see on 188?
This is a photograph of that second room in the salon area in the red garage. This would be facing towards the west end of that room itself. So the initial entrance into the salon, the access that was shown in the previous photographs, this is the room that was adjacent to that.
What do we see on State Exhibit 189?
This is just a overall view of the interior of the gray garage and what was in there, including the recreational vehicles like the snowmobile and the Polaris side-by-side, as well as a Ford F-450 pickup truck.
Again, none of these, any of these appear to have been touched or moved or someone trying to steal in them?
No, there did not appear to be anything to have moved them or disturbed this garage or the items therein.
Okay, same to 190 is pretty much what you've talked about?
Yes, it's just looking at the same pickup truck as well as the snow machines there, and it's just facing towards the west end of that garage.
Let's go back to 191. What do we see on 191?
This would be a photograph of the marked stain that was found on the steering wheel of the red F-150 pickup truck. This is marked as stain or marked as number 11. This was collected by the crime scene team.
When we say collected, was there a swab or a DNA swab done on this?
There was a swab taken of this stain here.
Okay. And so you go back, so you swab taken away to determine what exactly that stain would be, correct?
I would collect those and then they would be taken back to the laboratory where there would be further analysis on them by those that have the expertise on these.
So this will be the red pickup that was on the driveway?
This, yes, from the red F-150 pickup truck.
The one that you took a picture of the plates?
Correct, with the license plate Farm IH.
And we are back to the residence. Can you tell us what we are seeing on 192?
Yes, this is just a photograph of the Michael Kors wallet or clutch and also the wallet from the end table in the living room. This is actually inside of the kitchen on their dining room table where we have placed those to be photographed.
Okay, so you've moved them from where they were originally found and now you've put them inside the kitchen to photograph them and to look into the contents inside them.
After I have taken overall photographs and have taken my Faro scans of the scene, after that has all been done and documented as in the place that they were at, we are then able to move those and look at them. And that's what we did in this case. This would be after all that initial documentation of where those items would be in this scene.
Again, 193, just it's a picture of Mr. Cooper, Rand Cooper, just showing that billfold belongs to him.
Yes, that's just a photograph of his driver's license from that wallet.
There were cards in that wallet, there were credit cards and other documentation that appeared to be intact.
Yes, everything seemed to be intact with that wallet.
Again, what do we see on State Exhibit 302.
This is just a photograph of the same wallet that was found from the end table, as well as the wallet or clutch from placard 9 that was found outside of the residence. And there on the table are the contents of the Michael Kors wallet on the table itself.
You may.
Okay. So Winchester Super X, size 22.
Yes, the brands would be Winchester Super X cartridges,
Yeah.
chambered for, or manufactured for 22 long rifle.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. I guess, is there some suggestion that the bullets that killed Ryan Cooper came from that gun safe?
At the time of the details of the case and seeing what I had observed at the scene, would be looking for some sort of firearm. And based upon the cartridge case, would suggest to me that it'd be something kind of like a 22 long rifle. So at this point in time, it directed my search to be looking for firearms specifically chambered for that type of cartridge, as well as based upon the size of the wounds that I had seen, and also a firearm that would be able to fire those types of cartridges.
Okay, so you're just looking for a gun that is consistent with that shell casing that you found?
Yes, on scene that would be consistent with having fired that type or that size cartridge.
Okay. The ammo that you found, though, that's consistent with that cartridge, that box was unopened?
Correct.
Within this house, we saw some pictures. Did it look like they had been doing some remodeling? Specifically, if you remember, there's a light switch, but there's no cover on the light switch.
I don't specifically remember that one off the top of my head, but yes, there seemed to be different projects occurring within that house. Yes.
I think even in the living room, there's no actual floor, right? It's just looks like.
What's what would look like subflooring there?
We looked at State's Exhibit 143, which showed a footprint, a bloody footprint. Did you do anything to determine whose foot that was?
I did not.
Are you able to, in any way, with your experience, time when that footprint got there?
No.
I'm assuming that when emergency personnel are trying to take Ryan from the chair to the ground, it's possible the recliner gets moved. Is that fair?
Yeah, depending on what they needed to do to be able to remove him from the chair to the position that he was at, it's possible that they had to move the backrest or move the chair in some sense.
Okay. So you do not know whether the way that we see the recliner in your photos, if that's the way it was during the shooting, for example?
That is correct. That is just the way I found it when I was actually processing the scene.
This front door that leads to the living room, you testified that it was locked. Is it just the doorknob lock?
Yes, it's only that the lock is only on that doorknob. There was no deadbolt to that door.
So there's no deadbolt, there's no keypad on that door?
on that door.
So the way these doorknob locks work, doesn't that mean you can exit from the inside to the outside without having to unlock it then?
I don't know for sure how the mechanism worked on that one particularly, but I don't know if it needed to be manually turned or you could just turn the doorknob. But I do know from the outside you would need a key, and then you'd also have to have access some way in that way.
Okay. Well, commonly, if you've had these types of doorknobs, are you able to leave without unlocking it from the inside?
You would have to unlock it no matter what, whether it's the automatic doorknob turn or the turning of that latch itself.
Okay, so but you would be able to, I don't know if we're saying the same thing, two different ways. You would be able to just turn the handle and leave without, without like.
But that's what, yes. So what I'm saying is that could be other ways of unlocking that. Okay. Some doorknobs are constructed that if you were to turn that knob, it might automatically unlock from the inside. Okay. Or you actually have to put your fingers on the latch itself and turn it.
I understand.
I don't know. I can't remember exactly on that doorknob which it was.
Okay, I understand. And didn't you also seize that doorknob?
At the time of our scene collection, we did not seize that doorknob.
Okay. Do you know if anybody sees the doorknob associated with law enforcement?
I think after the scene had been processed and after we had collected our evidence at a further date that their doorknob might have been submitted to laboratory. I can't recall exactly when, but I believe that it might have been taken by law enforcement, but I can't say for certain without looking back at records.
Okay. Do you have anything to do with what gets submitted for DNA testing?
In general, as we collected items of evidence, we will discuss with the case agents sometimes what analysis they would request of certain items of evidence.
So do you know what items were DNA tested in this case then?
I don't know exactly which ones. That would all depend upon the DNA section choosing themselves. What we collected is what we felt was important to that scene. Then it's on the DNA section of the criminalist assigned to further work with the agents in discussing what items really truly need analyzed or not.
Okay. And then who on scene is responsible for collecting fingerprints?
That would be part of the crime scene team's responsibility.
So you?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody then dust this doorknob or attempt to dust this door or the storm door for fingerprints?
We did not.
Okay. I mean, because presumably, of course, Karina Cooper, we're going to expect to see her DNA or fingerprints at this place, right? She lives there?
Yes. So as part of that, there are people that live in the residence that we would expect to have DNA or left friction-ridge details like that upon the premises.
Okay. But we would not necessarily expect somebody's DNA or fingerprints to be on it if they didn't live there. Again, it depends. Like if another person, an unknown person has been there, they could have left something like that. Okay. And in this case, to be clear then, we do not have any, at least as far as you're aware, we don't have any DNA testing of that doorknob, the door, the storm door handle, no fingerprints of the doorknob, the door, the storm door handle.
As far as what pertains to the scene, we did not do any dusting for friction ridge details.
Okay.
As to whether or not later on down the road, somebody else in the laboratory that I work at analyzed those items of evidence for those things, I do not recall. I can't say that they haven't been analyzed.
Okay. I'm wondering also about the footwear impression that's on, I don't know what it is, a baby gate or something that's on the stairs outside.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't you, as part of your investigation, collect a bunch of shoes from the residents as well to try to compare?
There was only one shoe or a pair of shoes that was collected, but that was collected by Atama County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so do you know whether any of the shoes in this house match that footwear impression?
There was an initial look at most of the footwear in the premises, and none of them appeared to have the same pattern except those muck boots that were seen by Atama County Sheriff's Office and collected.
Do you have any idea what that pattern, what shoe you might associate it with?
I do not.
Okay. Have you tried to compare it to, are you familiar with the shoes Vans, the brand Vans shoes?
Yes.
Okay, are you familiar with the tread on those shoes?
Having a pair myself, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether those are consistent with the pattern that we're seeing on this baby gate looking thing?
I'm not for sure. I haven't really looked that closely at them.
Do you have any answer or expertise as to how that's the only part of a footprint that we see is what's on that bit of baby gate?
I am not for sure on how that transfers or able to explain that totally. I don't know if it's I can't say for certain on anything regarding that. I wouldn't be able to explain how the blood only gets on that railing versus the cement steps nearby. I just noticed and observed that that was what was on the railing at the time and made sure to document and preserve that evidence as best I can.
We saw in a picture, and we talked about placard number 5, which was the shell casing found near the front door leading into the living room, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm taking you to say is that it was kind of just sitting in front of the door, the shell casing?
Yes. Okay. Right where that, if you look at that photo, where that little L measurement or that ruler is on that placard, it'd be right within that L area.
So was it hard to see?
No, it was not hard to see, especially if we have other lighting in there. It's brass. It does reflect.
And then I noticed also in that picture that where the placard 5 and the shell casing is found, there is that, I don't know what that's called either, the air conditioning.
Oh, the vent.
The vent, thank you. So that was near the other shell casing. Could a second shell casing fall into that vent?
I don't know for certain. I didn't like measure the slots on that vent, but knowing that 22 long rifle cartridge cases are small, it could be possible that maybe it was on the vent. Maybe it could have slipped through. I didn't really do anything to see if that was possible, but it could be depending upon the size of that vent.
Okay. And I'm assuming you didn't go into the ductwork to look for the shell casing?
Well, we did not.
Okay.
We just looked down that vent.
Okay. I guess I was also wondering, did anybody move the recliner to see if the other shell casing was under the recliner?
We did.
You did do that, okay.
We also moved the living room couch around too to make sure that it hadn't bounced in any other sort of direction.
Did you note whether or not the storm door had a lock, like leading into the living room?
I do not remember seeing that.
We talked a lot about keypads and securing things. Is it fair to say that if you have a keypad, you also don't need to remember to bring a key to get into your house?
Again, I don't know the function of those locks per se. I would think personally that those keypads, all you needed was the code.
I have to stop here. Look at her face. She's like, I got you. You got to agree with me. I can't believe the way he answered that. That was funny, y'all. That was good.
But I don't know specifically the function of those ones there on scene. I did not try to test it out or had a key available to even test that.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect, Mr. Codiaga?
Yes, you talked about some shoes being picked by the Tama County Sheriff's Office for further comparison, correct?
Those were just collected by them. I don't know if they were submitted later or not.
Okay. And when they ask you about whether it was visible to see this size 22 cartridge, when you are doing this examination, it's in the middle of the day, correct?
Yes, it would be starting in the afternoon, correct, from noon on till late at night, around a little past 10 o'clock.
But from what the jury sees from your pictures, the sun was out, it was bright outside, correct?
Correct, and most of them, yes. And some of those were later on when it was actually, the sun was setting too.
But as by the time you take these in the house, you're working slowly, methodically. It's different from a situation where maybe the room is darker and the source of light is not as good as at the time that you are operating, correct?
Correct, so the time that that was observed, I would say, was not when the sun was setting. It was during the initial overall photography, which would have been in the afternoon, sometime past noon.
So with different conditions, it can be different. It can be easy to miss that cartridge.
Depending on the situation, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, the timing worked out pretty well. We're right at about 10:30, so we'll take our morning, mid-morning break at this point. So approximately 15 minutes, and would remind you again of that admonition that I've given you previously. So we'll see you shortly.
Okay. We're gonna zoom through the breaks, but I have some people asking for an update. I'm gonna play not all of this, but I will play part of this so you guys will have an idea of what's going on in my
This
community.
morning, we recovered 75 deceased bodies here in Kerr County, including 48 adults and 27 children. Of this 48 adults and 27 children, 15 adults and 9 children are pending identification. At present, there are 10 campers from Camp Mystic unaccounted for and 1 counselor. We continue to offer our condolences to those affected. Reuniting the families remain our top priority here on this operation. Please note that Highway 39 of an Old Ingram Loop remains closed to the public. Other than those who live in that area would not be allowed out there. I will now turn it over to Senator Cooper.
Thank you, because I will tell you this. We had bumper to bumper traffic from looky-loos. People who were just driving and filming like a tourist trap. That is why they had to do that.
City Manager Dalton Rice.
Good morning, Dalton Rice, the city manager for the city of Kerrville. As everybody knows, we are working in conjunction with the city under a unified command response and again, a lot of devastation. Our hearts go out to
Hello,
the
honey,
families
2800.
and the victims. We want to continue to work together as a community. We love the media support on this to be able to communicate that message, communicate family, communicate togetherness, and we really appreciate all the support and helping us be able to do that. Search and rescue, as the sheriff said, search and rescue operations will continue today from Hunt in North Kerr County all the way to Canyon Lake in Comal County. Now, we're only focused on the Kerr County side, but we wanted to talk about that because for a linear from Hunt all the way to Comal County in a straight line distance is over 100 kilometers. This is a massive field that is happening. And again, this is unprecedented flood events. So we are still currently in the primary search phase, which is the rapid one. They are running it, we have different segments that are gridded out. Each one of those segments are taking anywhere between an hour to 3 hours, up to 2 kilometers for each segment. So what that means is they're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water, even potentially, with weather, in the rising fields. We've talked about this before. Volunteers stay out of the way because if we start getting weather reports and all the other complications that are out there, we then have to pull off of those search and rescue missions to be able to communicate to those volunteers to get off, to make sure that they don't become victims themselves. Those operations involve 19 different local and state agencies, in addition to conducting primary and secondary searches. They will be conducting welfare checks on areas in North Kerr County impacted by power outages. And when we say search and rescue operations, that is boat, walking on the ground, dogs, drones. Again, keep personal drones out of the air. Helicopters. We do have other assets that are continuing the search as well. As of present, KPUB, which is the Kerrville Public Utility Board, is reporting continued power outages between Hunt and Ingram along the South Fork of the Guadalupe River and Hunt. In the South Fork area, there are approximately 40 down power lines and significant infrastructure damage. KPUB has brought in additional utility personnel to help with restoration, but it's not possible at this time when the power is going to be restored. There are some substations along with those power lines that we are still trying to get access to just from debris buildup or them being completely wiped out. So we do not have an estimated time on when those are going to be fixed. We continue to have substantial number of requests for volunteers, as I said before, and donation opportunities. We are asking those who want to volunteer to contact the Salvation Army in Kerrville by phone at 830-465-4797 or in person at 855 Hayes Street in Kerrville. Monetary donations can be made on the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country's website.
Texas is grieving right now. The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state. As of yesterday, the confirmed death toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic, that's every parent's nightmare. Every mom and dad. Last week, we were picking up our daughter from camp here in Hunt. Our girls have gone to camp here for a decade.
Mine too.
The Hill Country is an incredible part of Texas, part of the country. The natural beauty here is incredible. The camps that have raised generations of little girls and little boys and instilled character and love and faith are extraordinary institutions. And I'll tell you, the pain in our state, and it's every part of the state. You've got Texans from all over the state who were here celebrating the 4th of July. A week ago, this was a time of great celebration. You're dropping your little girl off at camp, your little boy off at camp. You're celebrating Independence Day. You know that your child is going to be swimming and canoes and horseback riding and doing archery and making lifetime friends. And then suddenly it turns to tragedy. For the last several days, I've spoken to multiple parents, scared out of their mind. What, do you know anything? Where is my daughter? There's still 10 girls and one counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for. And the pain and agony of not knowing your child's whereabouts, it's the worst thing imaginable. But I want to say, in the face of all of this,
and also the magnet certified forensic examiner.
Can you talk about, you said that you work as a digital forensic investigator, you're obviously also working as a detective. What's your experience in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement since 2017 and in this position since the end of 2020.
And generally, can you talk about your duties?
Yeah, so I mainly work, my main role is digital forensic investigator. The only thing that I do investigation-wise from start to finish.
Okay, guys, we're going to grab her name. Sorry about that.
I'm going to do, Ms. Lord, to swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Yeah, it's Tiffany Lord, Tiffany. Lord is Lord.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Ringel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Detective, how are you currently employed?
I work for the University of Iowa as a detective/digital forensic investigator.
First, can you explain what a digital forensic investigator is?
Yeah, so in general, what we do is we receive digital evidence, whether that's a phone, computer, tablet, anything that's digital, we receive it in our care. We preserve the data, so we'll usually take pictures of it, and then we'll get an image of that. An image is a working copy of that digital device, so we're not altering the evidence. And then we'll process that device, which makes it in a workable format that is easier for us to see or the investigator that we give the case to.
You said you're also a detective. Can you talk about your education and training that qualifies you for the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity from Champlain. I also have my certificate in digital forensics from the Des Moines Community Area College. I also have, I'm a part of IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And within that, I have my CFCE, which is a Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. I also have my Mobile Device Forensic Examiner certification, and also the Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner.
Can you talk about, you said that you work as a digital forensic investigator, you're obviously also working as a detective. What's your experience in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement since 2017 and in this position since the end of 2020.
And generally, can you talk about your duties?
Yeah, so I mainly work, my main role is digital forensic investigator. The only thing that I do investigation-wise from start to finish, which includes like search warrants and stuff, is the child exploitation cases. But as far as digital forensics go, we take any case.
Would you be able to put an estimate on how many such examinations or extractions you've done when it comes to your work as a digital forensic investigator?
Yeah, so I've done hundreds of examinations and then a couple dozen examination reports.
Any other relevant training or experience?
So I've attended NCFI, which is the National Computer Forensic Investigator course.
Oh, hold on one second.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, NCFI is the National Computer Forensics Institute, which is actually through the Secret Service. I've also attended some NW3C classes, which is the National White Collar Crime Center.
So you stated that you received different electronic devices for evaluation or examination. Can you explain that process a little bit? How do you receive electronic devices, and then what do you do with those devices?
Yeah, so we get devices in all various ways. Sometimes it comes straight from the search warrant. Sometimes they have it for a few days. Once we receive that device, if it is currently powered on, we take a picture of it, and then we put it on our imaging device that gets that working copy of it. If the device is powered off and we're not sure like what state it is in, then we have what's called a Faraday box that blocks any signals coming in or out, so it can't change the data while it's in there. And then once that extraction is complete, then we would then take a picture of that device.
What type of devices are you examining?
In this case or in general?
Generally.
In general, all electronic devices. So it could be phones, tablets, computers, the Oculus VR sets, tablets.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit. Having just a little bit of trouble hearing your answers.
And I see my court reporter's nodding her head, so help her out as well.
All right. So turning specifically to cellular phones, what type of information may be of interest to a digital forensic investigator on a cellular phone?
Yeah, so in general, locations, media, conversations, whether that be call, text messages, anything within applications, health data, Google search history, or any browser history.
Okay, so there's a number of different sources of information, and I'll walk through some of those that you just referenced here. Can you talk a little bit, and I think you have, but just to make it clear, with the cellular phone, how do you go about accessing that information?
So that varies. If we have the passcode, we can get different kind of extractions, I guess, off of devices. And so we have what is called a gray key. which is a device that images it for us. You plug the phone into it, and then it takes the image off of it. So you can have the passcode. We can also get devices without a passcode. It just varies on the device.
Okay, and you say that you're taking an image of the phone. What do you mean by an image?
So that is what I mentioned earlier. It's a working copy of the phone. So that way we aren't altering the actual evidence, and we can then take that copy of the image, or the image, which is the copy, and put it into Magnet, Axiom, Celebrate. Those are different processes that then makes it viewable for the end user.
So if I understand correctly, you essentially take the phone and make a one-to-one copy of all the information on that phone.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bit by bit on a phone, as it would be a computer. It does take all the data that is on there, but like if there's something that is deleted, we permanently deleted, we're not going to be able to necessarily get that back. It just depends on the application. Every application is different how the data is stored.
All right, so essentially you're taking a copy of pretty much all the data on the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you're working with that copy.
Yes.
You mentioned Magnet Axiom. What is that?
Yeah, so that is a software that we then input our image into that breaks it down and makes it readable.
And Celebrate, is that similar?
Yes.
And so you're taking that copy that you've made of the information from the phone and you're putting it into these programs, and you said that that makes the information readable. Could you explain what that means?
Yeah, so when it takes the copy, it's all in a file system. So you have different file paths. And when you look at that, there's a lot of data there. And what this process does, it makes it where these are your Snapchat conversations, these are your messages, this is the Google browser. So it kind of breaks that down for you. So you can click on it and see, okay, well, what was searched and things like that.
So if I understand correctly, when you make that initial copy of the data, it's just a lot of essentially unsorted data that mirrors what's on the phone. Is that fairly accurate?
I mean, it is sorted within the file path, but no layperson is going to look at that and know where, okay, what do I click on to then find the images, or what file path do I click on, because it's, paths within paths.
I see. And so then with these programs, it's sorted out into specific either applications, messaging, communication, or a way that's, as you stated, more readable.
Yes.
All right. So once you've taken that image and fed it into these programs, are you then working, at this point, you can work both with the original data if you wanted to do that and with the readouts or reports from these programs, is that correct?
Yes.
So once you've run the data through Magnet Axiom or Celebrate, what are you doing as an investigator at that point?
That varies. So with that, sometimes people just bring me the device and they just want it extracted, processed. I then can give it back to them for the investigator to then go through. Sometimes in certain cases, they ask me to look through it, or if they found something, they ask me how this came about, where this came from, because I can explain it where they can't.
Okay, so you yourself, if you were asked to go ahead and investigate a phone, how does that work? Are you given information about the case that you then use to direct your search, or are you just going in and looking for what you believe to be items of interest?
Yeah, so usually they give me some information. If it is something that's based on a certain date, they'll give me that date that happened, the kind of case they have, what they are generally looking for on there. So if they're looking for, say it's a burglary and they want location data, they'll put that on there. So just the basics of the crime.
And I understand this is sort of a broad question, but there's certainly a lot of different types of information or data on a cellular phone, correct?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned there's applications, there's various forms of communication. I think everyone's pretty familiar with the fact that you can take video, photographs, et cetera. What other type of information are you able to recover from a cellular phone?
Yeah, so it also records health data such as steps taken, distance that you walked. Also, pattern of life is a big thing, ownership of the device, and yeah, the Google search history, media, all of that.
Okay. A couple of things that you mentioned that I just want to make sure we have an understanding of. The first would be an application. What is an application?
Yeah, so it's a software that you download. So say from an Apple, it would be the Apple Play Store. Then Google would be the Google Play Store. So it's software that you download on your phone that serves a purpose or purposes.
And so what type of information, my guess is that this varies, but what type of information are you able to retrieve from an application?
Yeah, it definitely varies. Sometimes you get deleted stuff on there, but the main thing is time, date, stamp of when, say, something was sent or received, if it is a conversation or a search of some sort.
Would the type of information that you're able to obtain depend to some degree on the nature of the application itself?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, does it depend on the nature of the application?
Yes.
Could you just explain that?
Yeah, so say with Snapchat, it's a conversation. So you can see who the receiver is, who the sender is, what time that message was sent or received. And then let's say with a browser, it'll show what date and time that search term was searched. As far as deleted stuff, it varies on every application. Sometimes it's so encrypted, that application is, because each application has its own security within too, that sometimes when it's deleted, it's permanently gone and you can't recover it. And other times it stores it in a different database.
You mentioned the concept of pattern of life. That's something that's important to you as an investigator. What does pattern of life mean?
So how they use their phone. With, say, browser history, you can see how often they use it. Do they use it every day? Is there a point in time that, something isn't searched, or is there a big gap in data that, normally would be there otherwise? You can kind of see if there's location data, where they go, and then the emails, what they log into, what sites they go to.
So essentially, historic data about the use of the phone over time.
Yes.
You said as a digital forensic investigator, sometimes you're able to obtain information that's been deleted. Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, so again, with every application, it's different. And so with certain things, it puts it in the same database, just it'll mark it as this is deleted. Other times it puts it in more of what's called like a non-active part of that database. So if you were to take that database out and you put it in like a database viewer or something, you're not going to see that deleted data. But you can see it in the non-active part, which is mainly in what's called the binary, which is the 1 and 0s of that user partition, and then it'll pull that out that way.
Okay. And admittedly, that was a little bit confusing, at least for me. So I guess what I would like to understand is when you have something on your phone, you delete that information. It's gone, or it seems to be no longer accessible to the user. Sounds like you're stating that that's not necessarily the case, that data is completely gone, and instead that you as an investigator are able to access that?
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it can be permanently deleted. So a good example, I guess, now with current phones, say you were to delete a photo, at least on an iPhone, it would normally go to your deleted folder for 30 days. You have the option to recover it, and you can still see it in that deleted folder. But once it's gone, sometimes it's permanently gone. But other times we can still get that data when we do a forensic exam. So it just varies.
So as a user of the phone, using your photo example, after we've passed that 30 days and it's been deleted, it's no longer accessible to you, but nonetheless, it may still exist in the data somewhere on the phone.
That is correct.
And is that until it's overwritten, or at what point is that no longer accessible?
It varies. Sometimes it will stay there for a certain period of time, whatever the software developers put in there. Other times, yes, it will stay in there until that data is overwritten with other conversations or whatever you are doing.
So we talked a little bit about the types of information that you're able to recover, the fact that at times you can recover deleted information. We've talked about pattern of life. I think you talked about health apps as a potential application, and the ability of those apps to record steps. Any other information on the phone that you can typically find or may be able to find related to location or movement data?
Well, if you can usually see location database, but that is only for a certain period of time. So there's the Apple routine, which is the most common, which is the most precise location. That's only on there for 7 days. But yeah, other than that, then Snapchat also shows location, but again, that also varies on if that is stored on the phone or not. But with a search warrant, you can also get that data sometimes.
And just to be clear, we're talking specifically about location data related to, or that you would be able to discover related to the data that's on an actual cell phone. Based on your training and experiences, you're understanding there's other ways to determine the location of a cell phone that don't involve strictly the data on the phone?
Such as conversations, you can see if people are talking about where they are. But
cell tower locations and those types of things
yeah,
as well?
you can get cell tower locations. I didn't do anything with that on this case. Someone else did, but yeah, for sure you can get what's called a geolocation search warrant, and that can then, basically your location is always pinning off of towers. And so you can get locations that way.
And as you just stated, that's outside of the scope of what you did on this particular case.
Correct.
So I do want to turn now to this case specifically. Did you receive some electronic devices associated with this case for examination?
I did.
Do you recall which devices you received?
Yeah, so I received a HP computer. I received 3 iPhones. Well, 3 iPhones that I was advised were Karina Cooper's, and then there was 6 iPhones that I was advised was Houston Dinkers.
And did you examine each of these devices?
I did.
Did you follow the protocol essentially that you outlined previously in examining these devices?
I did.
So that would involve connecting them, making a copy of the data, utilizing those programs that you referenced, and then working both with the raw data and the output of those programs.
I did.
Can you outline briefly what information you had when you began your examination?
Yeah, so I was only given that there was a shooting in Tama County and on the date of June 18th, 2021, around 4:30 a.m. And they just wanted to know if I could get a better extraction than what they got originally. And that's all I was told.
Okay. And with that information, then generally, what type of information would you be looking for?
Yeah, so obviously with the shooting, you'd be looking for guns. You'd also, to narrow down the scope a little bit, take it down to the time of the incident, see what was happening around then, which in this case would be prior to.
And it sounds like you received phones that belonged both to Karina Cooper and Houston Danker. So you understand that there was a shooting, you understood the date that this occurred, and it sounds like there was potential involvement of 2 separate parties. So were you looking for information related to, as you said, at or around the time of that shooting, you're looking for information? What types of information are you looking for, especially considering that we're talking about 2 potential individuals being involved?
Yeah, so at the time, I did not know if there was any other involvement. I was not told anything besides Karina's name, that she was the wife of the deceased. So what I was just looking at is if anything stood out as far as like conversations, movements, any searches prior to, pattern of life, like I mentioned before, just any sort of conversations.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to go into what you found, because we're going to go through that here in a moment. But ultimately, were you able to, when you examined these devices, find any information of evidentiary value?
I was.
On which devices did you find that information?
Yeah, so on the first iPhone 8 Plus that I was advised was Karina Cooper's. On the white iPhone 7, I was advised was Houston Dinkers. And on the iPhone 10 that I was also advised was Houston Dinkers.
And just generally, what types of information did you find that were of value?
Yeah, so there was Google searches, health data, Facebook, or not Facebook, but text messages, Snapchat conversations, and then pattern of life.
I want to talk to you a little bit. You talked about 2 separate phones. There's an iPhone 8 Plus that was determined to belong to Karina Cooper. I'll start with that phone. How were you able to determine, or were you able to determine by looking at the data and information on the phone that it belonged to Karina Cooper?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
Yeah, so there was a lot of usernames to different applications on there. Her email is also on there. It was also registered to her for her Apple account.
When you say it's registered to her, and I know you had referenced this previously when talking about the types of information you can find on a phone, what are you looking at that tells you who's registered the phone and essentially who owns that phone? What is that information that's on there?
Yeah, so when you have an iPhone, you typically would register it to like an iCloud account. In this case, hers was linked to an iCloud account. There's also other addresses, email addresses that is, such as for her lasting impressions job that she had. And there's also within the web browser different sites that she went to that you would log into, and those emails or usernames are also saved on that device.
You mentioned lasting impressions through the work that you did on this phone. Were you able to make a determination about what that was?
It was a hairdressing company.
And the same question with regard to Houston Danker's iPhone 7. What were you able to find that made you believe that it belonged to Houston Danker?
Yeah, so similar to what I said with her, there was on the web browser, there was usernames, emails associated that had his first and last name on there. It was also registered to an iCloud account.
So turning to these 2 phones, I guess I'll start with Karina's phone. You talked a little bit about the types of information that you were able to locate. Were you also able to find data or look at data that gave you some notion of her pattern of life or usage of the phone?
Yeah, so yes.
So there's a lot of, well, I guess I want to ask you this with regard to these phones. You've talked a little bit about being able to locate or determine information about dates and times. That would include dates and times certain things were accessed or communications took place. How are you able to determine that those dates and times are accurate?
Yeah, so we always do validation. And on top of that validation, I always do more. So when I find a piece of evidence that I think is pertinent, you can actually take out that database, and then it has the date and timestamp also within that. And I use what's called this DB browser, which is just an interpretation of that string of numbers, which is the date and time, to see what it says to make sure that my software is actually interpreting that correctly too.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit. You said the first thing you mentioned was validation, and then you said you do more than validation. Can you start by explaining what validation is?
Yeah, so there's different ways you can validate. One of that is you take a phone that you know dates and times on, what is going on, and you image that phone. Then you process it to verify, do those date and time stamps line up with what you know is on that phone. Secondly, with what I talked about with the databases, what I do is I can extract that database that, whatever it is that is in that. And then within that, there's different tables, and they'll have like a date and time stamp within that, which is a string of numbers. And so if you use another software that then interprets that data, it can see if that matches what your process says.
And that's those processes then you utilize with regard to both phones in this case, Houston Danker's phone and Karina Cooper's phone, to validate and assure that the dates and times that you've included or found were correct.
Yes.
All right. Just so the jury has an understanding of the amount of information that you're able to locate on a phone, how much information did you locate or how much data did you locate on Karina Cooper's iPhone Plus?
Are you asking how much data was on the phone?
Yes, either in terms of gigs, length of report. How would you explain how much information you're able to pull off that phone?
I don't recall the exact gigabytes the phones were, but I can tell you there's millions of different data points within the phone that you can look through.
And that would be the same for Houston Danker's iPhone 7?
Yes.
considering all the different types of information, you said you were able to locate the amount of raw data. Sounds like that's a lot of information. In order to present the information that you found, did you create a summary or a report?
I did.
And the summary that you created, was that based on the information that was found on these phones pulled from either the raw data, the Celebrate report, or the Magnet report?
It was.
Would it aid your testimony in discussing the information that you found to use the demonstrative exhibit that you prepared?
Yes.
And before we get into that demonstrative exhibit, how did you, first of all, what types of information did you find, and then how did you organize the information that you're presenting?
Yeah, so I stated earlier, there were text messages located, health data, Snapchats,
Thank you, Ada.
search history. And how I did it was I organized it more by date and time. So you'll see the stuff that was earlier first onto when the incident occurred.
All right. And Judge, if we could get the screen turned on.
Just so we're clear, you want to turn on the screen for a demonstrative exhibit to show the jury?
Correct.
And I just want to make sure that this is okay. As the, Ms. Watt, have you had a chance to see this?
We have.
And you're okay with this?
Yes.
All right, then we will go forward.
Just do it at the end. And Judge, at this time, the state,
Hold on. All right, gotta try it again. Get the big screen up. There we go. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ringel, you were starting to say something. At this time, the state was going to do something, and then I cut you off.
That's all right. The state would move to admit this as State's Exhibit number 306.
Well, then it's not really a demonstrative exhibit. You're.
That's correct. I'm asking now if the state, as I said, the state's now moving to admit it as an exhibit.
Ms. Watt?
Why, thank you,
I
Ada.
hadn't contemplated that. I thought it was only a demonstrative. Could I just have some, I mean, we can go through this and I can just think about whether I have any position on that.
Sure. I don't know that we need to cross that bridge this second. So I'll give you a little bit of time. Go ahead, Mr. Ringel. I'll make a note to circle back.
Thank you, Judge. All right, what are we seeing in this image here?
Yeah, so this is the iPhone 8 Plus that I received that was in possession of Karina Cooper at the time of the incident.
And in this next image?
Yes, the left image there is what I was advised was Houston Danker's iPhone 7, and on the right is the iPhone 10.
And the first image that we saw of the iPhone 8 and then here the iPhone 7, are those the two phones respectively that you examined in this case and found relevant information on?
Yes.
All right, so we're starting here. This looks like it says an Apple iMessage. What is an Apple iMessage?
Yeah, so an Apple iMessage is what's your SMS message? Basically is what is integrated in the phone when you receive it to be able to text other people back and forth.
All right, and what are we seeing here in this image?
Yeah, so this is a message from the iPhone 8 Plus to this contact that was called Wind Up Jake.
So it's the Apple phone belonging to Karina Cooper. It's communication with someone named Wind Up Jake based on the information you located. When did this communication take place?
Yeah, October 6th, 2020.
And what did you find of relevance in this communication?
So it was a conversation between the two of them where Wind Up Jake found, or actually someone else, Diane, found a check of life insurance company, called them. It was an accidental death policy on him that he didn't know that she had, his wife that was. And so then the message that was from the iPhone 8 Plus was maybe she was mad at you and saw an opportunity.
And as an investigator, why did you believe this was important?
Yeah, based on, well, if you know someone that has a life insurance policy and that you can get the money from it, that's always a possibility.
What are we seeing in this next image here?
So these are different screenshots that were located on the iPhone 8 Plus. As you can see over here on the left, the account creation, the account name was Karina Cooper with the value is actually the password of Hair Lady 1977. It shows that it was created on November 7th of 2020, and it shows last visited on the regular browser in December 17th of 2020. So these two pictures are very similar. As you can tell, they're not exactly the same. They're screenshots taken at different dates and times. The image on the left is November 8th, 2020. And if you look at the top, you can see that it does not say private next to it. And the image on the right is from November 19th, 2020, that does say private. So that's actually from the private browser.
A few different things I want to ask you about there. So the first thing, this information was located on the phone belonging to Karina Cooper.
Yes.
And under account creation, what's your understanding of what that information means?
So that's when you would set up that account.
And the account was through who or what website?
Yeah, huntered.com.
And the information you were able to determine was the account holder was the name Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And you said the value is?
That's the password.
So that password, as far as you understand, was required to access this information?
Yes.
Where on the phone did you locate these two Hunter Ed images? I'll start with the first one you said that was not marked private.
Yeah, so both of these were actually screenshots located in the database. So it was in the photo data database. They're actually both thumbnails of the original image.
And can you explain then what is the difference between the image that's not marked private and the one that's marked private? You made a distinction between a private browser and I guess a non-private browser.
Yeah, so in a private browser, it's meant to be, as it states, private. What you search in that does not keep web history. So once you close it out, that web history is gone.
And as an investigator, what did you find to be of import with regard to these images?
Yeah, it talks about, as you can see here, common types of handgun bullets, and it talks about each bullet and what it is good for.
What do you mean what it's good for?
How it's used. So as it says with the first one there, it has a good penetration, little expansion. So each bullet serves a different purpose.
Did you find the other thing I guess I wanted to ask you is you said these were screenshots and you're distinguishing that from what?
What would be called a web cache. That web cache is how it does is when you're on a website and you're scrolling, it kind of takes its own images of that to kind of help the browser load faster. Those are different. That's not user interaction. That is what the phone is doing behind the scenes. This, a user would have had to take that screenshot.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, then the user would have had to manually capture these images and save them?
Yes.
Did you find any other similar images from this Hunter Ed website?
I did.
What are we seeing here?
Yeah, so there was a total of 89 that I located, and it was between the dates of November 8th, 2020 and November 19th, 2020. Here on the left, you can see that there's 23 screenshots that were taken on or before November 11th, 2020 in the regular browser. And then starting on November 18th, 2020, there were 66 screenshots taken, and those were all in the private browser. What I have here underneath shows the timestamp of when that was taken, that was located on the photo, and that also matches what the report said the screenshot was taken.
And did you review the majority, if not all, of these types of images from the Hunter Ed website?
I did.
And what generally was the nature of the information contained in those screenshots that were saved on Karina Cooper's phone?
It was all about guns, whether it be rifle, handgun, how to use them, how to keep them clean, also protection, and then the bullets.
When you say the bullets, I think you already referenced which bullets could be used for different things, including which ones had penetration. Did that include the basic parts of bullets, shell casings, that type of thing?
It did.
And this information here on the screenshot on the left, what is that imparting there below the image?
Yeah, this is talking about the maximum projectile, and saying that it could cause injury or damage to persons, animals, or objects. And so knowing your firearm's maximum projectile range is critical, being safe and responsible hunter.
Does it also say it helps you determine whether or not you can make a clean kill?
Yes, it does.
So beyond, as we all know, the data, using your phone to search the internet, et cetera, of course, you can also make calls and send text messages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine by looking at the phones, the phone numbers associated with Karina Cooper and Houston Danker's phones?
I was.
All right. What are we seeing here?
So the gray is going to be what is coming from Karina Cooper's phone. And so that is her phone number. And then the blue will be Houston Danker, and that is his phone number. And this actually comes from his iPhone 7.
And you said you have them gray and blue. That's just for your demonstrative, correct?
Correct.
To distinguish between the two. Were you able to find text messages or communications between these two parties?
I was.
And so what is that icon or image that we're seeing in the top right?
Yeah, so that is just what the image looks like on your phone as the application.
And that application is?
The iMessage.
Okay, so this is just standard Apple iMessage.
Yes.
Okay. So generally, what is the nature of this conversation based on your review of it?
That there is a sexual relationship between the two of them.
Okay. And this conversation that we're about to look at, what were they discussing, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly what this conversation's about without reading it.
Okay. So this is blue. Is that indicating that this was a communication that was from Houston Danker?
Yes.
Okay. What was this communication?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Shit happens every day. Phones are replaceable. Hope the kids are enjoying the flying and the racing around of airports. I love you, baby. Have another safe flight. Have been waiting to hear from you.
And were you able to determine when this was sent?
Yes, it was.
When was that?
It was February 13th, 2021. So this is, yeah, okay. So this is from Karina's cell phone. It says, fucking hate him.
And that's approximately 4 minutes later?
Yes. And then, yeah, this is from Houston Danker's phone. Day one, identification, truly starting, and 2 kids have already been treated like trash and cried. It makes my blood boil. Shit happens every day. No reason to make somebody cry over it or yell about it.
Did this appear to be a conversation then between the two parties based on the timestamps you located?
Yes.
This was approximately 2 minutes later?
Yes.
And this would be a communication that was sent from Karina Cooper in response?
Yes.
All right. And what's that communication?
I just keep imagining us traveling together and how much different and fun it would be. And this is from Houston Danker's phone. We'd be having a blast with every single situation, whether Cade lost his phone, Keeble forgot his tablet, whatever the situation may be, still would be having a blast. I mean, come on, it's vacation. Lighten the fuck up. Shit can be handled when you get back home. But that's just me. This is again him. Cade could have just had my phone the whole time. He didn't have one. And her response was, yep. Again, this goes back to Houston. Wouldn't have fazed me a bit. Here you go, wild man. Not like I have anybody to talk to. You. Your mom's here with me.
And there's some emojis there as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what emojis are those?
There was a broken heart earlier. This one is a heart.
Is this part of the information that you used, in determining the nature of the relationship between the parties?
Yes. So this is again from Houston Dinker's phone. Can't wait to travel with you and just laugh and smile and have a complete blast with whatever we are doing or whatever we are going with our heart.
And then this was sent by Karina Cooper, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and what's that message?
Listen to the background of the video I'm about to send. Shows you the difference between people like us and people like him.
Okay. Were you able to locate then additional communications on an application called Snapchat?
I was.
Can you explain what Snapchat is and how it works?
Yeah, so I think the next slide actually says too. It's more of a discrete text messaging application. So you can use it to talk to somebody. The mobile app used for instant communication on your phone. That's when you take a photo or a video, or you can send and receive just regular text messages through it. Also, it is user controlled, so it can be set to delete right after the message is sent. It can be set for 24 hours, and you can also even save the message within the chat.
Is that essentially one of the primary features of Snapchat, is that essentially I see the icon as a ghost, that the information can be instantly deleted, or people believe that it can be deleted and removed from the phone?
Yes.
You located Snapchat communications. Where did you locate those communications?
So these are actually in what's called it's carved from Axiom. So what it does is it can parse or carve information. And so the carving of that is typically a deleted data that's no longer there. This was still stored as in the non-active part of the database that Snapchat would be in.
Okay, so when you say it's in a non-active part, the communications that you located of relevance were essentially in a deleted folder?
In a way, yes.
Okay. All right, you had indicated before that you had separated these out by date and time. That first date is March 8th, 2021?
Yes.
All right, and this just shows us a little bit of the format that you've used here. What are these red X's that we're seeing on the left of the screen?
It shows they're deleted.
Okay. And there's some brackets on the right side that are linking these bubbles that show times as well. What are those?
That is the time between the different chats.
Okay. And you've indicated that Houston Danker's communications are red and Karina's are blue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so what is this first message that you located?
Yeah, so it reads, I just read this 10 times with a heart emoji, I swear, heart emoji, and just felt even harder for you, which I don't think I could have been any more crazy over you than I already was. That book is everything I've ever wanted to hear. You can do anything you want with those boys. You're their daddy. Don't need mom's permission. Cable wants to get back to wrestling. He loves it. He just got his ass kicked at a tournament and is scared to compete now. Just wants to go to practice. Doesn't want to lose. And you know what the sperm donor said to him after he got his ass handed to him? Not a fucking word other than it happens. Nah, let's go home and I'll show you how to get out of this move. Just, it happens. They need you so badly. Cade is your football and baseball kid. Kid can throw a damn ball. Heart emoji.
And who is this communication to?
It was to Houston Dinker.
From Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And what date and time?
Yeah, so it's on March 8th, 2021 at 7:03 in the morning.
I'll ask you to try to slow down just a little bit if you could. Okay. So there's an additional message at 34 seconds later?
Yes.
What was that?
Good morning, baby. You would have woke up to your horny wife's hand wrapped around your dick this morning, just so you know.
And 39 seconds later, what was that message?
Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors.
And again, that message was from Karina Cooper to Houston Danker?
Yes.
So Karina's the one that sent that message?
Yes.
All right, now this is a message from Houston, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is on that same date, March 8th?
Yes.
What was that message?
And you aren't a fucking loser. Look at all the fucking work you been putting into us. My God. Plus, with the me working out thing, the boys need a father that's in shape to lift with them, run with them, be able to push them. So Cable doesn't have to worry about losing another match. Cade can be a complete fucking animal on the football field. Both just strong little men that nobody will fuck with. And nobody will ever fuck with their little sisters after they see them studs roaming around.
Wow.
Really don't want Cable to
Y'all, if you are language sensitive, I apologize.
ever have to have that feeling again, ever, in his life of defeat. Have thought about that ever since you told me that. Can't let our kids ever feel like that. Can never make them feel like they lost. Even if they did, pick them up. Show them the positives of the situation and work on shit for next time. Everything in life is a learning curve, not defeat. Them kids will understand that as their dad's on their ass for getting down on themselves ever.
And then this is an additional message about an hour later from Karina, correct?
Yes.
And what was that message?
Breeze blowing the curtains, listening to thunder. Ugh, I don't want to wait another summer.
And we've heard testimony previously that Ryan was killed on in June of 2021. These messages are again approximately 3 months prior to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You located some additional messages on March 12th. This first message is from Karina Cooper. What is that message?
I read somewhere that even if the surgery doesn't work, you can still do IVF.
And an additional message 23 seconds later.
Might be pregnant this time next year.
And Houston Danker's response?
IVF, question mark. Would love for you to be pregnant this time next year. I would love babies in my slow season so I can be around to help and spend time with you and the baby as much as possible.
And Karina's response?
In vitro fertilization, they implant your sperm and my egg, not the old-fashioned way, but our baby. Option if the surgery doesn't work.
All right, moving on to June 13th. So this is approximately 5 days before Ryan Cooper was killed, correct?
Yes.
All right, what's the first message?
Every time he's around.
And Houston's response?
Just explain that to me, please.
And then what's this message?
Nothing has happened since Florida, and if you think I forgot about you in the moment, like there was some big romantic moment, then, well, fuck you, because you have turned me into giving him a fucking peck to get him out of the door instead of resisting and raising a fit and probably taking much more. You've taken that and made it into this huge deception and betrayal that you have continuously brought up and beaten me over several times. So let me ask you also, since we're being honest, why, if you love me so much and promise to spoil me rotten and put me above everything in your life, why is it so easy for you to belittle me? Turn your anger towards me. Pick fights with me over the same thing over and over again, and hurt me by making me feel like a piece of trash cheater. I mean, just curious. Find a fucking mirror, Houston, and take a good long look.
And what was the next message from Karina?
I'm fucking done with this conversation.
What was your understanding of this conversation?
It was a little confusing. At first, it really seemed like she was...
Objection, Your Honor, to any sort of interpretation and narration.
Sustained. Moving on to the next series of messages. This is June 17th, correct?
Yes.
Again, the murder occurred on June 18th. First message from Houston.
Yep. Night, get tired of me working.
That was at 9:52 a.m., correct?
Yes. And looks great. In case you haven't noticed, I like to stay busy too. You'll have slower times. Winter will be really slow. Just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it.
Okay, again, so we're 1 day before the murder, and Karina is sending that message to Houston, referring to herself as his wife.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next message?
Not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning, and I haven't gotten to see you.
And what's Karina's response?
Train wreck.
And Houston sent a message then at 10:54, again, the day before the murder. What was that message?
Going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon.
What was Karina's response?
Soaked just thinking of you. Will be downright embarrassed.
Oh, God, y'all. Okay, if you guys have sensitive ears, this is going to get raunchy. And I'm just putting the beeps in there so I don't get snagged by YouTube.
When I actually have you in person.
And Houston responded to that about 34 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
What was that response?
Why? I love how wet you get for me.
So moving on to June 18th,
Don't
did you
wanna
find
hear
additional Snapchat communications then between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper?
Yes.
All right. We've heard some testimony in this case already regarding what occurred on the morning of June 18th, and that Aaron Cooper was contacted at 4:30 a.m. by Karina Cooper. She stated that someone was in the house. What time is this first message that you found on June 18th?
At 3:31 in the morning.
And what was that message?
A heart emoji.
It says here he responded approximately 2 seconds later. What was that response?
Seriously, more than fucking life.
I give up.
Karina's response 8 seconds later.
Forever.
All right. And then Houston Danker's next message to Karina Cooper.
More than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal?
Again, this is at 3:31, so this is approximately 1 hour before that call to Aaron Cooper. Did she respond to that message then 8 seconds later?
Yes.
What was that response?
Deal.
Okay, so she said deal at 3:37 a.m. on June 18th?
Yes.
Karina's next message, what was that?
Kissy emoji.
That was 3 seconds later?
Yes.
Right after she said deal?
Yes.
15 seconds later, Houston Danker sent an additional message. What was the time of that message?
At 3:31:55 in the morning.
What message did he send to Karina Cooper?
Remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs and or buts.
No ifs, ands, or buts?
Yes.
She responded 14 seconds later. What did she say?
Absolutely, 100%.
What was the date and time of that message?
Yeah, it was at June 18th, 2021 at 3:32 in the morning.
He responded 10 seconds later?
Yes.
What was that response?
Okay, phone's going down. I love you.
11 seconds later from Karina Cooper?
I love you too.
Houston's response 7 seconds later.
So much.
9 seconds later, Karina Cooper?
Forever.
And he responded 8 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
What did he say?
Okay, babe. Seriously, putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you.
And what was the date and time of that message?
June 18th, 2021 at 3:32:54 in the morning.
And Karina's response?
Go.
4 seconds later, she said, go.
Yes.
What was the time of that communication?
Yeah, it was June 18th, 2021 at 3:32:58 in the morning.
His response when she said, go.
It was an hour, 9 minutes, 4 seconds later. It says, yep, just woke up.
Okay. Were you able to find additional Snapchat messages belonging to Karina Cooper, not necessarily with Houston Danker, on her cellular device?
Yes.
Were all of those found in the deleted folder?
No.
What are we seeing here on this image?
There's approximately 2,400 snap messages on that phone, and only 61 of them were deleted, which includes the messages to and from Houston up until the night of the shooting.
All right, so of the 2,400 Snapchat messages, 61 total were in that deleted folder, and that includes the messages that we just saw?
Yes.
Were you able to find additional information relevant to your investigation from the phone associated with the night of the murder, which was June 18th, 2021?
Yes.
What are we seeing here in this image?
Yeah, on June 18th, 2021 at 4:13 in the morning, it showed there is a live photo that was watched. And then also that same morning at 4:18:22, it shows that there was 2 photos deleted.
All right, so talk to me first about at 4:13, it says watched live photo as you just discussed. What does that mean as an investigator when you see this information? What of relevance are you able to determine?
User interaction with the phone.
Okay, what do you mean by user interaction with the phone?
So when you watch something, it's showing that you are opening that photo or video, whatever it is, and actually viewing it.
So someone has to be manually manipulating or operating the phone?
Yes.
Okay, and at 4:13 a.m., somebody was watching a live photo on Karina Cooper's phone?
Yes.
And it looks like 5 minutes later, 2 photos were deleted. This is at 4:18 a.m.?
Yes.
So again, that call to Aaron Cooper was 4:30 in the morning. This is 12 minutes prior to that. 2 photos are deleted. What does that mean? What information is of relevance when you see this?
It shows that these 2 photos are deleted, and then they're then put into that recently deleted folder. So it just shows, again, user interaction.
Okay, so it's that same user interaction or manipulation of the phone.
Yes.
Were you able to make any determination about the nature of these images?
Yeah, both of those images appear to be screenshots of a Snapchat image. Both of them had just kids in them.
Okay. There's some information here about Apple Health. Could you explain, as an investigator, what was important about this information?
Yeah, so with the Apple Health app, it automatically counts your steps, walking, running distances, so it shows movement.
Okay. Is that an app that, well, it says here Karina Cooper's Apple Health. So I'm assuming this was an application that was on Karina Cooper's phone?
Yes.
And what type of information are you able to obtain besides, you said steps, but are you able to obtain dates, times, what other information?
Yeah, so the date and time when you start moving and when you end moving.
And based on your training and experience, can you explain when does the phone record movement versus times when it doesn't record movement?
So when you're actively walking around is when it starts recording the movement, and it doesn't show the end time until that movement stops. So it has to be a constant movement.
And an individual has to be in possession of the phone at the time, correct?
Yes.
What were you able to determine then from this application?
Yeah, it shows here on June 18th, 2021 at 4:23 in the morning, movement started, and then it ended at 4:33.
Okay, so 7 minutes prior to the call to Aaron Cooper, movement started, and it says it looks like that the duration in minutes there was
9.62.
Okay. You were able to determine both steps taken and distance. What were those steps and what was that distance?
And it shows the distance in meters as 120. If you translate that to feet, it goes to 393 feet, and then 170 steps taken.
Okay, so starting prior to that phone call to Aaron Cooper, a distance of 120.5 meters was covered?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
So that is actually a blueprint of the house. And so the average size of a school bus is 45 feet. So you can see that the width of the house, so the perpendicular is actually smaller than you put two buses perpendicular. That red X is where I was advised where Ryan was shot at.
What are we seeing here?
This is showing distance traveled. So as I said, the 170 steps, if you were to take the meters and turn it into feet, it actually turns into 393 feet. And so it's a little bigger than one football field.
Okay, so this image shows 100 yards of football field, 300 feet, and then an additional 30 plus yards, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare that then to the house itself and the size of the house?
Yes.
What were you able to determine?
That would have taken like 9.5 houses, basically.
Okay. Judge, may we have just one moment? You may.
So State's Exhibit 2 is different. I am going to use that we saw. Those are the houses have
judge it.
A jury bit. I mean,
Okay.
And then
Here, Karina Cooper's.
I would again remind you of the admonition I gave you. Again, highlight a couple key points since we're going to take a longer break. Keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Don't do any sort of investigation, and stay away from any sort of media coverage of this case. And with that, hope you all are able to have a good lunch, and ask that you be back here ready to go at 1:30.
This demonstrative being admitted.
Okay. Well,
They can at least dust the eagle before they put the camera on it.
make a record on that. How about you guys come back at about 1:20?
Hey, future.
And then I guess just
Hi,
so I
Chickatoo.
understand, if it's a demonstrative exhibit, I mean, as you were going through it, things were being added. Do you see what I'm saying? What form is this exhibit going to
I'm
take? I mean,
sorry,
is it like on a
not-
flash drive, and then when a jury sees it, it'll start, like, for example, at the beginning, there were blanks where the Snapchats were, and then they came in. How does this look to a jury if it goes back?
Judge, we can either, when we upload it for the court, it'll just have all the information on there. It won't be animated in any way. So each sheet will just have the full communications on there. There won't be a need to click.
So like the last one where, again, houses came up
Right.
on the football field, it would just show up with the houses on the football field.
Correct.
Okay. And then while we're on the record real quick, the Snapchat messages that we saw, those are the same as State's Exhibit 1 that was offered earlier in connection with the motion hearing that we had?
Yes.
Right? Those were sealed. No reason to keep those sealed anymore.
Correct. Well, that's correct.
All right, so State's Exhibit 2 is different. I am going to unseal, correct. At some point I will unseal State's Exhibit 1 then. All right, any issues with that on your end, Ms. Mott?
No.
All right, I'll see you guys at 1:20.
Thank you, Judge.
Have counsel and Ms. Cooper present. We're going to make a record on at least one thing before we do. I think we had 2 sidebars. I'll just touch those briefly. The first one, I think Ms. Watt asked to approach related to an exhibit. I believe it was the large exhibit that contained the information from the Faro scan, asked it to be down, and we took it down. And I guess just as a reminder to all parties, if you use an exhibit, once you're done with the exhibit, let's take it down, okay?
Just for the record, Judge, it was Exhibit 305.
Okay. And then I think maybe Mr. Kodiaga asked to approach and about, and that was just about scheduling, taking a break, and that was a non-issue. So before we go any further, either party have anything they want to add to that discussion?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I think we were going to talk about what the state has offered as Exhibit 307. My understanding, Ms. Watt, I guess you asked for some time to think about whether you had an objection or not, and so do you?
Yes, I do have an objection to this exhibit. Would you like me to state why?
Yes.
Okay. I understand the purpose of a demonstrative is to assist the jury in understanding the expert witness's testimony, but I don't think it is a proper exhibit because it is not the actual evidence itself. It's her taking copies and pastes and creating this PowerPoint with some of the evidence, but it's incomplete. I'm objecting to the formatting, I guess. And there's another proposed exhibit in the court file, I believe it's 194, which is all of the Snapchats from Houston's iPhone, and there's a lot more than what's on this exhibit. And so I fear that giving them this exhibit, which is incomplete compared to the other records we have available, could be misleading.
So I guess, just, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I guess, if it's a completeness argument, the rule of completeness would allow you to supplement the exhibit. So,
Right.
So if that was an issue, you could offer State's Exhibit 194 or other exhibits and address that concern.
Yes, I understand that. I just think that the way that it's laid out here, I think it was appropriate for testimony and aiding the jury in understanding what she said. But the other things that are contained in this have not been.
Can I jump in?
No.
Here's the thing. The other things like.
The slides with the buses and the football and things, those are her interpretations of information that's in this case. We just don't believe that's proper evidence for the jury to have back as an exhibit as opposed to her testimony. And it's also, we could have it in the Snapchat exhibits. That would be the actual evidence that could be established with the foundation and the chain of custody rather than cherry picking some information and giving the jury a packet of that they think is the best.
All right. Mr. Ringel?
Judge, thank you. With regard to the information that's been provided, of course, this comes in a form or format that's not necessarily easily readable or understandable to everyone in terms of completeness. Of course, there's an entire dump of the phone that's several gigs. What she's done and what her testimony was, and I think I agree with defense with the exception of the slides related to the buses and the football field, she's testified that the remainder of the information is directly ported over from the Celebrite report itself. It's simply put in a format that's easier to understand and read. So from the state's perspective, the question isn't really about the formatting. The question is about the content and whether that content is appropriate to be admitted in this case. The content is exactly the same as the Celebrite report, which is not objectionable from the state's perspective, and the foundation has been laid to admit that information. So the state's simply asking to admit this information in a format that's more readable and understandable. It's not an interpretation in any way. It's simply the information that she located.
I think and again, I think if I understand correctly, primary objection was, again, we had the football field with the houses. That didn't come from Celebrite.
And that's what I had said, Judge. I said with the exception of those two slides, which for the state's exhibit, I think the state's intent would be to remove those two slides. It's the slide with the school buses in the house.
All right, well, let me stop you there. I don't want to have an issue where there may not be an issue. Would that satisfy the defendant if those two slides were removed and then it was, anyway, would that address the issue, I guess, from your end? I don't want to pressure you. I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just asking.
I just have a general problem with a witness's PowerPoint presentation going in as evidence for the jury, but it's better without those couple slides.
Okay. Better to the extent there's not an objection, or better that there still is an objection?
I'll keep my objection.
All right. Well, so where we stand is the state's offered to take those two slides out. Defendant still objects. I guess, the luxury I have, considering the current posture of this case and where we're at, is that I don't have to, unlike most objections, make an immediate decision. So I'm not going to. I will think about it a little bit. I have that luxury of time. I mean, the jury's already seen it. It doesn't impede the state's presentation of its case at this point. Again, I have a note. I will circle back to 307 at a later time. Anything either party wants to say about that?
Judge, I'm sorry, I would just note that this is State's Exhibit 306.
306. Thought I had
Right.
You're right. Yeah, okay. All right, sorry then, 306. Anything else on the defendant's end?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else we need to take up before we get started with the jury?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then I guess we're a few minutes early, but as long as we've got everybody and they're ready to go, let's go.
I think this exhibit is coming in. But wait, you can leave some.
Who cares? We don't. And ma'am, I would just remind you that even though we took a break, you're still under oath, and believe we were still engaged in direct examination. So, Mr. Ringel, whenever you're ready, you may resume.
Judge, thank you. And we were proceeding through the demonstrative exhibit that had been prepared by Detective Lord. I would ask that we turn the screen back on and perhaps lower the lights. Detective Lord, welcome back. You had stated that you found some information on Karina Cooper's device that was part of an Apple Health app and indicated some steps and movement. Did you look for similar information or data on Houston Danker's phone?
I did.
And is that part of the exhibit that you prepared today?
Yes, it is.
What information were you able to locate?
So on here, the same as on Karina's phone, you have the start date and time, end date and time, the duration of that distance and steps taken.
And so specifically then on the night of the murder, were you able to determine whether Houston Danker's phone was recording steps?
I was.
And what information did you locate? I guess starting with 6/18/2021, which looks like the second line down on what you prepared here.
Yeah, so on 6/18/2021, it shows that there is movement between 2:43 a.m., 2:51 p.m., and then it jumps to 3:13 a.m. to 3:23 a.m., which then continues on from 3:23 a.m. to 3:26 a.m. And then there's a gap of no movement until 4:46 a.m.
So with regard to that movement at 3:13 a.m., what was the distance of movement that you noted there?
Are you asking total between 3:13 and 4:46?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you put your microphone a little bit?
Yeah, what did you ask? Sorry.
I'm asking, you said that there was movement there between 3:13 a.m. and 3:23 a.m. What was the distance of movement that you noted there?
Yeah, so the distance there was 159 meters.
Okay, and then there was further movement then between 3:23 and 3:26. What did you note there?
Yeah, the distance there was 37.28 meters.
And then you indicated there was a gap. Could you just explain what you were talking about?
Yeah, the phone showed just no movement between 3:26 a.m. and 4:46 a.m.
And you had testified previously that there was Snapchat messages between the parties indicating something to the extent of phones down. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if an individual was not in possession of their phone, not carrying their phone, would it be recording steps, or could that account for the gap we see here?
Yeah, they would not record steps if their phone was put down.
With the information that you located and the other information that you received as an investigator, did you attempt to put together a timeline from the night of the murder?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you the exhibit that you've prepared. Looks like it is animating. What is the first line on your exhibit that you've prepared?
Yeah, so between 3:31 and 3:32:58, that's when that Snapchat conversation took place between Karina's phone and Houston's phone.
All right, and that's the Snapchat conversation. Judge, may I have just a moment? All right, so that was the Snapchat conversation that we saw where Ms. Cooper said go, and then they talked about putting their phones down.
That is correct.
Right. That conversation ended at 3:32:58. And what was the next event that you noted in your timeline?
Yeah, that is at 4:13 when that live photo was viewed.
And that was on Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes.
And what did you note next?
At 4:18 in the morning, there was 2 deleted photos.
And the next activity you noted on the phone that you included in your timeline?
Those were the steps taken between 4:23 and 4:33 a.m.
We'd heard previous testimony that Karina Cooper called Aaron Cooper at 4:30 a.m. Were you able to verify that information by examining the phone?
I was.
And how did you verify that information?
Yeah, so at 4:30, that is when the call came out from Karina's phone to Aaron Cooper. That is also located on the U.S. cellular records.
All right, so then the next thing you noted here, you have 3 separate entries. What are those? At 4:31, again at 4:31, and 4:33.
Yeah, those are calls from Aaron Cooper to Karina Cooper.
And the length of those phone calls then, and this is, looks to be more or less immediately following the phone call to Aaron Cooper, 1 second unanswered and 23 seconds?
Yes.
And then what's this next piece of information at 4:33:43?
Yeah, that is when Karina Cooper's cell phone called 911.
And what's this that we see at 4:34:44?
That's when Aaron Cooper called 911.
And at 4:39 a.m.?
That's when Aaron Cooper arrived at the address of 1846 K Ave.
All right. And 4:42 a.m.?
That is when the first deputy arrived at that address.
That's okay. Did you do some additional work then to look at Houston Danker's search history on his iPhone 7?
I did.
Showing you the next slide. It looks like we have an icon here for Google. It says Google search history. Could you explain what you were looking for and how you completed that search?
Yeah, so for on the phones, I narrowed it down to the time that the incident occurred, and I located some search history. And then after that, I got rid of the timeline, and it located some other history that was also around the same time that doesn't necessarily have a timestamp.
And it may be fairly obvious to some people, but perhaps not everyone. Can you explain what a Google search history is?
Yeah, so what a Google search history is basically an index of a whole bunch of different sites. So when you go to search something, it tries to pull what it thinks you are searching for, the most accurate thing.
And again, perhaps fairly obvious, but these searches are completed typically manually or input by a user. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've just included the results of that search that you did in attempting to locate the searches that Houston Danker had completed here on this next slide.
Yes.
What is the, you could just go through a couple of the results that you found.
Yeah, how to kill somebody with antifreeze, best way to kill somebody with no way for anybody to find out who did it, how to save snaps without them knowing. And then the SS on here is how to screenshot on Snap without them knowing 2021. And that was searched on February 16th, 2021.
And some additional history that you located.
So this was on May 11th, 2021 at 9:20 p.m. Is sodium sulfate, is it deadly? This is on May 22nd, 2021 at 8:32 p.m. I might sound strong, but diphenol versus bromethylene. And this is the same date and time, a little bit later, at diphenol, does it kill humans? Again, on May 22nd, this is now at 9:17 p.m. at the black market. And this is 6/18/2021 at 5 p.m. Old open Snapchats be found again after being seen in the state of Iowa.
And what's the date of that particular search?
Yeah, that one is June 18th, 2021 at 5 p.m.
And so again, that's the date of Ryan's death, correct?
Yes. This is again on June 18th at 6:17 p.m. Our Snapchats encrypted. This one's on July 1st, 2021 at 10:26 p.m. Where do murderers go to prison? This is July 2nd, 2021 at 10:29 p.m. Minimum security prisons in Iowa. This is again on July 2nd at 10:30 p.m. High security prisons.
I'm going to move forward here to the next slide looks like, or excuse me, the next line on your slide is July 3rd. What does this one say?
How long does it take to go through data forensics?
And the 10th?
Leavenworth Prison.
And July 16th.
How to permanently delete Snapchat data?
So this is approximately 1 month after Ryan's death, is that correct?
Yes.
And now from November of 2021.
Does your Snapchat location turn off when you log out?
And did you find then some additional searches related to Snapchat and the functioning of Snapchat?
I did. Can messages be accidentally sent to somebody else on Snapchat? Can the feds pull Snapchats back up? Can data forensics retrieve old Snapchat conversations from an iPhone? Can old opened Snapchats be found again after being seen in the state of Iowa? Does Snapchat save every message and picture I send, even if opened? What is received with a search warrant sent to Snapchat? Can a state investigator read through old Snapchat conversations? Snapchat saved messages. Can data forensics pull Snapchats up? What is Snapchat able to give to feds? What kind of conversations can data forensics pull back up? Even after a snap is already opened, can you use data forensics to see what the Snapchat was? Can I recover photos I deleted from my recently deleted album? Will deleting your Snapchat delete the DATs, which is dates? What's Snapchat cache? Are Snapchat messages encrypted? If you delete your Snapchat, can data forensics pick up anything from it? If I deleted pictures from my iPhone, can I still bring them back? They have opened my Snapchat, but their last seen time hasn't updated for location. If you log out of your Snapchat and log back in, does it show your location in the same spot, but turn it off? If you shut your location off, does it keep you in the same spot for 8 hours on Snapchat? Is Snapchat messages encrypted?
Moving on to some additional search history that you located. You've separated these out, it looks like, into 4 separate segments. Did you find then Snapchat, it's not Snapchat, excuse me, Google searches related to poisoning?
I did. What is the best way to poison somebody quickly? Is chloroform traceable? Cyanide. Sodium cyanide. Diphenol. Where to find arsenic?
And moving on to the area that you've deemed killing or searches related to killing, what did you find?
Yes. What's the best gun to use to kill somebody? How do people get caught for shooting? How to positively get away with murder? The best way to kill somebody with no evidence? How much does it pay to dig a grave?
There were a couple searches related to locating a lawyer. What's this final one marked to date?
Father's Day 2021.
Did you attempt to locate search history then for Karina Cooper?
I did.
I see what appears to be the Safari icon. Can you explain what Safari is?
Yeah, that's the built-in search engine for iPhones.
And so this is information that you're taking from her iPhone that you referenced previously?
Yes,
Were you able to locate relevant search history for Karina Cooper?
I was, but not between these dates.
All right. So it says gap in Safari search history from February 13, 2021 to June 1st, 2021. What does that mean?
It means there was no search history between those dates. Like I mentioned before, the pattern of life, every day prior to February 13th, or almost every day, there was a search, if not lots of searches. And then on June 1st and after, there was also a search almost every single day or multiple searches a day.
So you're talking about the pattern of life or historical use of the phone that you referenced previously?
Yes.
And so the pattern of life that you determined, so I understand, is prior to February 13th of 2021, on her phone, there were how many searches? Or what kinds of searches?
General searches for, I don't know, anything and everything. Nothing stands out in particular.
But again, the pattern that you noted in terms of frequency of Safari searches?
Yeah, there was multiple prior to.
And then following June 1st, that pattern resumed?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for the gap in Safari search history, or what would account for what you're seeing there?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yeah, so it can either be deleted or, as I mentioned earlier with the private Safari, if you use that, it doesn't keep track of your history.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you. Ms. White, cross-examination?
Yes, is it possible to switch to my screen and let me just show you what I'm going to put up, I suppose. If you want to.
All right, so you want me to publish something from your screen?
Yes.
And Mr. Ringel, you've seen it for the state. The state has no objection? Currently, no, and based on the representation of counsel, I do not. Okay, let me know if something changes. All right, that should be your screen.
We'll see. I can't promise I did it right.
Well, I'm not getting a signal from you.
I can't say I'd previously tested it. And
Let's try it again.
I can't pull it. I know I could get it to work in here, but I can't. The phones won't work on. All right. What if you don't use that thing? But there's
Don't we just love technology? I've been there.
Is there one? On February 13th, and then nothing until June 1st.
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to tell us whether the person actively deleted that or just wasn't using it? Do you know how that happens?
I can't say.
Okay. And then you mentioned that previous to that, there was always a text, or I'm sorry, not a text, a search regularly. But when I was, let's see, looking, sorry, I'll get there. So we're going to December of 2020. And we have a gap here as well, October 11th through December of 2020, right? Okay. So, I mean, there are other gaps on this phone. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, just not as big of gaps. And that's why I said, frequently, almost every day, not necessarily every day.
Okay. Right, because I mean, then obviously, again, shorter gaps, but here's another 5-day gap. About a month. Bottom line, there are other gaps.
Yes.
Okay. Also, at let's try. You can't turn off the screen, I can't see it. Do you have like a paper copy of your PowerPoint or anything? I can probably get it.
I'll put that up.
So on here, we can, so we've got 2,400 Snapchats that we take from this phone. That's what this is telling us.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What this screen is showing us is that on Karina's iPhone 8 Plus, there were 2,409 messages still somewhere in the phone's data.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we search, am I searching? I'm searching on the wrong. 2758. So then I know that on your PowerPoint here in your demonstrative, you did, under Houston Danker's name, you have a number associated with it underneath his name. Is that his like Snapchat ID or number associated with his messages?
Yeah, it's the user ID.
Okay. So then this is how we see on here, on the actual software, where the messages are, right?
Yes.
Okay. My question for you is, so we've got Snapchat messages here. Right here, we have Snapchat biome app intents. So what are these?
Those could be other deleted messages. It doesn't show you what the message is. So it just shows the phone that things are being sent out.
Okay. Just correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that a biome app intent is something that is generated on your phone anytime you send a Snapchat.
Possibly.
Okay. Because on all of these, as I'm sure you'll notice, it only says sent.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain, I'll sort by date here. So clearly we can see there's a lot of other messages, but we just don't have content for them.
Correct.
Okay. What's that? Do you have any explanation or idea for how, I mean, obviously the phone knows that these messages are sent. Do you have any idea why we can't see the content of the messages?
I cannot. I didn't write the source for this application.
Okay, so that comes down to how Snapchat, how their software is written.
Yes.
Okay. But from this, at least for a given time frame that this phone was tracking, we have 876. Would you say it's safe to presume there were at least 876 messages going to Houston?
Yes.
Okay. And this doesn't tell us how many are being received without the content.
Correct.
Okay. Did you notice a similar pattern on Houston's iPhone 7, that we have some content, but then there's also lots of these app intents?
I don't recall.
Okay. I wanted to ask you as well, you mentioned that in your PowerPoint, you mentioned that these messages, at least I believe some of them, had been deleted. Can you just tell me where on all of this, how do you know that?
If you go back over to where it says carving, no, back to the right.
Okay.
It'll say, yeah, carving versus parsing.
Which one means what?
So the carving means that it is not in the database, it's in the not used part of the database versus the parsing. If you were to then pull out that database, you can actually see those messages within that.
Okay. So then I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. If it says parsing, it's not deleted?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I don't know. Well, that's just the entire conversation table. Why does this show up as parsing? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, because the table still exists because that last message that was, yep, was not deleted.
Okay. Another question for you. When I was looking at the messages here, each message appears to have a message ID. Can you tell me or us what that means or indicates?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Because at times they appear to be in some sort of sequential order, but you don't know.
No, and it could, no, I don't.
Okay. Okay. You found a lot of searches on Houston's phone, both before and after the event. Did you find similar messages on Karina's phone? Or not messages, I'm sorry, searches?
No.
Okay. You testified, I think I might be done with the screen for now, Your Honor. You testified at the beginning that you had an HP computer, 3 iPhones and 6 for Karina and 6 iPhones for Houston Danker. Did you also get a watch?
I did.
Okay. And would that have been a watch that was being worn by Karina the night of the murder?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Were you able to get anything from that watch?
I was not.
So when you're talking about steps then, and saying that within a 10-minute interval, she's taking 170 steps, is that generated? Do we know? Is it generated from the phone or from the watch?
Those are from the phone.
Okay. What? Oh, was the watch some sort of, like a smartwatch at least?
Yeah.
Okay. And then with regard to the steps, is it accurate to say that when your phone is tracking it, it's always doing it in 10-minute increments?
No.
Okay. I'm looking at, all right, so then does that mean, so tell me how the time starts and the time ends then, please explain that.
So when it detects movement is when it starts, and when it detects movement has stopped, then it stops.
Okay, so I suppose in the 10-minute interval we have here for Karina's phone, then the assumption would be that she starts moving at the first part of the timestamp.
Yes.
Okay. The wind-up Jake text message conversation, I assume you don't have any information who that person is?
I do not know.
Okay. Are we at all presuming that that's Houston Danker or no?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And then I saw we had screenshots of some sort of hunter education website. Am I correct that that website was last visited on December 17th of 2020?
That's what it stated.
Okay. Okay. And again, you're just producing the information that you find that you think could be relevant to the case. You don't have any other information about why these things might be on somebody's phone?
No, that's correct.
Correct, thank you. On your PowerPoint, you had some text messages, or I'm sorry, Snapchat messages that come from Houston's iPhone 7. Were those all of the messages between Houston and Karina from his phone?
I think on the first one, there was some other messages, if I'm recalling correctly, that were just small talk, but all of them have been put as the exhibit.
Which exhibit are you talking about when you say they've been put in the exhibit?
I provided all the whole conversation in a PDF format.
Okay. Do you have it pulled up? All right, I'll move on for a second here. I think you might have answered this, but do we have any answer as to why we have some messages in March, then a gap, then some messages in mid-June, then a gap on Snapchat?
I can't say.
Okay. You had in there that there were some deleted photos the morning of, and you said those are just pictures of children?
Yes, both of those photos appeared to be screenshots from Snapchat that someone sent. And yeah, both of them were pictures of kids.
Okay. On the Axiom magnetic software, where do you find those pictures? Are they on that?
Yeah, so if you were to search the image name, you can locate them.
Okay. As for the live photo that was viewed, do you know what that was?
Yes, that photo was just a kid running towards the camera.
Okay. I want 194. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to bring this up there. Here in your PowerPoint and with the addition of these is pretty much the sum and substance of what you found on these phones that was relevant to this case.
Judge, I'm going to object. I believe this witness is in a position to testify to what's relevant in the case.
Okay.
Overruled. Witness can answer.
That was everything that I presented in the PowerPoint is.
Okay. I was just making sure there wasn't something else that you thought that you would have thought was important that wasn't included. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Ringo, redirect. None, Your Honor. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Detective Lord, you may step down.
I forgot to ask you if you wanted to come to this.
The state calls DCI agent Ryan Herman.
All right.
And Judge, there is going to be some media associated with this witness, so we'll need to get it reconnected.
Come on up, sir. And go ahead and have a seat. I'll swear you in once you're seated. All right, if you would raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth? All right, and then for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them?
Ryan Herman, RyanHerman.
All right, and before we go, did you need to reconnect anything, or you think you're good to go?
I'll take care of it in a moment.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, then whenever you're ready, Mr. Ringle.
Thank you. Agent Herman, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ryan Herman, Herman.
Just want to double check. How are you employed, sir?
Good.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigation. I'm a special agent assigned to the Major Crime Unit in Mason City.
How long have you been employed by the DCI?
I've been a DCI agent since April of 2011. I've been assigned to the Major Crime Unit since October of 2014.
Could you talk about your education and training that qualifies you for that work?
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. I spent 4 years serving in the Marine Corps as an infantryman. In the summer of 2006, I got out of the Marine Corps to attend Mankato State University in Minnesota, where I achieved or earned a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Mankato State University. In the fall of 2010, I was hired by the Iowa Department of Public Safety as a DCI agent to attend the 35th Basic Academy in Duluth. I graduated from the academy in April of 2011, and then I was assigned to the Gaming Bureau. Every casino in Iowa has DCI agents at the facilities, so I was in that role for approximately 3.5 years prior to being promoted to the Major Crime Unit in October of 2014.
Can you talk a little bit about your general duties there at the DCI?
DCI agents, we are an assist agency, so we assist local jurisdictions, sheriff's offices within my unit specifically, typically felony level cases. We can work anything from general death investigations, homicides, officer involved shootings, theft cases, child pornography cases. Usually it's felony level cases.
So when you're assigned to investigate a case, what type of steps are you taking? What type of investigation do you typically do?
It depends on the investigation. It's really, we'll conduct interviews depending on the circumstances. We may, a DCI agent will process the scene themselves, depending on the circumstances. We may utilize the crime scene team out of Ankeny in some cases. We do everything from interviews, neighborhood canvassing. I mean, it just depends. Each case is a little different.
All right. Were you assigned to investigate the death of Ryan Cooper in June of 2021?
Yes, I received a phone call at approximately 6:30 a.m. on Friday, June 18th, 2021, from my direct supervisor, Special Agent in Charge, Rick Ron, and Ron is R-A-H-N. SAC Ron informed me that the Tama County Sheriff's Office was requesting the assistance of the DCI with a death investigation in rural Tama County, and asked that I make my way to Tama County to assist. And then he informed me that I would be the case agent in this particular case.
What is a case agent?
A case agent is the direct liaison. So when a law enforcement agency calls the DCI, an agent will be assigned as the case agent to assist directly with that department. So in this case, I was the direct liaison with the Tama County Sheriff's Office. I would have been essentially the face of the DCI for that case. You are the individual that gives out leads, makes certain decisions in certain cases. You're essentially the manager of that case for the DCI.
Gave a brief outline of the information that you had received from Rick Ron, the special agent in charge. Did you have any additional information at that time?
I got information that we had a male decedent identified as Ryan Cooper, who was found dead in his recliner chair in his living room, and that his wife, 3 children, and his brother were present when the Tama County Sheriff's Office arrived on scene.
Is that essentially the sum of the information you had then at that time as you began your investigation?
Yes, from where I lived at that time to my arrival in Toledo, Iowa. It took about approximately an hour and a half, so there was a phone call and that information was provided to me. So I didn't get any more information until I arrived in Toledo.
Were the initial steps then, or the initial step that you took in your investigation?
The first thing I did was interview Karina Cooper, which would have been the wife of Ryan Cooper.
And heading into that interview, what is the nature or purpose of that interview?
She was present, or she was the one who had found Ryan, and we wanted to basically get an overall information of what happened. If she saw anything, heard anything, the person who makes the 911 call is typically a pretty good place to start. And we knew that she was present. Obviously, she's the wife of Ryan. It happened in their home. It's a logical place to start.
At this point, the information that you provided, is that your understanding of essentially that was more or less the sum total of information law enforcement had collectively?
That's the information that I had. I would say that's accurate to say that law enforcement as a whole, that's about the information that they had.
Did you know at this point anything regarding the cause of Ryan Cooper's death?
No.
We just heard extensive testimony regarding Snapchat communications, cell phone searches, search history, et cetera. Were you aware of any of that information? Is that information that was available to law enforcement at the time that you did this first and second interview, or did that take place much later in time?
Upon my arrival to begin the first interview, I didn't know anything about that. There was information that came in during my initial interview and then throughout the first few days of the investigation, but then the majority of what you're speaking to is later in the investigation.
So to be clear, the information we just talked about with regard to the cell phones was not information in possession of law enforcement when you completed these interviews?
Correct.
So you say that you interviewed Karina Cooper this was on June 18th?
Yes, it was the morning of June 18th.
So approximately what time did that interview take place?
9:39 a.m. is when I started my recording.
We've heard testimony that Karina Cooper called Aaron Cooper at around 4:30, so it's approximately 5 hours later.
Yes.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview was at the Tama County Sheriff's Office.
What's your initial approach to the interview? What information are you trying to determine?
Really just trying to find out what Karina knew, what Karina had heard, get some background information on her, on Ryan, on the family, really just general information, and then ask her kind of what's going on, find out what's going on with Ryan's death.
When you started this interview with Karina, was this a criminal investigation or essentially unknown?
Unknown.
So did you then ask her when you first met with her what had happened that night?
Yeah, so the conversation started. We spoke briefly about her children, the marriage, the fact that Ryan and her had been together for approximately 15 years and they had been married for about 12. I think we briefly talked about how he grew up in the Toledo area or Traer area, and she grew up in Dysart, which in proximity is fairly close to each other. I got a lot of background information for Ryan essentially being a farmer, and she ran a hair salon out of an outbuilding on their property at the residence.
What's the purpose of obtaining all that information?
Background, just to try to get to know them. Try to solicit information from her, just general information of who's all in the house, who's in the family, things like that.
After you've obtained this background information, did you then move forward to attempting to find out what she knew about the death of her husband?
Yes, we spoke. One of the questions I had right away was, why is Ryan sleeping on the recliner? What's the situation with that? So we spoke in depth about how he has a snoring problem and he sleeps on the recliner and has for an extended amount of time. I believe she said, essentially when their youngest child was born, she would have been about 4 at that time, that he had been sleeping on the recliner basically that entire time, or sleeping in the living room that entire time, also due to the snoring. And she indicated that there's always children in the bed, and there has been children in the bed with her for a number of years.
Did you ultimately ask her then the series of events that led to her discovering her husband's body?
Yes, she said she ran through kind of the breakdown of the evening. I believe she said there was her oldest son had a baseball game. They returned from the baseball game and kind of did their baseball game kind of ritual of everybody taking showers, everybody having dinner. She said that she was the last one to take a shower, and she thought that she had gotten into bed around 9 or 10 o'clock p.m. on that evening. She said that she sits in her bed and reads on a Kindle, the tablet. I think everyone knows what a Kindle is, but it's a tablet where you read books. And she was reading on her tablet, and she got up to use the bathroom, what she thought was around midnight, maybe 11:30, goes back to bed and falls asleep. And then she wakes up again at approximately 3 a.m. She's not really sure exact time frame. At that time, she uses the restroom a second time and then goes back to sleep. She noted that when she got up at around the midnight, 11:30 time frame, the TV was still on, I believe, and she heard Ryan snoring. And then again at 3 o'clock, she remembers that the TV was off, the room was dark, and she heard Ryan snoring at that time as well. She says after she uses the restroom, she goes right back to bed, lays down, falls asleep, isn't in what she would call a deep sleep, but is awoken by a crashing sound. She said that she instantly thought it was, they had a wire shampoo caddy that sticks to the wall in the shower where you put your shampoo and your soap. That caddy or that wire rack had fallen in the bathroom a few days prior, and she remembers because it scared her, and she thought that that was maybe what that sound was. So she goes into the bathroom, checks out, sees that the caddy had not fallen, goes in, walks out of the bathroom, walks into the kitchen area, looks out the kitchen window and doesn't see anything out of the ordinary out in the dooryard, and then proceeds to go back through the house to the living room. She goes in the living room where Ryan is. She made a comment that she was kind of upset that he didn't get up because she thought this loud noise and she didn't know what it was. And usually he gets up when something like that happens. And so she goes in there to turn on the light. And then she at first thinks he's just sleeping. And then she notices all the blood.
Did she talk to you about her actions after she first noticed Ryan?
I remember she said that she at one time looks on him to see if she sees any markings or any, she can't understand where the blood is coming from. I remember she said that she freaked out. She screams, which I believe the scream caused her son, who was sleeping upstairs, to come downstairs. And she was concerned that something had happened or somebody was maybe in the house. She wasn't sure. So she locks the older boy into the bedroom with the two younger children. I don't recall if she goes in with them at that point, but she ends up at one point in the room with all three kids locked in the bedroom. And she places a call to Aaron Cooper, who is Ryan's brother.
Did she explain to you what she thought might be going on at that point?
She didn't know. She thought possibly somebody was in the house, something had happened, and she was scared that somebody was in the house.
And you had said that there was some conversation about her attempting to determine what happened to Ryan. Did she tell you she was unable to determine what had happened to Ryan?
Yeah, she said that she looked on his face and couldn't tell if there was any bumps and bruises, cuts, anything like that. She couldn't understand why he was bleeding so much.
Prior to this interview, had you listened to the 911 call or reviewed the dispatch logs that indicated information provided by Karina Cooper to the 911 dispatcher?
I believe I listened to the 911 call during a break that I took toward the latter part of the interview. During this part of the interview, I don't think I had listened to the 911 call at that point.
And we've heard or received evidence in this case that she told the 911 dispatcher that her husband had been shot. Did she ever tell you that?
Not during that first interview.
And instead, she stated she wasn't sure and was trying to look and figure out what was going on.
Correct.
So she said, as part of your interview, are you attempting to determine a timeline of events?
Yes.
What's the purpose of attempting to develop that timeline?
It allows us to have a better idea of the totality of everything, from the time the 911 call happens to the time the interview happens. Let me back up. From the time that the incident happens to the 911 call, we want to know kind of what that time frame is between discovery of an incident to the 911 call.
So she says she hears this noise, she gets up, she believes it's something in the bathroom, she looks out the kitchen window, and eventually she goes in and discovers Ryan's body. She starts screaming, she's retreated with Cade to a bedroom, is that correct? And
Correct.
Called Aaron Cooper?
Correct.
Did she tell you what she did next?
I believe it was kind of chaotic for her as far as how the events played out, but she at one point climbs onto Ryan Cooper, and she said she remembered when Aaron shows up. Aaron comes in from the dining room area of the house behind her, and she's laying on top of Ryan.
Did she tell you why she did that?
I don't recall.
Any additional information she was able to provide you about her initial response to finding Ryan Cooper dead?
Not that I can recall.
In discussing Ryan's sleeping patterns, did she talk about whether he was a heavy sleeper or if he would be up moving around in the night?
She said that he typically falls asleep fairly early, and then will sleep maybe till like midnight, and then be up between midnight and 2 or midnight and 3 and watch TV, and he would be up and about throughout the evening. And that's about all she said about his, as far as how deep he sleeps. I don't think we talked about that.
Did you recall her making a comment that he's up roaming in the night like his father?
Yes.
Did this information prompt any further questions or inquiry on your part?
I guess nothing specific.
So at this point, you're really just trying to gain an understanding of what had occurred from Karina?
Correct.
Did you ask if there was anyone that she was aware of that would want to hurt Ryan?
I did. She said no.
What's the purpose of asking that question?
At this point in the investigation, we don't know exactly what is happening or what had happened. There's still a lot of investigating to do, a lot of information to gather. And so in the event that this is a violent crime or something with malice, we want to know who are Ryan Cooper's enemies, who are the people that he's fighting with, who could possibly have done this.
And she stated that she wasn't aware of anyone?
Correct.
Did you ask her if she had any firearms or weapons in the house?
Yes, she did say that when she went into the bedroom with the kids prior to calling Ryan's brother Aaron, that she attempted to remove a firearm from a small safe that was in her closet. She was unable to do so. She said that she's not familiar with the gun, has never shot the gun, doesn't know how to use it, and she couldn't even get the safe open to retrieve the firearm.
Did you ask her specifically if she knew how to shot the gun or if she's ever used it, or did she volunteer that information?
She volunteered that information.
As part of your interview, are you making observations of her demeanor?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Just to see how she's reacting to questions or how she's just her general attitude during that conversation.
Any initial observations that you thought were important at that time?
She seemed to be doing a lot of crying, but I didn't see a lot of tears.
Were you familiar with the name Houston Danker when you went into this interview?
On the break in the interview, I think about an hour into the interview, we take a short break. And I think during that break is when the name Houston Danker is brought to my attention.
And what information did you have about Houston Danker?
It was talked about while Karina is being interviewed, Aaron Cooper is being interviewed at the same time. And Aaron brought up Houston Danker's name, and that there was a Snapchat that had been viewed by Ryan on Karina's phone, and it was from Houston, and it was details or the information on.
Sustained. Judge may respond.
Sidebar. I find it interesting that he just mentioned that there was a lot of crying, but he did not see many tears. Wow. Kind of what we've seen in court.
Agent Herman, you received some information that it sounds like there was a Snapchat message or something involving Houston Danker, and this information was provided by Aaron Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Did that prompt you then to ask Karina about Houston Danker and her relationship with Houston Danker?
Yes.
What was the purpose of you asking that question?
The information was that she may have had an affair or that there was some sort of romantic relationship or physical relationship between Houston and Karina.
How or why would that be relevant to your investigation?
Well, typically, husbands and boyfriends don't get along very well, typically. And so there's the information that Karina might be seeing someone else and maybe Ryan knows about it. There could be a conflict between those two that Karina didn't disclose to us at the beginning of the conversation.
The interview that you completed then on the morning of June 18th with Karina Cooper, was that recorded?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to view the recording that was completed?
Yes.
Did it fairly and accurately capture the conversation you had with Karina Cooper on that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to admit and publish portions of move to admit and publish State's Exhibit number 197, which is portions of the interview completed with Karina Cooper.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 197. Is that right? Correct. All right, 197 is admitted, and we'll see if we can get this to play.
And Judge, I will need to retrieve that HDMI
All right,
cable
why
from
don't you go ahead and do that? Let me know when you're ready.
Wait, he's catching up.
Judge, to correct the record, that is actually Exhibit 196 on the filed exhibit list.
All right. Any objection to 196?
Still no objection.
All right, we'll unadmit 197. All right, 196 then is admitted.
Up in between reading my book with
And parties here, Mr. Ringel, you may resume. Are you wanting me to start with this, or did you have a question, or where are we at?
Yes, Judge, no, just a reminder that this is the first portion of your interview where you're asking Karina what occurred the night of the murder.
So you said that last night your daughter was kind of fussy and wasn't on the bed, so between 10 and midnight.
she went to sleep fine. She every once in a while has like, I don't even want to call them night terrors, but it's like she was having a bad dream. So she was kind of fussing in her sleep. She wouldn't wake up. And so I was just kind of up in between reading my book with her. And I know it was close to midnight before I put it down.
Okay. Anything else kind of off or just strange about last night?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay. So you fall asleep.
Not true. Earlier I was crying when we were talking about my county, but I've shed 0 tears over this trial.
Between midnight, you think that you get up around 3 because that's your kind of your
My
usual
normal time.
Okay. And then then you go back to bed.
Shut the door, the kids were in there, and went back to sleep.
Okay.
And I didn't feel like I was like hard asleep when there was it sounded like something crashed in the kitchen. It sounded like something falling, which seems to happen a lot in that house. But the house is torn apart right now because we're working on it. I've got stuff sitting everywhere.
Okay.
It was loud.
Like a help me out here.
So we have a wire rack in the shower, and it's on a suction hook thing, and it fell a couple days ago, and it was loud, and it sounded just like that. Not just like that, but loud like that, like a racket.
So no sounds of like glass breaking or anything like that. Just kind of a loud, like you said, a ruckus.
Yes.
Okay. And that woke you up, or that?
It scared me.
Okay.
Kind of laid there for a second. See if kids woke up, which they didn't. It seems like there's always something stupid once a week that him and I get up and see because of the highway or something. And I got up and I peeked in the living room, and he was laying there, and I went to the kitchen and turned the light on in the living room, and then
Okay.
I looked in there first before I went to the kitchen, and it looked like he was sleeping.
Okay.
I swear I heard him snore.
Did you happen to see him when you got up to the bathroom? Did you happen to see him there then? Do you remember?
You have to look around the corner to see him.
Okay, so you didn't go and see him at that time? Okay.
He went to the bathroom.
Okay. So you said that you get up, you hear the noise, you wait there for a minute, you get up, and you go out, you see him sitting there, then you go and turn on the light to the kitchen?
I went in the kitchen, there's always a light on in there, so they didn't turn on the light. I went in the kitchen and looked out the window over the sink.
Okay.
Towards the driveway, looked around the living room or the kitchen. There's nothing on our walls anywhere because we've been painting and everything. I didn't see anything, so I went in and, I don't know if I said anything or not.
Okay.
I turned on the light. And it looked like he was sleeping.
So when you turn on, did you turn the light on in the living room there?
The table lamp,
The
yeah.
table lamp?
Yes. I scared my kids so bad.
Yeah. So when you turn on the light, what exactly do you remember seeing?
It just looked like he was sleeping.
Okay.
And then I walked up to him and touched his foot and there's blood like everywhere. Like a lot. I tried to wake him up. I started screaming like a lot.
Okay.
But anyway, I scared the kids because Kate came running out. I don't know what I thought. I thought somebody was in the house. I put them in my bedroom and told them to lock the door. And I called Aaron.
And Aaron lives just down the road, right? Okay. So you said you tried to touch his foot, or you touched his foot to try to wake him up?
I think so. That's usually what I do.
We may have a jury verdict. Give me a minute. They are back in court.
As a court exhibit. No,
Maybe a
please,
question.
We are hopelessly deadlocked. 11-1 on the charge of murder at count 1. Signed by James Stolman.
That
jury
doesn't surprise me.
12:47 p.m. My intention is to bring the jury in, give them a brief instruction to continue deliberating, and then send them back out to continue their deliberations. Counsel, do either of you wish to be heard on the note?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
So I would ask to mark this. Thank you. And then I would ask for our jury to be brought in. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate that all 12 members of our jury are present.
State will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did receive a note from you regarding count 1 and the fact that you are deadlocked on count 1 that has been marked as court exhibit 7. Look, I recognize that most of you, if not all of you, have never been through this process before. There are numerous exhibits and many days of evidence to consider. I did instruct you to consider all the evidence. By the court's estimate, at the time that we received the note, which was 12:47 p.m., you had been deliberating for just about 2 hours or less. Please remember, each of the 4 counts must be deliberated upon separately. If you would like to deliberate on counts 2, 3, and 4, and then return to count 1, that is fine. At this point, I simply suggest that you continue with your deliberations. You should review the evidence and the position of each juror to determine if any evidence has been overlooked or any juror's position misunderstood with respect to either the evidence or the law. Please continue to discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors. Kindly explain your views and listen to the views of others. Majority, please listen to what the minority has to say. Minority, please listen to what the majority has to say. Ultimately, you will make up your own mind and decide this case based on your own individual judgment and conscience. But at this time, please return to the jury room to continue on with your deliberations. Thank you.
Meaning you didn't do enough. Keep working. All right, back over here.
Do you, so let me backtrack. When you see him
Be
the
right
very
back.
first time, he's sitting in the chair like he's sleeping.
He's reclined in the chair, looks like he's sleeping.
Okay. And
Blankets on him.
where's the blanket on him? Like over him? Like over his chest?
Yeah.
Okay.
His feet always staying up. I swear he was snoring.
Okay. So when you notice it, obviously, you see the large amount of blood and you realize that something's wrong, right? Do you make any attempt at, do you touch him? Do you?
I crawled on him. I hit him. I think I was shaking him and screaming in his face to wake up.
Okay.
He fell on the floor next to him because I think he slipped. And I think I was hitting him.
You think you were hitting
I
him?
think I kept hitting him, trying to get him to wake up. Shaking him.
Okay.
Holding his face.
Like hitting his chest?
I don't know, grabbing his shirt or making it get up to wake up.
Okay. So you said you thought that maybe somebody was in the house?
That's what I thought.
Did you hear any other sounds or commotions or anything other than the one that woke you up?
No, nothing.
Like,
cars go by all time of the night, but I didn't see it. I looked out the kitchen window, I didn't see anything.
okay. No sounds of like the front door slamming shut or
No,
anyone running down your deck or down your steps or anything like that?
no, nothing.
Okay. So after trying to wake him up or get his attention, you said you called Aaron?
I called Aaron before. Well, I touched him or whatever. And then I just remember I started screaming and screaming. And Kate came down. So I told him to get in my room with the other two kids, and I called Aaron from in there.
Inside the room?
Yeah, I think I locked the bedroom. I was in and out. I went in and locked it. And then I thought I had to go call Brian. I didn't know somebody was there. I tried to get my stupid gun that I don't even know how to work and I've never shot out of the safe that he said we had to have. And I couldn't even get the thing open. It's in our bedroom closet.
Okay. And how big of a safe is it? Just
It's just a one security type handgun safe that I don't even know how to open.
Okay. And
So
you couldn't get it open?
I don't think so.
Did you ever actually get the gun out of the safe?
No.
Okay.
I touched the safe, I think, because it's some stupid fingerprint thing, I think, and I put my finger on it and nothing happened, and I was screaming, and
Okay.
I called Aaron. He said he was on his way, and I went back out.
Okay.
I told the kids to stay in the room, but they wanted, so I kept going back in there to take them in because I didn't want them to see.
Yeah.
And I was scared. I didn't know if somebody was there.
Okay.
All right, that's the first portion of the interview that you completed. Did you then, as you discussed, ask if Karina had any relationship issues or what the relationship was between Karina and Ryan?
Yes,
And that portion was captured during the recording as well?
correct.
So nothing out of the ordinary with Ryan's behavior yesterday? Okay.
Perfectly normal day.
What about in the last few days or like the last week? Is there anything out of the ordinary with him or maybe between the two of you or anything like that? No?
Better than we have been in a while. Kids are finally getting older and we can breathe again.
Yeah.
He's got a lot on his plate right now with the shops going up, and his mom passed away a year ago, so some shift in responsibilities with the farm, but
Is his dad still with us?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than Aaron, how many siblings does he have?
He's got a sister and Amos.
Okay.
That's about 10 years older than him.
What's her name?
Michelle.
Michelle. Is it Cooper? Is she still?
Wilson.
Wilson? Okay.
He just works. He's been side dressing and bailing. He's busy. We both are always going or working, not really going. If I'm not with the kids, I'm working. I have a side business and I make soap and stuff. We just work and stay home.
Okay. You mentioned that things have been better now recently than they were in the past.
Not that they've been bad. We're just finally getting to spend some time together again and not have a child all the time on top of us.
Yeah.
Never been bad.
No real issues between the two of you? Okay.
We didn't get married until we were mid-30s. We've been through all that garbage.
Yeah.
We had plans.
Plans for what? Okay.
We wanted to buy a big house. We were gonna last year and it didn't work out. And then the ratio hit. And we decided that it was a blessing in disguise because then we were putting up a shop sooner than we thought. We waited a few years. Just had plans. We're 40 years old and we still have a 4-year-old and we just joked all the time about hoping that we were alive long enough to retire. And go do things.
Agent Herman, just briefly, and then I'll play another clip from your video. There's someone else there in the room with you, obviously. Who's that person?
Special Agent in Charge Rick Ron.
And throughout your interview with Ms. Cooper, were there portions you said you weren't certain what had occurred yourselves, what the nature of the injury was? Were there portions of your interview where you spoke to her about essentially the fact that you didn't know what happened to Ryan?
Yes, we talked about that it could be a medical situation. We briefly discussed if she had any thoughts that maybe it was a suicide by Ryan or anything like that.
You stated to Ms. Cooper that it could potentially be a medical situation?
We'd said we didn't know, and we've seen cases where this is a result of a medical emergency as opposed to something violent or something malicious.
Considering that she had indicated to 911 that her husband had been shot, did she ever correct you or offer any information as to what she believed happened to him?
No.
All right, returning then to the next portion of your video clip, did you ask or did SAC Ron ask additional questions regarding her relationship with her husband?
Yes, he did.
Again, not to be personal, okay, but again, these are things we need to ask, just try to figure this thing out. Has there been any marital issues between the two of you?
We had a rough patch shortly after his mom passed away where we weren't getting along. There wasn't any real issue. We were just both sad and mad and not communicating. And
it's something how the ones you love the most, those are the ones who sometimes you treat the worst.
I'm
sometimes.
a talker and he's not, and I was always pushing the, breathe, whatever, talk. And
yeah.
He shuts down and
okay.
Nothing where there was ever any doubt about our marriage.
Okay, so no affairs of any kind?
No.
By him or by you? And then the only reason I ask is if someone went in and did something to him, and again, we don't know. It could be that, could be medical, we don't know. I'm just thinking about like the scorned lover type of thing or anything like that.
No.
Okay. So there's no
We don't
concerns
go
with that?
anywhere. We don't do anything. He might go to the bar after work with his friend Riley, and he's never home past 8. That's how exciting we are. It's like I said, we weren't talking and getting along, but we finally talked it out, and there was never.
Never any issues like that?
Never.
Okay.
I know I never worry about it. I don't think either one. It's just, like I said, he's been divorced. We got married in our 30s. We didn't.
And further along in your interview, did you again ask her to recount, or did she provide further details or a retelling of what had occurred the night that Ryan died?
Yes.
We got to kind of regroup here. We're going to try our best to get to the bottom of this, okay? And again, we don't know. It could very well be, like I said, a medical thing, because we've seen that before. And he is how old? 34? 42? Or something else could happen. That's what we're gonna try to find out and figure out. But basically, to rehash things, just to make sure, you hear this noise, you get up, you think at the time it sounded very similar to the wire rack that had fallen in the shower a couple days earlier. But you went around, didn't see anything, hear anything unusual, didn't hear any cars speeding away, didn't hear any talking or communicating that was going on inside the house at all.
Nothing.
Is it a 1-story, 2-story home?
Story and a half.
Story and a half. And you didn't see anybody flee or anything like that?
No.
Nothing that gave you concern that at least someone was still in the home? Or did you think at the time someone was in there?
I don't know. I was just nervous, just scared.
Okay,
I don't really feel like I thought anybody was in the house until I saw him.
okay,
And I saw blood. And
yeah,
I don't know. I just started screaming.
okay. All right, well, let's give us a couple minutes here. We'll be back, okay? You sure you don't need anything?
So she had recounted her story a couple separate times. At any point, did she talk to you about sending Snapchat messages with Houston Danker at 3:30 in the morning?
No.
Did she ever mention using her phone or deleting photos?
No.
Did she talk about anything that would explain taking over a football field worth of steps?
No.
You said that in your prior testimony, you took a break and at that point found out some information about an individual named Houston Danker and asked follow-up questions related to that, correct?
Yes.
And we just saw you in the video getting up to take your break, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to play the remaining portion of your video.
As Rick said earlier, we don't know what happened. Like he said, we don't know if this is a medical thing. We don't know if something bad happened or if something did something to Ryan. And that's obviously what we're trying to figure out. One of the questions I have is, do you know anyone that would have any reason to hurt him?
No.
Has he had any issues with anybody?
No, nobody. He doesn't hurt anyone.
Okay. I know you said that he is usually home by 8 o'clock, but sometimes goes to the bar with Riley.
What's the area?
Has he talked about maybe somebody he ran into at the bar that maybe there was, I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. You know, if anyone is going to come into your house and do something to him,
Nobody.
you can't think of anybody?
Everybody loves him.
Okay.
He just works all the time and comes home.
What can you tell me about your relationship with Houston?
Danker?
Yeah.
My friend.
Okay. And I'm going to be blunt with you and be forward with you. The only reason we ask is Aaron made mention about maybe Ryan seeing something on your Snapchat. Not that that was Houston, but maybe there was something with your Snapchat.
Last fall, there was a Snapchat that wasn't even meant for me.
Okay, tell me about that.
Supposedly, Ryan saw it, not me. And he told me about it. It was something about a married woman and naked, seeing her naked or something like that.
Okay.
And Ryan saw it and confronted me, and I confronted Houston, who were friends on Snapchat, and that's it. And he swore up and down to all of us that it wasn't intended for me. And that was the end of it.
So Houston sent us, I guess I'm not familiar with Snapchat. I don't use it.
Like not a picture, Ryan took a picture of the message that he sent through Snapchat about something about being a married woman or something. I barely even saw it because I didn't know what the hell it was.
Okay.
And he swore up and down it wasn't meant for me. And we had snapped each other earlier in the day that day because he got some product from my salon.
Okay.
So he said that he sent it to the wrong person.
So I guess
This is dumb.
well, we're trying to get to the bottom of dumb.
Oh my God.
We're just making sure that all the questions are answered. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it a situation where Houston sends a snap to you that's not supposed to go to you?
Supposedly.
That,
He did send a snap to me, yes.
that is about you being a married woman or naked with a married woman?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, what does Ryan say about that?
We've talked about it since then. We've talked about it with friends. That's how non-issue it became after we talked about it. That said something about, remember, I've seen you naked, and something about a married woman.
Has Houston seen you naked?
No, God no.
Okay.
He's 22 years old.
Oh,
No.
to each their own. I just.
Stupid town and their rumors. No.
Okay.
I come here.
Okay.
I watched his kids a couple times when his babysitter flaked.
Okay.
Oh my God.
We don't know unless we ask. right? So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's safe to say that nothing is going on between you and Houston.
Absolutely not. After that Snapchat, I don't even talk, I don't cut his hair anymore. I told Ryan I would just keep a distance from everybody, from him, from his brother, from anybody related in that age group, to make him feel better. And it's been a non-issue since then.
And this was, you said last fall, you got a better time frame on that?
This snap was not last fall. It was more like this spring or late winter.
Okay. Okay.
Last fall is when I was supposedly horsing around with him because I babysat his kids and his truck was at my house because I babysat his kids. That's what all that stupid Houston Tanker stuff started with.
Okay.
We're friends. Ryan didn't like him. They don't fundamentally get along. So as his wife, I said, I'm not his friend anymore. We're cutting his hair, or just keep a distance. And it was over. It was done.
Okay. When's the last time you socially interacted with Houston? Or cut his hair or anything like that?
Last fall.
Okay. Okay.
Don't talk to him. He asked me to watch his kids one time. Might have, I don't know if it was last fall or this spring because it was field work, and I said no, that Ryan wasn't comfortable with it, but Amber, my friend Amber, would be more than willing to, and he called her and she became his babysitter.
Okay.
That's the last I've spoke with him.
And what's Amber's last name?
Monit.
Monit?
M-O-N-A-T.
Okay. Like I said, we get information and sometimes we have to ask stupid questions. Okay.
So that interview took place, as you said, it started approximately 5 hours after that phone call to Karina Cooper, which was at 4:30 a.m. You also stated then that you conducted an additional interview the following day on June 19th of 2021?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that second interview?
To try to get more information from Karina. The autopsy had been completed on Ryan, and we had completed our search of the house and processing of the house. So I had some follow-up questions for Karina that following day.
When you were going to interview that second day, what additional information beyond the information you received from the autopsy did you have?
Well, we had processed the house, so there were some questions that related to what we found at the house. I guess I don't know specifically what you're asking.
Certainly. So you had said that the house had been processed. Did you participate in what you called processing that house?
I did, yes.
And when you say process the house, what do you mean?
In this particular case, we utilized the DCI crime scene team. And so the crime scene team came and they did the majority of the processing. But in this particular case, I assisted with looking through. There was a couple of outbuildings on the property as well as some vehicles away from the residence, the actual home. And so I helped photograph and look through both those vehicles and some of the outbuildings on the north side of the property.
And briefly and just generally, what types of things were you looking for?
Just anything, firearms, any information. We weren't sure at that time whether this was maybe a break-in or attempted robbery or something like that. So we were trying to see if there was anything of value that would have been around the property that was maybe missing, as well as anything evidentiary involved in the case, just blood or anything that was out of place.
Did you locate any signs of forced entry during the processing of the scene?
No.
Did you locate any missing valuables, or did you locate valuables that were still present at the scene?
We did. I was able to locate a firearm in one of the pickups on the property. And in a separate vehicle, I located a envelope with $600 in cash and checkbooks. I believe the checkbooks were for the Cooper Farm Incorporated, their LLC or their company that they have. Those were in I would call it an older farm truck, not the nice shiny new one. So.
All right. Why was that important or relevant to your investigation?
It just showed that, if the intent was to come in and steal things, they didn't look very hard because the unlocked pickup truck next to their house had a pretty good haul in it.
All right. So you have that information, not full details, but generally what did you learn from the autopsy?
That the cause and manner of death was gunshot wounds of the head, and that it was manner of death was manner of death was homicide.
And you said gunshot wounds. Do you remember how many?
2.
How did that information influence or affect your subsequent interview?
It took out the theory of, is this a medical problem? Is this a suicide? It made it clear that something had happened and that this was a homicide.
With that in mind, was part of the nature of your questioning involving, again, not only developing a timeline, but also scene security or essentially the security of the home itself?
Yes.
Had you learned information about, and we've heard some previous testimony about the fact that there was a family dog?
Yes, they have a Rottweiler at that time. His name was Ransom, and that he was present in the residence. It was explained to us that Ransom barked at everything. Ransom was a very protective dog, as Rottweilers tend to be. He slept in the house most nights. When it was cooler out, he would sleep outside, but in this particular evening, he was in the residence, and in fact, in the bedroom with Karina and the 2 younger children.
And she provided you with that information?
Yes.
With regard to the security of the home, did you ask her questions about the door that was located behind the recliner Ryan Cooper was found in?
Yes. Generally speaking, was the house typically locked? Were doors always locked? Who locked them? She indicated that Ryan was always kind of the last one in the house in most of the time, and that he would make sure things were locked up, and that they were more focused on locking the shop because there's typically more valuables in the shop as opposed to the residence. She specifically said that she was 99% sure that door behind Ryan was locked, and that she had been doing some painting. And through the course of that, she had made sure that that door was locked as she finished her painting.
Did you try to determine where everyone else in the house was at that time? We've heard testimony at this point that at the time she finds her husband, Ryan Cooper, there were 3 children in the home as well. Did you try to make a determination of where everyone was sleeping that night?
Yes. She stated that she had made a deal with the kids that she would paint their rooms whatever color they wanted over the summer, but kind of the reward would be that all kids would be back in their beds, and that Cade, the oldest boy, was sleeping upstairs. He would sleep on the sofa with his dad and watch TV. The last few evenings he was going to his room, and that the 2 younger children were, by the end of summer, before school started, supposed to be back in their rooms, but on that particular night they were sleeping with Karina in her bedroom.
Ultimately, did you begin to develop suspicions or have concerns that Karina Cooper may be involved in the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And during this interview, did you confront her with that suspicion?
Yes, I did.
And what did she tell you?
I believe she said it was ridiculous. She made comments about Houston Danker, and that made comments about Ryan's, because Ryan sleeps in the other room, or that they maybe don't get along all the time, that why would that be a reason for her to kill him? Something to that effect.
Did she say she was sleeping?
Yes, she was sleeping at the time. She stated that when this happened, she was sleeping and she woke up from the loud noise.
And did you conduct this interview by yourself, or was there another agent present?
Agent Trent Villada was also present during that time.
And similar to the last recording, or the last interview that you did, was that recorded, the interview that you completed on the 19th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, let me just ask you, have you had an opportunity to review the recording of that second interview?
Yes.
Did that fairly and accurately capture the interview that you completed with Karina Cooper on that date?
Yes, it does.
This time the state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit number 301.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 301 is admitted. Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Ringel.
And again, this isn't the full interview. These are portions of the interview that you completed. And initially, or at least during a portion of this interview, you spoke with her about the dog Ransom, correct?
Correct.
Are you ready, Mr. Ringel?
Yes.
What about the dog? I noticed I stepped in a couple piles of dog poop. And somebody said you guys have maybe a Rottweiler.
We have a Rottweiler.
Okay. Where's the dog? There's a dog now.
He's with some friends of ours that watch him when we go on vacation.
Where was the dog on Thursday night?
He was in the bedroom with me.
Okay.
And he barks at everything.
Okay.
And he woke up when I woke up to the noise and let out a little.
To the loud noises.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he's usually upstairs with Kate, but since we took the carpet out, he's afraid of the wood on the steps. So I tripped over him leaving my bedroom. That's what we just talked about today, that if somebody was in the house, he would have been raising hell, I would think.
Mhm.
He barks at everything.
Okay.
But he's in the house every night either. He kind of wanders around the house.
Okay. You typically leave your bedroom door open.
Yes.
So he's, for the lack of a better term, he's a free range dog.
Yes.
We have 2 cockapoos that if you let them in the carpet, the minute they see carpet, they're going to pee on it. And they've been potty trained for 3 years.
They're cats.
Yeah.
Cats pee on everything. As soon as they see carpet, it's pee time. So we seclude them in a little thing at night, but they have free range of the
He's all
upstairs.
over the house.
Okay.
You could probably leave him in the house for 2 days and he wouldn't go to the bathroom. He just goes everywhere in the yard.
Okay.
But he's almost, this time of year, if it's a nice cool night, he likes to lay on the patio furniture and he might not come in.
Okay.
But when it's hot like it has been, he's in the house.
So it's not uncommon to let them in the house. Like
No, almost every night. I prefer he be in the house just because we lost a few dogs to the highway, so we try to keep him inside at night.
What's his name?
Ransom.
Ransom. Good dog name. I went with Doug.
Also a good name.
It's a good dog name. Okay. So Ransom's in the house. He doesn't make much noise other than the kind of the.
Just a real low, like he does that if Ryan gets up to go to the bathroom, or
Okay. Okay.
he full on barks if he hears something outside or in the house.
Okay. Well, that kind of takes me to my next question. You get up at 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom?
Around there usually is when I do.
Okay. Kind of take me back through that. I know you said that you thought you went to bed about midnight.
I think I finally fell asleep about midnight. Cortland was kind of up and down, not up, but crying in her sleep or something all night. I know I got up to go to the bathroom. The TV was off because it was on before. It's right there in front of the doorway. So I glance, and a lot of times if it's still on, I'll go in and shut it off.
So it's off at 3 a.m.?
It was off.
And did you look at the clock? Do you know that it's 3 a.m.?
No, I just know that that's usually about the time that I wake up and go to the bathroom.
And it's because you take the water pills?
Yes.
And what does that do? What does water pills do?
It's not a water pill. It's called Be Epic. It's like a weight management pill.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I can blame it on, that I tend to go to the bathroom a lot with it.
And specifically middle of the night?
Specifically first few hours in the morning when I take the morning one, and then middle of the night, and then that I kind of chalk up to being 44 years old. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's always about the same time.
I have to get up and go to the bathroom every middle of the night too.
And then sometimes I can't fall back asleep.
So when you, I guess, the way I should have asked that question is when you say 3 o'clock, you don't know that it's 3 o'clock. You're just going off of past experience of, hey, it's my middle of the night. I gotta pee.
Yeah, I'm guessing it
You
was
go
around
out there and the TV's off, and you said you hear Ryan snoring.
I hear him snoring.
Okay. So time aside, at that time, whatever time it is, TV's off, he's snoring, you're 100% sure of that. You go to the bathroom, you go back to bed, you fall asleep right away.
I don't feel like I was sound asleep, you know?
So
I usually, sometimes I can't fall back asleep and I'll get on my phone because half the time I'm apologizing to Katie Morrison, my good friend, because she'll always joke with me, are you always up at 3? Because I'll respond to a message or something to her at 3 and then realize it's 3 in the morning. So I didn't get on, I think I fell right back asleep, but I don't feel like I was in a deep, deep sleep. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't feel like I had been asleep for hours.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then I wake up to a noise, like a crash is the best way I can describe it. And the first thing I thought was the shower caddy that had fallen the day before and scared Cade and I.
Mm-hmm.
And now he says he heard that too.
Cade says that?
Yeah, but he's heard me talking for a day and I don't know what to take.
And he's upstairs, right?
He's upstairs. So I got up and I know that I glanced at the living room, see his foot, went to the bathroom, flipped on the light. That thing wasn't down, flipped off the light, went to the kitchen and looked out over the sink. That's what and then I was pissed because he wasn't up. Usually he gets up too, and we're like, what was that noise? And I went in the living room and said his name, and there was no answer, and I swear I heard him snore. From the kitchen is where I swear I heard him snore. And I turned on the table lamp, and just glancing at him, adjusting my eyes, it looked like he was laying there sleeping. And then there was blood.
Okay.
A lot of it.
A lot of blood.
And I just heard him screaming. I thought somebody was there. Kate came running down the stairs, and I don't know if I was going to be going up the stairs. I don't know, but I was at the bottom of the stairs when he came down. And I think I scared him because he turned around and started running back up. And I said, no, come down here and get in the bedroom. And I put him in the bedroom with the other two, and I said, lock the door. And I think I locked myself in there too when I called Aaron. I think I was in the bedroom when I called Aaron. And then I told him to stay in the bedroom no matter what and don't answer for anybody but me or Aaron. And I went out and tried to wake him up.
And did the kids listen to you? Did they stay in there?
The kid came out and came running and he slipped in the blood that was on the floor.
You had stated that you had information from the autopsy that Ryan Cooper had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the face. Had that information, to your knowledge, been shared with Karina Cooper prior to this interview?
No,
And did you ask her again what she believed had happened to Ryan?
I did.
What did you think about, like, how's his blood? Like, what?
I didn't. I don't know. I was looking all over him trying to find a cut, a shot, a bump. I was just looking, trying to figure out where the blood came from, and I couldn't find anything.
You couldn't find that? Okay. Nothing stood out to you? No single marks?
His one eye was open. That was the only thing that I keep remembering. I couldn't find, it seemed like it was all around his face, though, and his neck.
Okay.
I didn't pull the blanket back. I just kept grabbing his face.
You'd stated before that you asked her about the door behind Ryan. Why were you asking about that door?
After processing the scene, we found what at that time what appeared to be blood on the steps and the stairwell behind that door. And we were wondering if someone had come in that door, come out that door, if that door was locked, if it was open when she found Ryan, or if it was closed when she found Ryan, or what was the status of that door when she discovers Ryan.
Do you know, I understand it's a chaotic situation, but do you notice anybody go in or out that living room door?
I don't think so. I know Kate was next to that living room door because that's where he slipped.
Mm-hmm.
But he would have had no reason to open it. He was there involved, asking me what's wrong, asking Daddy to wake up. So I don't know of any reason why. I don't remember anybody going in or out that door. The deputy was behind me. They didn't come in that door. I think Aaron met him at the kitchen door.
And you said when Aaron comes in the house, he comes in the kitchen?
He was behind me.
He comes in behind
When I noticed him, he was behind. He wouldn't have used the living room door. Everybody that knows us uses the kitchen door.
Okay.
It wouldn't have probably even occurred to him to go in the living room.
So it's safe to say that, as far as you know, nobody came in?
I wouldn't think so,
And
no.
nobody went out that
Not before or after, or before I was out of the house.
now I'm going to ask you a tough question. Do you know for sure that that door is closed when you come in there?
I think so. I mean, it's right by his chair. I think I would notice if it was open.
Yeah, that's my
I
opinion too.
99% certain it was closed.
Okay. That's a pretty.
It's literally less than a foot away from his chair.
Yeah.
I would have noticed.
Yeah.
I know I was losing my mind, but I'm sure I would notice. I've been over it a million times in my head. Because Katie keeps asking me if there was a lamp or anything, and I just painted. There wasn't anything in the room.
Okay.
She had described to you during the first interview hearing a crashing sound. Did you follow up on that crashing sound?
Yes.
For what purpose?
We wanted to see if something had in fact fallen off the wall or fallen off a shelf or something in the house to see if there was a reason why she heard a crash.
Did you or Agent Valletta also make an attempt to determine, a timeline? She stated that she was in bed between when she heard that crash and when she got up.
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Between 5 and 10 seconds.
Going over it in my head after, I wonder if something that I had stacked up, to put back up on the walls, but all that stuff is in my bedroom. And it didn't sound like it was in my bedroom. It sounded like it was basement, kitchen, all those sounds sound distant. It sounded distant.
Okay.
But it sounded not like glass breaking, it just sounded like a crash.
Sounded like something falling off a shelf.
Yes.
Or falling.
Yes.
From up high down.
Down low, onto something hard, not carpet. But it wasn't even loud enough, like I said, to wake the dog. And usually, if there's a loud enough noise, he's barking.
And he doesn't give out a bark. He just
the low, like the warning.
Lets the air out of his lungs.
Yes.
Yeah, my dog does the same.
And then he followed me. He wasn't even raising hell once he followed me out of the room.
Okay. Do you know? Can you answer this when you're going back and forth and this is all going on? Does Ransom stay in the room with the kids?
I know he was in there at different times.
In the room with Ryan, or
No, in the room with the kids.
Okay.
I don't remember him ever being in the room with Ryan. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I don't remember it.
You don't remember shooting him out of there, grabbing him, throwing him outside, or anything like that?
No, he didn't go outside. I don't think until I did, but I don't know for sure. I know he was in the bedroom when I went back in the bedroom with Cade because I locked the door and he was in there because he was upset, agitated. He wasn't barking, but he was agitated.
He's probably going off of your,
right.
You know, they can sense that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, your dog gets freaked out because when you're freaked out,
yeah.
You know.
I have to think though. I don't know if Cortland stayed in the bedroom the whole time, but from what they're telling me, that Cable kind of came in a little bit and she probably followed him. I would have to think that the dog did too, because he follows those kids around everywhere.
Okay. And how is he a big dog?
He's 130 pounds.
That's a big dog.
He's a big dog. He's a big baby, but usually at night he kind of, you know, with the other two always being in bed with me, we always joke that he's pacing because he'll usually sleep at Ryan's feet for part of the night. He'll come in my bedroom for part of the night. He goes upstairs, or he did while there was still carpet with Cade. He's very protective. So more than likely he was between the two rooms, but if I had to guess, he was with the kids.
Okay.
We were talking about nightly routines, lights on in the house at night. I can't see crap in the dark, so I have to leave like a kitchen light on. Sometimes I fall asleep on the couch, or sometimes when I snore, I get kicked in the spare bedroom. So I have little lights everywhere. Is that kind of, with little kids, is that how you guys operate?
It's not so much lights, it's me and my decorating that, yes, we have usually quite a few small, like, I call them nightlight bulbs, but they're in a decorative thing. The kitchen is usually pretty well lit. Got one similar to that in the living room and the dining room, but neither one are plugged in because I just painted and I haven't put everything back. But the house, I would say, is lit decently. My bedroom is very, very dark. The yard light comes through in the living room. That's how I could usually peek in on Ryan.
Yeah, and that was the other thing we always forget to ask, every case I ever do, the outside lights. So that you have the outside driveway light that's always on.
Yeah, that's
you
the
have a
yard
portion
light.
light too by the door. I can't remember if I saw it.
We have can lights that are new since we got the house sited, and they're never on because we've never had them before. We always forget. But we would turn the few times that I've left those on, like when he was combining or something, until he got home, he shuts those off.
But like with most farms, the driveway is at least lit.
The yard light is quite bright, and it shines right in that living room because I figured he was going to have a fit because I hadn't put curtains or anything back up yet, so it was going to be light while he was sleeping.
Okay, yeah, and I always forget to ask that, and I have to call you at some point. You know, like my wife, when you hear a noise at night, my wife, especially when the kids were little, we have this big fat cat in our house. He's like 10 times as big as he should be, and he always jumps up on stuff, and it sounds like a bowling ball hitting things, right? So every time Henry would jump on something, my wife would be like, oh shit, and she'd roll out and be on her feet into the hallway. Is that kind of like you, or you're...
Yes, when the kids were really little.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting over that a little bit, that I'm sleeping a little harder than I
You're
used to.
40, I'm 49, so I get where you're coming from.
I'm sleeping harder than I used to, but I don't feel like I was sleeping real hard that night anyway, because Portland was having a weird night that she was fussy.
So I guess my question then would be, is when you hear that noise, are you pretty quick to get out of bed?
I don't feel like I was. I feel like I laid there scared for a second before he moved, because usually he'll jump up, and then when I see him get up, within less than 10 seconds, but usually he's up when there's a noise.
Right.
And then I get up because I'm not.
And usually my wife has to wake me up and say, go look, because I don't hear anything, so.
So I probably laid there for what now feels like probably too long, but at the time, probably 5-10 seconds, and he didn't get up, so that's why I would have peeked in the living room to see if he was sleeping.
During the course of the interview, did you ask her about the state of any blood that she observed?
Yes, she was asked what the blood looked like. She made mention of it was chunky or clotted.
And why are you asking those questions?
Because depending on temperature, depending on location, blood clots a little bit differently. It's not necessarily going to clot right away. So it's curious as to whether there were clots there when she found it, or when she found Ryan.
And you said when you went out there, you saw a lot of blood. Can you kind of tell, because I had it, Did you see any behind him on the floor? Anywhere else? Not at first.
After, when I was kind of pulling at his shirt and looking around more, I saw, maybe it was when Kate slid, because I remember looking down and freaking out because he slid in blood, and I remember seeing splatters on the floor beside the chair. I don't remember anything.
Did it look like pools, or did it look just like?
It looked like I remember seeing dots,
Right.
but it had to have been more if Kate slipped.
If he slept, right.
I don't remember seeing any behind him. I remember his favorite blanket that his sister made him that was on him. There was like chunks of blood. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And was it towards the end of your interview then that you had confronted her with your suspicions?
Yes.
Because I think that this is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Whatever's happening between you and your husband, whatever the issues are, okay?
There are no issues. There are no issues. Because my husband sleeps in a chair in the living room?
I'm not saying
Because rumors flew last fall that I was sleeping with some kid that he even said was ridiculous and apologized to me for. Because as a married couple, we had a few months that we weren't communicating very well because we dealt with his mom's death hard. We've been fine. Never once did either one of us ever say that we were going to leave. Never once did we doubt our marriage, our kids, our family. We have plans.
Thank you, Judge. That's the end of that exhibit. Again, at any point during the second interview, did she talk to you about being awake at 3:30 in the morning and sending Snapchat messages with Houston Danker?
No.
Or deleting photos?
No.
Did she ever talk about the fact that she was having an affair with Houston Danker?
No.
And did she ever state that Houston Danker was a threat to Ryan in any way?
No.
No further questions.
Mr. Hawbaker?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And I don't think we have another witness for the state today, right? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let you go. And remember, there is no court tomorrow. You're off. We're off. We will resume Monday at 9 o'clock and ask that you be here ready to go then. Again, you've been giving this admonition several times.
Okay, so now we're going to go into day 3, which is where we need to be today anyway.
Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth? I do. Okay. And sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
John Turber, that's Jon, and the last name is Turbett.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. So
That was too soft.
stated
Can
your
y'all
name.
hear that?
And the last name is Turbett.
Can you
I
please
can't hear
provide
it.
us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
John Turbett, that's Jon, and the last name is Turbett.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. So you've stated your name. How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Iowa Department of Public Safety and specifically their Division of Criminal Investigation and Control, DCI.
How long have you been with this Division of Criminal Safety?
I'm just beginning my 26th year.
Can you tell us your
That's
Judge?
probably why.
All right.
The last name is Turbett.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. So you've stated your name. How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Iowa Department of Public Safety and specifically their Division of Criminal Investigation and Control, DCI.
How long have you been with this Division of Criminal Safety?
I'm just beginning my 26th year.
Can you tell us your education and training to be in this position?
I have a 4-year Bachelor of Arts degree from Coe College in Political Science, and I have a law degree from the University of Iowa College of Law. And then I attended a 19-week police academy for the state before becoming a sworn officer.
Are you therefore a peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes.
And we've talked about DCI to this jury, but there's some people who may not know what DCI really is. Can you just briefly tell us what DCI is in relation to other police departments in the state of Iowa?
Yes, we're oftentimes described as a rural law enforcement kind of assistance agency. So local police departments.
Okay, guys, I know this may bother some people. We have a general emergency on a air flight. Let me get this up. Let me share screen. This is the flight. Just want you guys to know that this is happening and that that's their view. So we just need to be in prayer for this flight. The flight number, this is the flight. Flying into Burbank. It is an emergency flight. It is Ambassador ERJ-145LR. And that is all we know at this moment. It is a smaller jet, as you guys can maybe see. Let me get to something a little different here. Nope, that's not what I wanted. My apologies. It is a smaller, there it is. It is a smaller jet. We just pray that it lands safely. As you can tell, it is turning around. It just took off from the Tahoe's Regional Airport. And this is this is Albuquerque. This is in New Mexico. Angel Fire is the town that's close by. And it is redirecting back. I'm sorry. It's near Taos. That's Taos. Just be in prayer for this flight. Make sure I'll let you know if they land safely. Back to our regular programming.
Department sheriff's offices are able to call us 24/7, and we would dispatch agents like myself, we're plainclothes detectives, police officers, to assist local agencies with investigations.
As part of an agent at the DCI, have you had experience investigating cases involving homicides or major crimes?
Yes.
What's your experience in that?
Basically, my entire career, I was working death investigations or homicides within my first year. I've continued to do that, probably with increasing frequency. It's now a pretty significant part of what I do.
So were you involved in the investigation of the death of Ryan Cooper that brings us into this courtroom today?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this investigation?
I actually became involved several years after Ryan's murder in 2023. I was asked by my colleagues to assist with a review and then specifically some interviews.
So fair to say that your specific role in the investigation was more of interviewing witnesses?
Yes, I think all that I did in this case was interviewing the defendant and several witnesses.
You talked about interviewing the defendant. Did you identify, can you identify the person? Is that person Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Can you identify her in this courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please go ahead and do that? You want to make the record reflect identification by the gesture of the hand?
The record so reflects.
Now, you talked about in the course of that investigation, you interviewed witnesses, including the defendant, Karina Cooper, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the day that you conducted the interview with Karina Cooper?
Yes, that was May 4th, 2023.
Do you remember where you conducted the interview?
Yes, I was instructed the interview would take place at 1846 K Avenue in Traer, which I understood to be the scene of the murder as well.
That's the residence where the defendant lived at?
At one time, yes.
When you're doing this interview in 2023, Ryan Cooper was killed in 2021. Is that a fair?
Yes, I believe June 18th, 2021.
And what was the purpose of the interview that you're doing in 2023?
A couple of things were discussed. We wanted to see if the defendant would hold to the same positions that she had several years prior, but also when we reviewed that, we just decided that it would be good to explore for more depth and more detail as well than what we had from a few years prior.
Was your
Guys, this is cool. Watch. We're coming in for a landing. We are watching the flight that put emergency call out. I'm praying they land safely. But look, this app is so cool. We're watching it land. From the cockpit, I can pull out a little bit like that. Hopefully it's landing. And they landed safely. Thank you, Jesus. Y'all, I get alerts when we have a major emergency on an aircraft. And yeah. So anyway, they landed safely. Well, kind of, sort of, not really. That don't be good. Are they going to loop around? Nope, he didn't touch down. He's got to go back around. Oh, Lord, y'all pray. Pray for this flight and those souls that are on board. We'll come back. It'll loop around, hopefully.
interview, when you take the interview, were you just with the defendant and you at that point?
Was it just the two of us?
Yes.
Yes, ultimately, when I first arrived, Ryan's brother Aaron was also present, and I met the two of them on the driveway. I spent a little bit of time with Aaron. He toured me through the home so I could see where things had occurred. And then shortly after that, I met with the defendant, and it was just she and I at that point.
When you interview the defendant, do you ask her to tell you everything in detail about what happened and the nature of her relationship with Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Do you, part of that is, do you also want to know everything and have a know that nothing should be left out?
Yes, so an extremely important part of the interview would be to explain I'm interested in every detail, even things that people might think are not so important. So I will give examples like every conversation or every meal or even what you ate for a meal or what were you watching on TV. I tell them no details too small because we're very interested of what people are willing to share or not willing to share. We really are just probing for as much detail as possible in those interviews.
Did you ask her to give you an account of what happened that night?
Yes.
Starting from earlier evening, did you ask her to tell you what happened?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
So the evening prior to the murder, she says that the family had gone to a baseball game. They had come home, I believe, around 8 p.m., had pizza. They'd cleaned up and showered. And then she said, really, from that point on, it was an uneventful evening. The children went to bed. She ends up in what they would call the master bedroom, I guess, in bed with two of the children. Ryan goes to sleep in his recliner, as was the norm for some time. And then she said that Cade had slept upstairs.
So you understood there were three children. One was called Cade, who was sleeping upstairs, and she was sleeping with two other children in the bedroom.
Yes, Cade would be the oldest, and she told me he was sleeping upstairs, and then the two younger, Cable and Cortland, would have been sleeping in the bed with her.
As you talked to her, did she report waking up during the night?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what she told you about waking up during the night?
She said the first time she woke, there was no particular reason other than that was the norm. Her body was kind of on that cycle, her bladder, and so she would normally wake between 2 and 3 a.m.
Thank you,
to
Ada.
go to the bathroom. And so she said at 3 a.m., she woke simply to go to the bathroom.
Did she tell you what her perception or observations of Ryan Cooper were at 3 a.m. when she went to the bathroom?
Yes, she reported that he was snoring and the TV was on. And so she went to the bathroom and just went back to bed.
So the TV was on and Ryan Cooper was snoring
Yes,
on the recliner.
yes.
Did she tell you what happened next?
She said she did fall back to sleep. She thought it was for a short period of time. And the next time that she woke was not for her bladder, but because she heard a crash.
Did she tell you what her thinking was in regards to the crash that she heard?
Yes, she said that she'd immediately assessed that as the shower caddy falling in the bathroom that was right next to the bedroom. And so she got up immediately to investigate.
How did she describe her getting up immediately to go investigate? What happened in that process?
She said she got out of the bed immediately and then had tripped over, they have a large dog, Ransom. She described him as a 100-pound Rottweiler. He was asleep at the foot of the bed. And so as she got out of the bed and made her way to the bathroom, she had tripped over the dog and then gone on to the bathroom.
Did she tell you if the dog made any noise?
She said the dog had made a woof, like a small noise like that.
When she tripped over the dog?
Yes, I think she was saying either when she tripped on it or right before she tripped on it, perhaps as if he'd perceived the noise but didn't get up, or when she tripped on him. Right, and that all happened in a short time frame.
According to her account, she tells you she goes to the bathroom.
Yes.
Then what did she tell you she does next?
She sees nothing in the bathroom, so she's there, very quickly, and then she moves on to the kitchen and sees nothing in the kitchen, and she describes, and we talk about for a little bit, her assessment. She looks out through the kitchen window into the well-lit driveway area, and she doesn't see any vehicles or any people in the kitchen or outside in the driveway area.
She describes the driveway as well lit.
Yes.
Once she looks outside the driveway and sees nothing or no vehicles or nobody, what does she do next?
She then moves on to the living room.
What does she say to you that she sees or does when she gets to the living room?
Her first perceptions that she described were the TV is now not on like it was now in sleep mode, so it had gone to sleep. And she goes over and turns on a lamp.
So now the TV is off?
Yes.
And she turns on a lamp in the living room?
Yes.
What does she tell you she sees or observes when she turns on the lamp in the living room?
So Ryan was still in his recliner. She turns the lamp on and she says, I see blood, lots of blood.
What does she describe that she does next when she sees lots of blood?
She begins screaming, and then she very quickly moves towards the stairs to go get Cade or intercept Cade as he's coming down the stairs.
So she tells you she runs upstairs to get Cade,
Yes.
who was the son who was sleeping upstairs.
Yes, that would be the oldest son that she said was sleeping upstairs.
Does she tell you the reason why she wants to get Cade?
I believe she says she doesn't want him to see things, so she tries to get him, on the stairs or upstairs and whisk him into the bedroom with the other two children and close him into that area so he doesn't see things or perceive things, I think.
She wants to lock him with the other kids in the bedroom.
Yes, so he can't see what's going on.
Now you talked about the dog Ransom, and you described him that she told you is like 100-pound Rottweiler. Did she tell you how the dog typically behaved with strangers?
Yes, my recollection is she described him as this 100-pound Rottweiler. He was interested in people, seemed to be very much a family dog. We were kind of comparing notes. I mentioned my dog. So for instance, she would talk about him spending time. He would roam the house at night and check in on the various family members, but interested in the family and people as they came.
Did she tell you he will typically bark at strangers?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
That Ransom will typically bark at strangers?
Yes.
You talked about his nighttime behavior. She described as a dog who would roam through the different rooms in the house.
Yes, she said that Ransom would roam. Sometimes he would spend time with Ryan out in the living room and sleep there for a while. He would sometimes go upstairs to see Cade or sleep up there a little bit. And then, of course, he would sleep in the bedroom as he was that night, she reported, when she tripped on him.
In fact, when you're discussing this, does she tell you about her bedroom door, whether it was open or closed, in relation to Ransom's behavior?
Yeah, I think in her description of the dog and his activities, I asked her, it occurred to me to ask, and I asked about the door, and she said the door was left open that night. It was at least partially open, so this large dog could come and go through the doorway as he pleased, since he was a roamer.
Let's talk about firearms. Did the question of firearms come up in the interview with the defendant?
Yes, I recall we had quite a lengthy conversation about firearms.
Did you and her discuss the firearms that would have been either in the house or either close to the house?
Yes, I think I made a couple of attempts to try to cover this well. I talked about guns she possessed, that Ryan possessed, guns that were in the house, other places they kept guns. Tried to have that conversation several different ways.
Did you learn that there was a firearm in the bedroom that she was
Yes.
sleeping in?
Yes.
Do you remember what firearm it would have been?
She described it as a .380.
So a .380 caliber handgun?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about Ryan
Matthew Brown's mother and business partner with the Guadalupe
teaching her
Light
how
Company
to
in Coronel,
use
Texas?
firearms?
She said that
Hi.
the
Sorry
.380
to- I have not
she
met
said was
you
in the
yet,
bedroom in a
but-
lockbox had been
Well,
given to
I'm
her
an
by
emergency
Ryan,
services
and
chaplain,
that they
and
had
I've
sat on the
spent 2
couch and
days
he had
with the
demonstrated where the
victims.
safety was, how to take a magazine in and
Hold on.
out. But that was the extent of the instruction that he provided her at that time.
As you talked to her about firearms, did you get to learn that she'd used firearms before?
Yes.
She tell you what kind of guns she'd shot before?
She said she'd shot shotgun in high school, but she had never shot a handgun.
When you talk, do you have a discussion about the house, in particular, the entry points in the house, and how visitors will come and go, or how people could come and go in this house?
Yes, having walked the house just shortly before that with Aaron, I tried to make sure I understood how people came and went from the house.
Can you tell the jury what you learned from that conversation?
Yeah, my understanding was, in speaking to Karina, there were only 2 entry points into the house. There was a door in the kitchen that was most typically used, really always used by people to come and go from the house. And there was a door that led to the outside that was in the living room where Ryan had been murdered, but that was rarely used.
In fact, did you learn that only a stranger would use the living room door?
She specifically told me that, and we went over that several times, that the kitchen door was the door that everyone came and went from. And if someone had utilized the living room door, she told me that would be someone who had never been to the house. It would be a stranger.
Did you ask her about her observations of the living room door that night that Ryan was killed?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me she thought the door was closed because if it had been open, she would have remembered that.
In fact, when she talks to you about that living room door, does she tell you the proximity or dimensions with it in regards to Ryan's recliner and where Ryan was found dead?
Yes, the recliner she described blocked that door for the most part and made its use difficult. It couldn't really open and close it well. Particularly, I think she said if Ryan was in the chair or someone was in the chair and it was reclined, it made that door even more unusable.
So she stated it would have obstructed, the recliner would have obstructed
Yes.
the door if it were to be opened with Ryan sleeping on it.
Yes.
Let's talk about the sleeping arrangements, especially in regards to Cade. Were you interested in asking her about where Cade slept and what his sleeping arrangements were?
Yes, I was very interested in that.
As you talk to her about this, what does she tell you?
So she told me that on that night, Cade had slept upstairs, and so that began a conversation where I tried to understand if that was normal for Cade to sleep upstairs or abnormal if he normally slept somewhere else.
And what did you learn from her?
So historically, Cade had spent quite a bit of time actually sleeping down in the living room. She said that he would watch movies with his dad and fall asleep on the couch by his dad. And there'd been attempts over the years to try and get him to sleep in his own bed upstairs.
Did you ask her about her having a conversation with Cade a couple of days before Ryan's death, where she wanted Cade to go sleep upstairs?
Yes, it was my understanding that there may have been a change in his sleeping arrangement within days of Ryan's murder. So I asked if she had specifically, or if someone had specifically had Cade sleeping in his bedroom as of, within days of that time frame or that week.
May we approach her?
You may. A short recess. We need to take up something, and so I would just remind you of the admonition. This shouldn't take too long, so I just remind you of the admonition from last week, and we'll have you back in here shortly. So, thank you. Agent Turby, you can go ahead and have a seat somewhere else if you'd like for a minute.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Oh, Yeah, Agent Turbot, I'm sorry, we don't need you to leave. Yeah, sorry, just mean you didn't need to stay in the witness box, sorry. You maybe have a seat behind counsel. All right, anyway, we're outside the presence of the jury. We have counsel and Ms. Cooper here. Towards the end there, right before we excuse the jury, Ms. Watt asked to approach, and Ms. Watt is objecting to Mr. Turbot's use of the word murder on several occasions. My understanding is the state does not object to that. Is that correct, Mr. Kodiaga?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so Agent Turbot, I would just ask and instruct you that when you're referring to Mr. Cooper's death from this point, don't use that word. All right. That satisfy you, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any further record you wish to make, Ms. Watt? No. Any further record you wish to make, Mr. Kodiaga?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then why don't we all take, since we're at a little break, anybody need anything, or are you guys good to go? You're good? Mr. Ringel, Mr. Kodiaga, are you good? Or do you need a little break? 5 minutes? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Hey, sorry guys, we had as y'all know, an emergency services chaplain, and I had an urgent situation I had to hop on for the situation with all the stuff that's happening here in Kerrville, Texas. We are still in the middle
Sleeping upstairs.
of a massive
days
recovery
leading
right
to
now,
Ryan's
and
killing,
I had to go
correct?
answer some
Yes.
questions for somebody. So please forgive me for stepping out. Yeah, 500,000 is not worth
Some
going out.
point in your
Yeah,
questioning, did you ask her if
definitely.
there was a conversation that showed
I
up?
wouldn't go to jail for
Purchasing
500,000.
and use of money.
Let me get my ears on this. I apologize.
As you talk about the marital relationship, does the name of Houston Denker come up?
Yes.
Are you the one who brings it up?
No.
Oh, why, thank you, Ada.
What does she tell you about Houston Denker?
So as I start to probe whether there was any infidelity or thoughts of infidelity, those kinds of things, she mentions Houston Danker as someone that she had cut hair for.
And that there had been rumors that they were having an affair?
She said yes. Everybody around town had rumored that she and Houston were having an affair.
Does she tell you a time frame of how long she'd been communicating with Houston Denker?
She says about 6 months prior to Ryan's killing, they had started to talk.
Do you ask her what Ryan Cooper's perception of Houston Denker, does that conversation come up?
Yes.
What does she tell you?
She said that Ryan, along with the rest of the town, was not did not trust Houston. That Ryan believed, like many people, that Houston had slept with older women in the community and was not to be trusted.
So she acknowledged rumors about extramarital relationship, that there were rumors between her and Houston Denker, but when you asked her if this was true, what was her position?
She gave a strong or an adamant denial that there'd been anything, and said that Ryan had no reason not to trust her and she had no reason not to trust Ryan.
Claimed that she only cut Houston's hair?
Only cut his hair and then watched his children several times for him, babysat.
Did you ask her when her last communication or when she was last with Houston Denker?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Several months after Ryan was killed, she noted was her last communication.
She gave you a date of sometimes in September 2021?
Yes, September 2021 is when she said she last had communication with Houston.
And in regards to that, does she say it's when she cuts his hair?
Yes, I think she pointed to that being the last time that she cut his hair.
Did you ask her about communicating with Houston Denker through Snapchats?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what she told you about the nature of communication with Houston in regards to using the Snapchat application?
I think she describes it as being fairly light usage, and nothing provocative or anything like that. It was pretty simple use of Snapchat.
And so nothing personal from Houston, just...
Right, I understood that there was little to no kind of back and forth, maybe personally, or it was very minor. Some of that would have been maybe even messages that multiple people would receive. So it was not of a intimate or personal nature.
So like a group message?
Yes, that's how I understood it.
Did you ask her whether she had wondered whether Houston Denker had killed Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I asked her that, or she commented on that.
Do you remember the nature of that part of the conversation?
Yes, she said she had wondered, but in the same sentence, she said, but everybody had kind of wondered that, or that had been kind of somewhat typical or kind of town speculation.
Did she linger on that, or she immediately moved on from it?
Very quick, a passing comment.
Did you ask her whether Ryan Cooper had ever accused her of having an affair with Houston?
Yes.
What did she tell you in regards to that?
She said, no, he would have no reason to ever accuse me of that. That's, again, where she told me that he trusted me and I trusted him, and there would have been no point in him asking me about any affairs because they hadn't happened.
You talked about being in that residence prior to talking to the defendant, Ms. Karina Cooper, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe that residence for the jury in terms of the size, like how big, whether it's big, smaller house?
Yes, spending just a little bit of time in the house prior to talking to the defendant, it was noteworthy to me how tight things were. I'm thinking of the bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen to the living room, the areas that were described for me later by the defendant. This was all very, very close in proximity. It was small.
And we've put on the board what's been admitted as State Exhibit 313. Are you able to see that from where you are, Agent Talbot?
Yes.
When you describe the bedroom, the bathroom, from the bedroom, as you say, again, when she says, I went to the bathroom and then went and looked out of the kitchen window to the driveway, you're saying it's very close quarters.
Yes.
As you talk to her father, does she give a later account of what she thinks the loud noise would have been?
Yes.
What does she say?
So initially it was the shower caddy that she'd kind of detailed and described, and then later she said, after further reflection, she had believed that the crash that woke her the second time when she was woke was actually the screen door from the living room that sometimes the wind would catch and bang into the railing.
So now she gives you an account that what she believes it was the screen door shutting.
Yes.
Sometimes in your discussion, do you bring up the novelty or the use of forensic evidence in your investigations?
Yes.
What in particular do you share or do you tell her?
So again, fairly typical in these interviews, I share some of the technology that law enforcement's able to utilize to gather evidence. I mentioned cell phone activity very quickly, but move on to a concept, I think I refer to it as fencing or geofencing, but this is, again, where there's an ability to track people's usage of their cell phones, even when they're just moving around. Advertisers are gathering data, and so beyond just using your cell phone or sending a text messages or kind of conventional pinging of a cell phone, that there's this ability to kind of draw a fence around an area and see which phones have been in the fence and out of the fence. So we call that fencing.
So talk to her about this geofencing technology. What do you observe as you talk to her about this? What do you observe from her?
She nods. She says yes. doesn't seem surprised by the technology or our use of it.
Appear to be savvy about, have some knowledge about geofencing?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yeah, at that time, geofencing was even less known than it is now. So you would, the typical person when we say that thing would not have a lot of knowledge about the use of geofencing or how we would be able to put cell phone usage in or out of a certain area.
So you talk, and so she appears to be very savvy about it.
Yes, somebody would have to be knowledgeable about technology, I would think, to understand that that was something that, I learned about through law enforcement use.
At this time, as you talk about geofencing, are you discussing the nature of the investigation and what you're seeing from what the phones will be saying?
Eventually, yes. So the conversation starts broad, just about different tools that we utilize. I talk about a couple of other electronic items that could be at our disposal, and then I draw that back to the case at hand and talk about what we'd be able to tell about what happened that night in that area.
So tell about this, does a body language or a demeanor change?
No.
As you, at some point in this discussion, does she become agitated?
Yes.
Is that when you started questioning what she told you?
Yes, I start to move from general application of the things that we talked about, the electronic evidence and those kinds of things, to what happened that night. And she became upset with me and said I was accusing her.
Claimed you're accusing her. Did you tell her you just wanted to know what had happened to Ryan?
Yes, I encouraged her to continue to talk to me and help me understand what happened that night in the house.
And what did she tell you in that regards to what happened, if she knew what happened to Ryan?
She tells me that if she knew who had done this to her husband, she would be in jail because she would have, in her words, she would have already killed that motherfucker.
Did she, in fact, at this point, chase you out of her property?
Yes, she told me to get off her property. And that was the last thing that I had just said that she said to me, as I was still encouraging her to sit down and continue telling me what happened that night.
She told you she was hiring a private investigator?
Yes.
To solve this killing of Ryan?
Yes.
Now, you spent a considerable lengthy time talking to the defendant, Ms. Cooper, correct?
Yes, I believe just a little over 3 hours that day.
In these 3 hours that you spent with the defendant, did she ever tell you that she was sending Snapchat messages to Houston Denker at 3:30 a.m. on the morning that Ryan was killed?
No, nowhere in that description that I'd ask her to give me to walk through the night did she tell me that.
Did she tell you that she was awake at 4:13 in the morning or thereabouts, deleting or looking up something on her phone?
No.
Did she tell you that about 3:32 or thereabouts a.m. that morning that she and Mr. Houston Denker were talking about her remembering to pick the shell casings?
There was no mention of that at all.
Did she acknowledge receiving a text message, a Snapchat message from Houston Denker at 4:42 a.m. stating, "Yep, just woke up"?
No. No acknowledgement of any messaging between the two of them that morning.
Did she tell you that when she found Ryan Cooper in the living room bleeding, whether she rendered any aid to Ryan Cooper?
She did not tell me that she had rendered aid in any way.
She tell you whether she checked for a pulse or heartbeat or anything to that extent?
No, that was not part of any of the description of events.
At some point in your conversation, do you talk about Michael Cole's clutch that was found in the driveway?
Not specifically, but a purse or something to that effect.
What would have been a clutch, correct?
Yes, yes.
Did she explain to you why that clutch was out in the driveway?
No, she acknowledged that that it was outside with no explanation for why it was out there.
During this discussion, you talked about her telling you about finances. Did she disclose to you that a bank had been urging her urgently to transfer money for overdrafts in days leading up to the killing of Ryan Cooper?
No.
Did she tell you that she made about 170 steps between 4:23 a.m. and 4:30 or so a.m. that morning?
No.
As part of your investigation, do you at some point talk to the man we've talked about, Houston Denker?
Yes, I do talk to him.
Do you remember the day that you talked to Houston Denker?
Yes, that would be October, I believe, 27th of 2023.
Prior.
May we approach them, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you so much for your support, FYI. Just so you know what I'm doing, we actually may have some support for the Centerpoint Volunteer Fire Department that lost all of its contacts in the flood. If you're playing the bingo game,
We
once
may
you
have
hit
several
bingo
breaks,
button, I
so
bingoed,
we do need to
entered
take
into
something
the
else
end
up
of the month drawing.
with just council and parties. So I am gonna take another break, and we'll say it'll be at least 10 minutes. So just so you folks know where kind of the time frame. And I would just remind you of that admonition again: keep an open mind, don't talk to anybody, don't let anybody talk to you, and don't do any sort of investigation or research, and stay away from any media accounts. So with that, we'll see you no sooner than 10 minutes.
Sidebar.
All right, go ahead and be seated. All right, so what I know at this point, which isn't much, is that we're going to get into some questioning of Agent Turbot of related to his interview of Mr. Danker, and that the defendant has an objection to that. And so why don't we start with you, Ms. Watt, and let me know what the defendant's objection is.
Thank you. We're not objecting to the interview that he gave to police in 2021. My specific objection is to the interview he gave in 2023. And because it's my understanding that the statements will come in if they're in furtherance of the conspiracy and up and until the conspiracy or the objective has been completed. It's our position that the statements in 2023 made to law enforcement, at that time, the conspiracy has ended. I know that the state is going to say that this is part of the cover-up, but there is some case law, at least the case that I found in Iowa, I believe, was State v. Waterbury, 307 Northwest 2nd, 45, Iowa, 1981. In that case, there's a statement given to police by a co-conspirator that occurs within 6 hours of the event. Because basically, the conspiracy at issue here is the conspiracy to commit murder. So the objective is to finish the murder. And in the Waterbury case, that person gives a false statement to the police about who killed the person within 6 hours of the event. I can't find any cases that specifically allow for statements by a co-conspirator that are made years after the event. And it's my position that the cover-up doesn't last for years. And also the cover-up is not part of the conspiracy, as clearly in every case, people don't want to get caught. That is just part of any crime. And so that's not necessarily the cover-up, just every statement anybody makes. I have some indication here that while there may be a subsidiary conspiracy to conceal the crime after the central purpose has been achieved, such a subsidiary conspiracy may not be implied from the circumstantial evidence showing merely that the conspiracy and that the conspirators took care to cover up their crime to escape detention and punishment. Because here, the conspiracy again is to kill Ryan. It's unreasonable to say and believe that every single thing that Houston says to police up until his arrest counts as a statement by a co-conspirator. Further, we don't have any indication that these two are even still talking. I think Agent Turbot has testified that Karina said that the last time she spoke to Houston was in September of 2021, and I haven't heard any evidence suggesting that they spoke after that or closer in time to 2023. So our position is essentially that the concealment phase doesn't last forever, and this is too distant and too remote from the actual event and the objective of the conspiracy. Thank you.
And so the hearsay, it's hearsay based on, because it doesn't meet that conspiracy exception.
Yes.
And the quote you just gave, was that from the case that you cited, the 307 Northwest 45? Or was that from some
I
other?
don't know that it was. I would have to look and try and figure out where exactly
Okay.
I got that from.
But that's the right site, 307 Northwest 45.
That is the citation for the case I could find that's most close to this.
And to be clear, again, you guys have better information. There was a 2021 interview of Mr. Danker, and we're not talking about that. If the state is going to offer evidence related to that, you don't have an objection.
No objection to that one. I think there's only 2 interviews, one in 21. Well, there's 3, one in 21, one in 23, and one in 24. I don't think the state intends to go into the one in 24.
All right. So who's Mr. Kodiaga?
For the purpose of consistency, I know Mr. Ringel has argued this with the court before. We'll let Mr. Ringel argue this part.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. The state is relying on State v. Tangi, that's 616 Northwest 2nd, 564, and other similar cases, and noting that.
I'm sorry, 616 Northwest 2nd. Give me that last bit again.
564.
Okay.
In noting that the conspiracy can continue to the concealment phase, I believe there's a number of cases where statements were admitted that essentially involve covering up the crime that was committed and misleading the police. Now, the cover-up in and of itself, or a cover-up of a crime, doesn't necessarily constitute a conspiracy, thereby allowing information or otherwise hearsay statements to be admitted. But when a conspiracy is found to pre-exist, and then there are statements made in furtherance of that conspiracy, including cover-up, they are admissible. And I think that's an important distinction here, and I think that's what's outlined in Tangi and other similar cases from the state's perspective, the information that we'll be admitting essentially is in furtherance of the conspiracy in the sense that it is information that from the state's perspective appears to be agreed upon by the two parties here. There's a striking similarity between the information that they're providing to law enforcement, and so it's the state's position that this is in fact in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And again, I don't know what the statements are. Presumably, it would be kind of a statement by statement analysis, right? I mean, wouldn't you have to analyze each statement by Mr. Danker to determine whether or not it's in furtherance of the conspiracy? I don't know how long this interview is, but I mean, again, I haven't seen it. I haven't been provided a transcript of it. I don't know what's in there. And so, I mean, the defendant's essentially saying it should be blanketly excluded. You're essentially saying it should be blanketly, admitted. And isn't it a more, I guess, refined analysis than that?
Judge, I think it probably is a little more refined, and I think it is more nuanced. I do think that once the court has made a determination that a conspiracy exists, those statements made by the co-conspirator are not hearsay. They're statements by a party opponent. I think that the statements that are relevant to the analysis that the state believes are in furtherance of the conspiracy, in other words, statements made to conceal not only the objective of the crime, but the fact that the crime occurred at all, do come in. And then I think statements that are necessary to explain the context in which those statements were made would come in as well. That's what the state intends to admit. I don't believe the state intends to simply hit play or talk about everything that Houston Danker said to law enforcement.
All right. And just so we're clear on where we're at as far as the conspiracy, it's my understanding, at least for purposes of this, Ms. Cooper is not contesting, for purposes of this analysis, Ms. Cooper is not contesting the existence of a conspiracy for purposes of this analysis.
Correct.
All right. So that's...
Well, we are saying the conspiracy has ended.
I understand. That's a different analysis. You're saying there was for purposes of this analysis, there was a conspiracy. So statements properly made during the course of that conspiracy are not hearsay. Your argument, again, is the conspiracy's ended, and that still, even then, you've got to determine that the statement has been made in furtherance of the conspiracy cover-up. And again, I guess my point is each particular statement would need to meet that analysis. So let me bring this back a second. We have a 2021 interview that apparently there's no dispute about. Are you planning on offering that interview as well, or not?
Portions, yes.
I'm sorry, portions, yes? All right. Well, anything else, Ms. Watt or Mr. Ringel? Ms. Watt, your microphone's on, and so I can't hear you very well.
I think the place I was getting my information where I was talking about subsidiary conspiracies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could be US v. Lombard, LOMBARD, 72 F 3rd 170, First Circuit 1995. I also have possibly Grunewald v. United States, that's GRUNEWALD, 353 US 391, 1957. If I narrow it down better, I will let you know.
All right. Mr. Ringel, anything further on your end?
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Judge, I would just note that I'm not aware of any case that indicates essentially a time bar on the length of a conspiracy and how long that conspiracy can continue after the time of the killing. Other than that, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is take 5 or so minutes, take a quick look at these cases you've cited, and we'll come back in and I'll make a ruling on this and bring the jury back in. All right? So we'll be in recess for approximately 5 minutes, maybe a few more. We'll see how quickly I can get this done.
Okay, we're going to zoom. Just want to let everybody know that I have been able to get the 501c3, mine, up and it's, well, not up. I've had it for years, but we're now putting all donations for the emergency situation here in Kerrville, through this particular process. As to that way, if you require or request a letter for tax purposes, I can send it to you, and 100% of it will be going through. There's my Venmo account. I do have a 501c3, just so y'all can verify. I have an IEN number, and I have all that wonderful things. Where is it? There we go. There is the certificate of affiliation with the 501c3. And so I have the IRS numbers. That is all made available to you if you require or request it. But we're going to start sending all of it through the 501c3. Let me do this. There we go. I'll pin it up at the top. Replace pin. All right. So we're going to zoom now. Give him his time.
Mr. Ringel.
Okay. I have asked some people who wanted the Venmo account. I can do that because it does not conflict with the YouTube rules. There are some rules through YouTube that I have to follow. So, but this is for any and all donations that anybody wants to make, including those you've already made, will be going through the 501c3. So you guys can get the full benefits of those donations on your taxes. So thank you so much, everybody. We do have a fire department that literally has lost. So I just posted that a few minutes early, but that's okay. We do have a fire department, a volunteer fire department, one of our more busier volunteer fire departments, come back with just their trucks to the fire department only to find the river had washed everything away. It was empty. All the bunker gear, all the wildland gear, all the gear, everything was empty. So unfortunately, we are for them, but we are fundraising for them. And also I am working with disabled people who were disabled who lost their medical equipment. So some of that money will go to them as well to help replace either wheelchairs. I mean, people don't realize that a lot of times the disabled people who have special equipment takes months to get it replaced. So our goal is to accommodate them as best we can. We will be working with organizations such as Red Cross, but with the bureaucratic tape and everything that they go through in the Red Cross, when it comes through my organization, I can just go buy it and hand it to them. Don't have the Red Cross, the red tape that a lot of the other organizations have. So if you guys are inclined to donate to help the victims and those who are servicing our victims, please do so. I would greatly appreciate it so very, very much. I've had some of y'all asking, and that's
the scheme from
my answer.
Victims and from authorities. They do so to continue the scheme, or at least to keep the fruits of it and to avoid prosecution. And anyway, they go on in that case to admit statements that were made allegedly in that case in furtherance, as part of the alleged concealment phase in furtherance of the conspiracy. So based on that case and the authorities cited in that case, I do believe that statements that are part of a concealment phase, even if they're 2 years later,
would be admissible. I mean, it makes no logical sense that there would be a timeline on concealment of a crime between co-conspirators, 20 years down the road if people are, had committed a crime, conspired to commit a crime together, and were still engaged in concealing it up. Logically, why should that be treated differently than something 6 months after the crime? So anyway, for those reasons, to the extent the statements in the interview are offered part of the concealment phase, the objection's overruled, and we can move forward. Any questions related to that? Or are we ready to proceed? I'll start with you, Mr. Ringel. Judge, I don't believe so. Thank you. Ms. Watt, any questions on your end?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to step out, grab Erin, and see if she can bring the jury back in, and then we'll get started. And just so I'm not planning on taking another break before the lunch recess. Everybody going to be good with that? 2 minutes.
Twenty 23, had you or one of your other agents talked to Mr. Denker in close proximity to the time of Ryan Cooper's death?
Yes, my colleague, a fellow DCI agent, spoke to Houston.
You reviewed that interview with Mr. Denker prior to even talking to him before talking to him in 2023, correct?
Yes, I reviewed the June 18 interview.
And June 18th, is that June 18th, 2021?
Yes.
The day that Ryan Cooper was killed.
Yes.
Reviewing that, did you understand that that Houston Denker was asked about her communication with the defendant, Karina Cooper, or over Snapchat?
Yes.
What was his response to that?
Again, I think he says there's no real communication going on via Snapchat between the two at that time.
When you say that, can you elaborate on what he says more on that?
I think he admits to some messaging, but again, there's nothing intimate or personal going on between the two.
Does it give a frequency of how often he being Houston Denker and Karina Cooper would communicate on Snapchat?
Once or twice a week.
Does it give a time frame of how long they would have been communicating?
I don't remember. It might have been a period of several months, 3 or 4 months.
But otherwise, these are random snaps, not anything.
Yes.
Does he get asked what his relationship with Karina Cooper entails?
Yes.
What does he say?
Again, she's been cutting his hair. I think he says at that point, maybe for a period of even a couple of years. They have just had what he would describe as kind of a typical conversation almost between a person getting their hair cut and the person doing it.
Is Houston Denker asked if there was any problem between him and Ryan Cooper, especially as regards Snapchats?
Yes.
What's his response?
No problem between he and Ryan with regard specifically to anything to do with Snapchat.
Is he asked how he will describe his relationship with the defendant, Karina Cooper?
Yes, the agent asked him to talk about that.
What, in Houston Denker's words, how does he describe himself in terms of his relationship with Karina Cooper?
Houston tells the agent at that time that he's like a gay best friend to Karina, totally platonic. There's no sexual or romantic interest. So he says it's like a gay best friend.
Is he at this time confronted whether he was having an affair or a sexual affair with Karina Cooper?
He's asked that, yes.
And is his response still that no, it's just a gay best friend?
Yes, strong denial to any affair.
Does he acknowledge that there are rumors in the community that they are having a sexual relationship?
He does. He says during this time of her cutting his hair, they've talked about relationships and kids and life. And he has shared that he has a couple of young children. He's a single dad. So Karina has apparently done a little bit of babysitting. So he says the community picks up on the fact that his truck is over at the Cooper house on one occasion. And so the rumor has started that they're having an affair and that he is, in his words, banging Karina, having sex with her.
And so he says Karina has been watching his kids, and that's the extent, and that's what's led to the rumors, because the defendant has been babysitting his kids, his being Houston Denkel's kids.
Yes, Houston's very clear in the June 18, 2021 interview that she just cuts his hair and then she has babysat for him. I think he puts it at several times, just a few times. And that is what has started the rumors in the community.
Is he asked if there's been any inappropriate Snapchats or messages between him being Houston Denker and the defendant, Karina Cooper?
Yes.
What's his response to that?
He says absolutely no inappropriate Snapchatting going between them.
Thank you very much, Agent Talbot. At this point, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ms. Watt?
Thank you. I understand you interviewed Karina, was it 2023?
Yes, May 4th, 2023.
And Aaron Cooper was there at the time as well?
He met on the driveway and was there for a short bit, and then he ended up leaving and staying in the area.
Was there a time where Karina wanted Aaron to stand by and be with her during the interview?
There was some discussion of that.
So at least at that time, Aaron and Karina appeared to be on good terms?
Seemed courteous, yeah, as we stood in the driveway and talked for a few minutes.
There's been a lot of talk about this Rottweiler dog and how the dog might be expected to behave. Did you review the body cam of Deputy Fangman?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When he arrives on scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So I guess, have you observed for yourself how this dog behaves?
No. I've only been told by others.
Is most of what you discussed with Karina on some sort of recording?
So the interview, as I said, or the total recording from the time I pull up in the driveway, I believe is 3 hours and 10 minutes. What you can hear is I activate my recorder immediately. I actually put a header on saying I've just arrived, the date and time. I get out and introduce myself, and at some point unbeknownst to me, that recorder immediately malfunctions. It stops. I don't catch that until I'm now pretty far into my conversation with just Karina. I look down, so we're at about the 2-hour mark of my total time there, and I see the recorder has malfunctioned, so I immediately turn it on, and I'd taken good handwritten notes, so I recap everything with her and then continue on.
But with DCI agents, you do not have a body cam, it's only an audio recording?
That's correct.
You talked about how you talked to Karina about this geofencing, right?
Yes.
As an investigator, are you allowed to is one of your tactics basically to sometimes tell people you have things that you may actually not have?
We would imply that we certainly have a better understanding or have more knowledge than we do sometimes. Yes,
So officers are allowed to lie to people.
they are. The Supreme Court has said that.
It's my understanding, in looking at your notes from the recording at least, that you explained to Karina how geofencing works.
Yes, in some type of kind of simple fashion.
Okay. And also how cell tower data works.
Again, in a simple way, yes. I think.
Right. But she didn't say, hold up, I already know all these things.
She did not. She just nodded and says yes.
Do we have geofencing information in this case that you're aware of?
I actually don't know. You'd have to speak to somebody on the technology side.
Do you, so I imagine then you don't necessarily know what the geofence actually captures and is capable of?
In this case?
In any?
It's not my area of expertise, so we would rely on other people. Geofencing has been used, and we would just ask what's been captured in a case-by-case basis if that's utilized.
So you wouldn't know whether the geofence actually captures every phone that travels through that fence?
In this case again, or?
In any?
I don't know how tightly someone would describe that. I guess you'd have to talk to somebody that has better understanding of that.
The conversation with Houston Danker in 2021 that we're discussing, that was captured on a video recording, correct?
It was.
And you had a chance to look at that?
I did.
Would you agree with me that his statements, the best evidence of those would be actually watching the video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to play that video and I'd mark it as Defendant's Exhibit C and ask that it be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
Y'all, what are your thoughts on this case? I know y'all are kind of talking about it. I'm going to get in my soapbox about the attorney. She's annoying and unprofessional. The way she leans on the desk and puts her head in her hands is frustrating. Her behavior is a little bit more relaxed than I'm used to and that I care to have.
You ready for me to try your screen? Just let me know.
Yes, let's try
All
it.
right.
I don't know, we'll find out.
No. Try it again.
See, I'm not going to blame the lawyer because they did say they did a dry run the morning before they started. And technology is just very finicky. So I get it. But we can zoom, y'all. I'm blessed to have finally gotten this set up with the 501c3. It took a little bit to do. I apologize. All those who have donated, it will go through that 501c3 as well. So thank you very much for all your donations. Right now, we are going to be working with victims, especially those who do not have their medical equipment they needed. Also, we're working with the volunteer fire department that lost everything while they were out saving lives. and recovering lives. Their fire department, the floods water came in and literally just swept it. They came back with nothing. It was like somebody came in and stole everything. And all their bunker gear, their extra boots, everything they need to continue doing what they're doing. We are getting what's the word I'm looking for? They have been getting things like fluids. They've gotten a rig of water that came in, a Gatorade, liquid IV, and stuff like that. But there's some equipment that only they can purchase and replace, like full bunker gear, the wildland gear. They're all their ropes and shovels, all of their baskets that they carry bodies in, all their rescue equipment, the EED, which is the thing that shocks the heart. All of that is gone. Gone. Bye-bye. So with that, I just want to thank everybody for your love and your support. And I appreciate you so, so, so very much. I am looking forward to a calmer week next week, but it's going to take us a good year or two to get over this. Okay, we're going to zoom. I was hoping this would be quick. Here we go.
I think with the agreement of council is we're going to move forward with, I think, questioning of witnesses, and we're going to try to set aside things that require use of technology at this point till maybe over the, and give council some time over the lunch hour to hopefully get squared away with all the tech issues that may crop up. So with that, we'll come back to playing that interview at a later point. Ms. Watt, why don't you go ahead then with your cross-examination?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Kodiaga?
Just to be clear, when you asked about the video recording that we were unable to play in regards to it being best evidence, is that just because it will have more details of exactly every word that was spoken?
Yes.
But your summary or summation to the jury is pretty much what that 20 minutes, what is said within that 20 minutes of that interview.
Yes, and what I said was accurate.
And pretty accurate to the flavor of what was said in that 20 minutes of that interview.
Very much so.
You talked about your interview being recorded by an audio recorder, correct?
Yes.
And even though your recorder failed, you still were able to capture a lot and go through the same with the defendant, Karina Cooper, of what you'd covered before.
Yes, I took very detailed notes, which we always do as a backup because malfunctions happen with those recorders in the field. And then I reread those things back to her to make sure I understood them correctly from my notes, and she agreed.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross?
When I'm saying best evidence, I mean, wouldn't it be, as an investigator, you're evaluating somebody's credibility, right?
I am when I talk to people, sure.
Okay, so when I say best evidence, it's just sometimes better to talk or see the person and hear the words come out of their mouth on a video.
You would have the benefit of visual and you would have more detail, as the prosecution said.
Right, that's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Kodiaga?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Interpret, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Ringel or Mr. Kodiaga or Ms. Williams, state prepared to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kirsty Shetta.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. You want to come over and have a seat to my far left, if you would? So you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. Yep, it's on. You can move it up, down, closer. So. Okay. All right. First thing I'm going to do, ma'am, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you could please give us your first and last name and spell them both for us for the record.
Kirsty Sheda, Kirstieseda.
All right. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Sheda. Do you prefer Kirsty or Ms. Sheda?
Kirsty's fine.
Thank you. Kirsty, where do you currently live?
Traer, Iowa.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I work at JSA Development, downtown Waterloo.
Ms. Sheda, at some point in 2024, did you meet with law enforcement regarding this case?
Yes.
Did they tell you why they wanted to meet with you?
No.
Was it generally to discuss the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Did you know Ryan and Karina Cooper well?
Yes.
How long have you known Ryan and Karina?
Probably 8 to 10 years.
Okay. When did you first meet them?
When I moved to town.
Okay.
Traer.
About when did you move to Traer?
2007.
Okay. Who'd you meet first, Ryan or Karina?
Ryan.
Okay. How did you meet Ryan?
I was working at a place in Traer, and it was a hardware store, cell phone place, so he came in for parts.
Okay.
And cell phone.
At some point thereafter, did you meet Karina?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and Karina and Ryan develop a sort of friend group, I guess, as it were?
Yes.
And who all was in this friend group that you all shared?
It would have been me and my husband, Carmen and Jamie, Matt and Regan, Ike and Michelle, Cynthia and Barry. There was multiples.
What kind of things would you all do as a group?
Various things. We would go hang out at each other's places. A bunch of the friends had shops that we hung out at.
Was this a frequent type of activity or organization, or how would you characterize how often you all saw each other?
I would say, at least once a weekend, if not during the week also.
Did you all travel together?
Yes.
Okay. And take your friends and kids together on these
Correct.
Trips? Okay. And you stated you knew Ryan first, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe Ryan Cooper?
Man of little words.
Okay. Understand. Did you at some point work with Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, where was that at?
Aurora Agronomy.
Okay. What did you do there?
I was the office, took care of all the books, ordering.
How did you come to be in that position at Aurora?
Karina had worked there before, and she was pregnant with Cortland, and then she wanted to stay home. So then I applied for the job.
Did she kind of refer you to that job or let you know in advance, hey, I'm leaving this position?
Yeah, we had talked.
Okay. And were you and Karina at one point, were you pregnant at the same time?
Yes, with our first children.
Okay. You kind of
And our
bond over
second.
that? I'm sorry.
And our second.
And your second, okay. And did you all kind of bond over those
Yes.
kind of mutual pregnancies together? Would you say that you and Karina became good friends during that time?
Yes.
In this time that you knew Ryan and Karina together, what observations did you make about how Ryan would interact with Karina?
I guess if Karina was mad or yelling at him, his demeanor was always just to put his head down and take it.
How was he with his children?
Good.
You said at some point you and Karina also became good friends. How would you describe your relationship with Karina at the beginning?
Yeah, we had just an interest of bonding because we both did hair, and we kind of just became friends through that, and her starting to date Ryan. We would hang out as families together. We'd go on vacations together. We're just close with the whole Cooper family.
At some point, did you actually help out in her shop, her hair shop?
No, I'd never.
Did your friend group have kind of a group Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay. And was there one group Snapchat or were there several group
Several.
Snapchats? At some point, would you say that there was a shift in your relationship with Karina or Karina's relationship with the whole kind of extended friend group?
Yes.
Can you pinpoint about when that occurred?
Late fall of the year before Ryan was murdered.
So the fall of 2020, would that be about
Correct.
the time? What were some of the changes that you noticed?
Just pulling away from our friend group, not responding back to messages. We had heard some different things throughout town, and we just kind of started separating, I guess.
I guess that's kind of where I was going. Did something specific, or can you identify something specific that may have triggered that shift in the friend dynamic?
It would have been the rumors going around about her in Houston.
Before we get to that, I want to ask you a little bit about what you noticed between Karina and Ryan's dynamic. How would you describe Karina's behavior or towards Ryan?
Depending on a given day, some days were okay, some days were not, and her demeanor towards him was anger.
Can you recall any examples when you say some days were okay and then some days were not okay?
I mean, there was times where she would rant about him and talk about how, you know, he was always off working and doing all this stuff, and she would just get like angry about it. And at one of our conversations, she's like, we talked about, I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember exactly her words, but it was like talking about if she would leave, she would try to take him for everything he had.
Were some of these incidents in front of Ryan? Would he be around during some of these times that she would behave this way?
I mean, when she was mad at him, she would, some of them were not. There was an instance where we were all hanging out and she would refer to him as, because we worked together, me and Ryan, she would refer to me as his work wife and kind of belittle, I guess, Ryan, and be like, why don't you ask your work wife? Maybe she can do it better for you.
Did you take that as kind of a dig?
Yeah, correct.
How would Ryan respond?
Objection, Your Honor, you're set.
Sustained. Throughout Ryan's, or when you and Karina were discussing things, did she ever express to you any resentment towards Ryan?
Often.
What were those resentments centered around?
That Ryan got everything, or the farm got everything.
Were they primarily financial?
Yes.
Did Karina seem concerned with her place with the finances of the farm?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation and much of this is beyond the scope of the minutes.
I'm sorry, what was the last part? I didn't.
Beyond the scope of the minutes. Speculation beyond the scope of the minutes.
Council want to approach?
So,
Part of the friend group and a business partner of mine, Carmen Earhart.
Did the ladies in the group kind of have a separate group that was apart from the full families of groups?
Yeah, we had multiple different groups.
Did you guys have kind of a
We had a
term-
golf group.
Okay, a golf group.
We had a TCMW group. I mean, we had them named all sorts of different things.
Okay. When you say the TCFW, was that the Tama County Housewives group? Okay. And so you're saying about 2 days before Ryan was killed, Karina just left all of the Snapchat groups. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she give you a reason for exiting those groups?
Nope. I just remember in our golf group, there was a tournament on that Wednesday. All of us girls had started talking about getting a group together for golf on that Wednesday, like on that Monday prior. And I told the girls I was out because we were flying out. Everybody else in the group was talking to get their group. And then Karina just like never responded. She just.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Are you a gun owner, Kirsty?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of firearm do you have?
A Ruger 9.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Karina about guns or firearms in general?
Yes, we had one conversation that I recall shortly after we got our permit to carries.
What types of guns did you and Karina talk about specifically, if any?
We talked about how I shot my Ruger 9 and I didn't like the kickback, that it kicked back really bad. And then I had shot my mother-in-law's baby 22 and that it was just like so smooth. And just how the correspondence of that was so different. And then she said the same thing. She's like, I just got a 22 as well, like, and it shoots so smooth. I understand what you're talking about. You know, like we just kind of talked about that.
So she described to you how the 22 shot as well?
Yes.
Do you remember about when that conversation occurred?
I would have got my permit to carry in 2018, December. So it would have been late winter going into January, February when we were hanging out.
Okay. So well before Ryan is killed, you guys are having pretty in-depth conversations about firearms and the different characteristics of the firearms you had, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Mr. Hawbaker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So you became good friends with Ms. Cooper, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were good friends for quite a long time, fair?
Fair.
And even during that time that she might have yelled at Ryan or had good days or bad days, you remained her friend?
Correct.
And that behavior was nothing that was shocking or concerning to you. I'm assuming you chalked that up as just sort of the normal dynamics of a relationship.
At points, yes.
Yeah, okay. And the friend group that you were having, these snaps and things like that, did law enforcement ever seize your phone to verify the Snapchat conversations?
No.
Okay. But those conversations, and whether or not Ms. Cooper left the group and things like that, presumably she did that from her phone?
Yeah, she would have to remove herself from the group.
And all the time that you saw Ms. Cooper get angry at Ryan or anything like that, you never saw any act of violence by Ms. Cooper towards Ryan, correct?
It was not physical, verbal.
Never hitting, never smacking, nothing like that?
No.
Yeah. Or threats of physical harm, threats to shoot him or anything like that, never said that?
No.
This golf tournament that you were talking about, was Karina even invited to that?
She signed up on her own.
The guns that you were talking about, those are handguns, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. No talk about rifles or long guns?
No.
And the permit to carry, you ultimately got your permit to carry?
Yes.
And with that permit to carry, does that involve some education on your part?
Yes.
You have to learn some things.
Yes.
Are you aware that there are resources online that can provide you with that information?
I never looked into that, no.
Okay. Courses on guns, things like that?
No.
So you wouldn't know if Karina was taking advantage of those online resources when she was getting her permit?
I do not.
That information about the 22 being smooth, did you ever witness Ms. Cooper shoot that gun?
I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Kirsty, were there points or incidences where you thought Karina's behavior towards Ryan was not normal or not appropriate?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Anything further, Mr. Hawbaker?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Mr. Kodiaga, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
The state calls Carmen Earhart.
I can't understand this man's. And I don't know why I have the captioning turned on.
Anybody wants to stand up and stretch while we wait for the witness to come on in? Feel free. I'm going to.
Yes, it's Carmen Earhart, first name C-A-R-M-E-N, last name E-R-H-A-R-D.
Where's the sound?
Ronnie.
Let's step back.
Only
There we go.
giving in these proceedings will be the truth.
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give me your first name and your last name and spell them both for us, please?
Yes, it's Carmen Earhart, first name C-A-R-M-E-N, last name E-R-H-A-R-D-T.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you. Still morning, good morning.
Ronnie.
Stated your name. Can you tell us where you currently reside?
I live in Traer, Iowa.
Again, where?
Traer,
Traer.
Iowa. Yep.
And is this a community you've lived in for a long time?
Yes, I've lived there since I've been married for 20 plus years.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Ryan Cooper?
I have known him got to know him very well through all the stuff that we did. Being a small town, you're going to know people, but as far as Ryan, we do things like such as going motorcycling, snowmobiling. We take vacations, stuff together, but have just known him more through my husband is how I got to know him.
What's your husband's name?
Jamie.
So you knew Ryan through Jamie?
Yes.
Fair to say you...
Okay, we're going to pause here because we have movement in the other courtroom. We probably have a hung jury. So we're going to go here and see what they have to say.
Is just about 4:45. Nearing the end of the day, so I'm going to go ahead and release the jurors for the evening. So ask the jury if you want in.
So they're going to release the jury for the evening.
Counsel, please stipulate to which one of our juries.
State will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, it is a little bit after 5:45. At this point in time, I am going to send you home for the evening. I'm going to bring you back tomorrow morning for continued deliberations. All of the rules of juror conduct are in place. They're all important. However, before you go home for the evening, I want to remind you of a few things. You must continue to avoid all communications.
Okay, so they're going to go home. So we're going to come back over here.
The Coopers were family friends?
Yes, we did. I knew Ryan before I knew Karina, but once they got together, we got started.
What did you do for a living? Did they ask?
Is this a community you've lived in for a long time?
Yes, I lived there since I've been married for 20 plus years.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Ryan Cooper?
I have known him got to know him very well through all the stuff that we did. Being a small town, you're going to know people, but as far as Ryan, we do things like such as going motorcycling, snowmobiling. We take vacations, stuff together, but have just known him more through my husband is how I got to know him.
What's your husband's name?
Jamie.
So you knew Ryan through Jamie?
Yes.
Fair to say you and the Coopers were family friends?
Yes, we did. I knew Ryan before I knew Karina, but once they got together, we got starting doing things such as when we started motorcycling and we'd go on motorcycling trips. We'd go on, we have a place in Wisconsin, and they would go, and for a short time that they had a camper up at that location in which we would share and spend weekends and holidays and stuff too at.
Do you know someone by the name of Karina Cooper?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that person in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that person by where she's seated or an item of her clothing?
She's sitting over to my right with a sweater on.
Did the record reflect identification?
The record so reflects.
So you've testified you knew Karina through Ryan. Were your families pretty close?
We were, like I said, we did a lot of things together, from just vacationing or times, but I got to know her very well, became a good friend of hers. She would do my hair.
So we've had testimony that she used to cut hair and do hair?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at their home in Trail?
Yes.
At some point in the year leading up to Ryan's death, does the nature of the friendship change?
It does. We had a little bit of falling out. I would say that the friendship wasn't as close as it had been in the past.
Now, as someone who was around both Karina Cooper and Ryan Cooper, were there occasions that you and your husband and the Coopers would go out to socialize, maybe to drink or hang out?
Yes, it was quite frequent, yeah.
During these occasions, did you chance to notice or observe moments of hostility exhibited towards Ryan Cooper by Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what issues would make Karina be hostile towards Ryan?
It would be different times, like arguments where she would just get very upset with him. She would, sometimes that was even directed to other people than just him, but she would just, for whatever reason, they would be arguing and she would get very loud and would argue in person with them.
Would she get very mean when she was upset with Ryan?
Yes, I mean, you could physically tell she was very upset and that with him.
Agitated?
I'm sorry.
Agitated.
One of the prime example would be is I know that we were at a location, we've been out, she was arguing with Ryan. Another friend tried to step in and kind of like dissolve the situation. She even grabbed that person by the hair and ripped them back out of the argument. So I mean, you could physically tell that she was very upset. As far as the conversation, I don't know what was going on, but it was very blatant. You could see that she was not happy with him.
Now, were there conflict that you observed involving money or finances?
There's been conflict, yeah. We've personally had some conversations where she shared some of what she may have felt like he was getting, and as far as what her money would go towards and what she would spend on. There would be conversations as far as the farm setup. Like I said, we spent a lot of time together. She was around my family. Our family farms, as far as how they're set up, are pretty similar, so I was familiar with how things were.
Can you tell the jury more about that?
Some of them would be, the conversations we had would be where she would be upset, where she felt like if he wanted to buy a side-by-side, he would get the side-by-side. He wanted the truck, he got the truck, but her money, she would have to, that she was making, she would have to spend that on the food, the kids, and that, so she wouldn't get, but then she would also in the same breath state that if she, Ryan had to buy his own side-by-side, but Cooper's Farms would buy Aaron the side-by-side and stuff, so.
So as regard the Cooper's farm, was it your observation or understanding that she knew how money was controlled in terms of the Cooper farm controlling some of the money that Ryan had access to?
Yes, I mean, in our and just our conversations to each other, yeah, she had a good understanding how it is, and just even, like I said, with family farms being set up pretty similar, and knowing how those corporate farms work, she knew where the money came from.
Likewise, because your family had the same kind of setup where the corporate farming family was in charge of the finances of the expenditure.
As far as, yep.
At some point, do you become aware of the defendant, Karina Cooper, having an affair with someone named Houston Dinker?
At first, it was just hearsay as far as rumors. But the day I really became very well aware of it is we had been actually out an evening at Larry's in Lincoln, and we had all been, Ryan, Karina, Jamie, and I had been there. We had actually left earlier before the bar closed and went home. We were already in bed asleep once we got a phone call, which actually was Ryan calling Jamie in the middle of the night, which was that was unusual. In fact, I think it was probably the first time we ever got a phone call that late at night from him. So my husband answered it, afraid that like something had happened. And so he picked up the phone and he was talking to him. Ryan proceeds to tell Jamie that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
So there was a phone call Ryan makes at night. That phone call, is that how you became aware of an affair?
Yes.
Did you ever personally confront Karina about the affair with Houston Dinker?
I didn't, for a few different reasons.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, so the answer to your question is you didn't confront Karina, fair enough?
I did not know.
Let's talk about your knowledge of firearms and Karina's knowledge of firearms. Did you attend a class or situation where you would have been with Karina and she would have been around firearms?
Yes, I took a concealed weapons permit class, which was actually held at Ryan and Karina's home in the shop at their home.
So there was a class that you took in Karina's and Ryan Cooper's home?
At the shop, yes.
From your understanding and from your relationship that you've talked broadly about that stretches across various years, was your observation that Karina had a fair good knowledge of firearms?
Yes, my husband had given me a gun for a Christmas gift. And with that, we've had conversations about that. We've talked about, because at times when I've actually shot the gun, and just discussion about the gun as far as the one he had given me a little bit of my comfort level, and we talked back and forth about that. Just in our general conversation, when I was given that gift, the gun as a gift, she had made comments about how, my husband gets me a gun, Ryan, why don't you get me something like that? We've just in general talked about the fact that one of the reasons I took a concealed weapons permit is because any vehicle, any of our friend groups, no matter if it's ours, anybody's, there's typically a gun that's concealed in there. So the property covered, we took that. Like I said, I've talked to, as far as shooting it, being the comfort level of it, having them, being around them. We've had conversations. I've never, will honestly physically say that I can recall or remember.
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
I am floored. I just read something that makes me want to vomit. Listen to this. And this angers me. And I said no politics, but it's my channel. Houston pediatrician has been fired after she suggested that children of Trump supporters who died in the Hill Country floods got what they deserved. You freaking witch. Quote, may all visitors, children, non-MAGA voters, and pets be safe and dry. Non-MAGA. Oh my God. Dr. Christina Propest wrote on social media. I can't even begin to imagine. Okay. Quote, Kirk County MAGA voted to gut FEMA. The doctor continued. They denied climate change. May they get what they voted for. Bless their hearts. Bitch. This doctor has been employed by Bluefish Pediatrics. She has been placed on administrative leave over the weekend and is now, this individual is no longer employed by Bluefish Pediatrics. As we previously mentioned, original statement, we strongly condemn the comments that were made in the post. That does not reflect the value standards or mission of Bluefish Pediatrics. We do not support or condone the statement that politicizes tragedy, diminishes human dignity, and fails to clearly uphold the compassion of every child or family. I sat in that reunification area with these families. How dare you? She's fired. This pediatrician posted.
Oh, you hear about the Houston food aid person?
No, she's a pediatrician who posted this.
There was a food aid, like a city official of Houston.
Yeah.
Who was in charge of like the food banks or whatever.
Yeah.
She got fired by saying because of their religious views they deserved it. She got fired for that.
Oh, yeah. A food bank person?
She was like in charge of all the city of Houston.
This woman was in charge of the entire city of Houston's food bank, said that these children deserved what they got because of their religious views. How dare you? Don't come to my county, boo. You won't like your welcome.
Sustained.
Just.
So fair enough that she and you had been around firearms.
Let's strap her to a tree in the middle of a flood and let her watch the flood waters come up and hit her and feel that excruciating pain and then drowned with it. I mean, that's what she's saying. They deserved it. They didn't deserve anything. They are little babies. They're children. Even the adults, it doesn't matter what your political views are. And we're not going to discuss political views. But it doesn't matter what your political views are. Nobody deserves to die like this. Sometimes I just don't like people.
Many occasions, and that's discussed firearms in more than one sitting.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, let's talk about in the time leading, in the months or the period, the approximate period leading to Ryan's killing, was there some behavior changes that you noticed from Karina Cooper?
Yes, there was. Pulling out of friend groups, things that we did constantly together, no longer being involved in those, a great amount of weight loss that I even questioned and even asked her, and that's even in writing somewhere.
So withdrawal from your friend group and also physical in terms of how experiencing what you observed as some weight loss?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Hawbaker?
Morning, ma'am. How long were you friends with Miss Cooper?
We would have became friends closer to when we started motorcycling together. So it would have been roughly around a little bit before, I would say closer to after they'd been married.
And it occurs to me that when you say we were out or we were at a place, 9 times out of 10, you guys were at a bar or something like that. Is that right?
It would be boating. It would be on snowmobiles. It'd be,
There were times to get together for social drinking.
yes.
Okay. And that's oftentimes when you would witness Miss Cooper get louder or upset or things like that, right?
It could have been, yes.
Is there some belief that that might have been related to alcohol?
There could be, yeah.
And when she was upset, it could be about any number of things, not necessarily finances. It could just be something on that day. Fair? Yes?
Yes, sorry.
All right. So the finances weren't exactly a theme when she was upset. There are a lot of things that would make her upset. Fair?
Yep.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that you're familiar with family farms.
Yes.
You're familiar.
You know how many of us from this area have gone to Houston during their hurricanes and flooding and unselfishly took care of them? So you didn't care what our political views were when we're sitting here feeding and saving and rescuing and clothing and sheltering your victims. You don't care what our political views are, but when we're the victim, you do. Bitch.
Familiar because of your marriage, I assume, with how the LLCs work and that sort of thing?
It's it's on my side of the family farm.
It's on your side of the
Yep.
family farm. So you have that familiarity.
Yes.
And you shared that familiarity with Ms. Cooper.
Yep.
Okay. Not unusual.
Nope.
The discussion and with firearms, was it your understanding that the husbands or people were getting you and Ms. Cooper a handgun, and in particular wanted to make sure that you had a permit to carry because anybody could be in a car with a gun in it and people didn't want to get in trouble?
At the original, when we got that was the main understanding of it. But then as far as wanting to carry one myself, and later and being able to have my own at my own time. Yep.
Yeah. But as far as you and Ms. Cooper, the idea that you needed a permit to carry was related to the fact that, there could be a shotgun in the car or something like that out on the farm. And the husbands didn't want people to get in trouble for driving those cars.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And when you talked about guns, that was always about handguns, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was what you had and presumably what Ms. Cooper was asking for when she made the comment to Ryan, fair?
Yep.
No talk about long guns or rifles, that sort of thing, right?
We've talked about shooting as far as guns, but I mean, as far as the actual guns they gave us would have been just regular guns, handguns.
Handguns, right. Nothing further, thank you.
Yep.
Any redirect, Mr. Kodiaga?
You've talked about shooting different types of guns and being around guns together, correct?
Yep.
Which involves a wide array of guns, from long guns to handguns.
Correct.
Fair enough. You asked how long you've known Karina and Ryan. You said from when they were married, that's over a decade ago, correct?
Correct.
So you have a pretty good window into their relationship.
Yes.
And that window into their relationship, your testimony to this jury, is she will be upset at him for many reasons, including finances.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Baker?
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
Judge, we moved pretty quick. Our next witness was scheduled for after lunch.
Okay. We're at 11:39. I'm going to actually ask you, ladies and gentlemen, want to keep this moving, but normally we go till 1:30 and you may have had. Before we do, I just want to also say thank you to all of you. You have been so far on time all the time, and I really appreciate that. If anything, we've kept you waiting on occasion. You've never kept us waiting, and that's not the case all the time with jurors. Sometimes we have stragglers coming in and out. And so just want to say thank you to all of you for being so prompt and being here ready to go when it's time to start every day and after breaks. So thank you for that. All right, with that, we've tried this. We anticipate it's going to work, but we'll give it a go.
We didn't see a witness come in. Okay. I guess we're going to watch a video and then see the witness.
I can tell you.
And follow up with you again. Or did law enforcement no, I don't know if that works. It said, I can't remember what it said, 40 minutes, but I forgot they opened the 4-lane on. Just grab a seat where. Yeah, actually, you can grab a seat here. That'd be great. Okay. It's easier for me to write. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to really cut to the chase because social media, I started law enforcement 25 years ago. We have social media, we have Facebook and all that nonsense. And now that we do, every time something happens, everybody's on the internet. Oh, yeah, you should look at this, you look at that. Right. Anyway, why your name came up is Ryan Cooper died.
See, and
so Ryan Cooper died, and one of the first, I don't know, in the first hour, someone said, "Hey, we heard that Karina was having an affair with Houston." That's why you're here, okay?
Yeah.
So all I got to do is I got to sort out a few things with you about that. I'm gonna get you out of here, and then we may have to follow up with you again some other time.
Okay.
But the rumor's out there, so we have to talk to you, right?
Yep.
Is it Huston?
Huston, yep.
And your middle name?
William. William.
And
M-W-I.
how do you spell your last name?
Oh, D-A-N-K-E-R.
Your birthday?
9/11/97.
Your address, no?
2798. Highway 8.
Oh, why, thank you, Ada.
Sure, 50675.
And I didn't have your phone number. He just gave me a
319-330-1616. Yeah, like I said, you just kind of called me.
Yeah.
Time I was gonna,
yeah, I was fine. And where do you work at now?
Nolan Farms in Van Horn. Rick Nolan or whatever you got. Whatever you want.
What do you do there?
I'm a farmhand.
Okay.
A little bit of everything. We have excavating.
And that's like full time?
Yeah. Yep.
Monday through Friday, or depending on seasonal?
It seems like we have so much going, so I mean, it seems more 7 days. You know, I have my kids every weekend, so
I grew up in Belle Plaine, so I'm aware of farm stuff. That's how I'm.
Oh, so you probably know the Nolans a little bit.
I know a lot of dankers. I'm like trying to think of.
Yeah, there's a Dave Danker in Belle Plaine.
Oh.
Everybody asks me if I'm related.
I'm quite a bit older than you are, so I don't know. A lot older than you, actually. So.
But yeah, I would just say, fuck. In average, would be 6 days a week.
Okay. All right. So, the rumor that's going around is Ryan, or you and Karina were Snapchatting. Did that actually happen at some point?
Yeah.
Okay. When did that happen?
Yeah. I mean, if it's once a week, twice, I mean, is
it still going on
with me and Karina?
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I said, it's random Snapchat shit. I mean,
okay.
it's maybe.
Is it Karina? Randomly?
Yeah.
And how long has that been going on for?
Oh, shit. I don't know. Probably November, October. Just, probably October, November timeframe.
And you think you said what, once or twice a week?
Yeah, I mean, it's not anything, just your typical like I said, Snapchat, random,
Okay, so let's rewind then to how I said I'm a lot older than you.
Yeah.
I have kids. I'm aware of Snapchat. Actually, my daughter is 3 years younger than you. So, what does Snapchat then entail? It's is it like almost like texting something?
Just like, oh, you don't have Snapchat? No. Oh, just like random picture, like let's say you're sitting on the deck, after a long day of work, take a picture of your beer and long day. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like if I'm, let's say you're planting corn, you take a Snapchat, send it to all your buddies because you want to get them worked up that you're planting corn.
Right. So then you used to get your haircut there, right?
Yep.
Do you still get your haircut there or no?
Well, I did when I worked at Liquid Grove just because it was convenient. And then now with me working down in Van Horn, I don't have much time to really get my haircut.
Mm-hmm.
B, it's not right down the road.
So what I was told, and keep in mind this is sometimes second, third hand for people, is that Ryan found out that you're Snapchatting and she then refused to cut your hair. Did anything like that happen?
No, I mean like I said, it was a more or less a convenience deal of
Did Ryan ever know about you two Snapchatting?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Did she say something to you about it?
No, I mean we're all kind of like.
Well, keep in mind. Okay, so let me explain things a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we have her phone. Okay. We have Ryan's phone.
Yep.
And what we are able to do is we basically are able to clone everything off the phone.
Gotcha.
In order to. So any conversation that she's had with you, even if she deleted it, we can still get it. It's like FBI technology stuff. So we'll still be able to get that. We'll be able to get locations. We'll be able to get all that kind of data. I mean, the stuff that we can do now as opposed to what we could do back in the 90s with cell phones, it's like, it's unbelievable, really.
Right.
So there's no point in kind of dance. If you were screwing around with her, or whatever, it doesn't make you a killer or anything like that, right? Guess what? People have affairs all the time.
Right.
There's not a perfect marriage out there, at least that I'm aware of,
Yeah.
where people don't sometimes do things that they don't regret, whether it's, have an argument that they said something they shouldn't have, or they have an affair, or they, use too many drugs, or drink too much alcohol, or gamble too much. Everybody's got weird shit going on in their life, right? Okay. Yeah. So I don't want you to get too nervous about it, because if you had an affair with Karina, it doesn't make you guilty of anything other than you had an affair with her.
Right. Well, and that I'll put it this way. I'll completely dumb it down. So, like,
right.
with me and Karina, the hard thing with all that rumor being spread is I was literally sitting there like I would say a gay best friend. I was having, me and my baby mama split up. Okay. I was getting my hair cut by Karina, and I have 2 kids.
Right.
She loves kids, whatever. And she always told me, if you're ever in a pinch, hey, I don't have a problem watching your kids, whatever. And so we were all, everybody was friends, whatever. Well then, she watched my kids a couple times when I was in a pinch. Well then it fucking, how small towns talk,
Exactly.
Houston's kids are over at Karina's. He's fucking nailing her,
Yeah.
And then, and I guess that's probably where Ryan probably got upset.
Because you kind of, again, keep in mind, I don't know you. I've known you for like 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
But you kind of got a reputation where you're pretty successful with the ladies, right?
I won.
Better luck than some. Or not as bad as others.
Years ago.
Yeah.
It's bad to say, but I'm young with 2 kids.
Right.
But
so the 2 kids from 2 different moms, is that?
No, same mom.
Same mom.
Yeah.
But you guys aren't married.
No. Nope.
Right. And how old are your kids?
Hayden, he'll be 2. I suck at doing the whole month deal.
Yeah,
he'll be 2 in October, and then Sailor, she'll be 1.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking close together.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so your kids are staying over, or Karina would watch them every now and then.
Yeah, I think she watched them a total of about 3 times, just because
right.
I got them on the week or during the week, and then obviously I didn't have a place to go, because I don't have daycare.
So is it normally then baby's mama that watches them?
Yeah, she's got primary custody. I just got every other week, every other weekend. But see, that was a weird time because none of that was set in stone. So my baby mom at the time would call me fucking randomly and say, "Hey, you got the kids today?" Well,
like I said, relationships are complicated, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then you kind of did you meet Karina then just from the hair shop?
Yeah. I've always known Karina. Everybody's always known Karina and Ryan because obviously I grew up in Turner, but that's where, she started cutting my hair and bullshit, Yeah.
They're lifers for Turner too?
Ryan and Karina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually grew up, so I graduated from Belle Plaine. I grew up just north of town in Toledo from 76 to 86. I lived up there.
Oh,
yeah. It's changed a little, but not a whole lot.
No.
I lived here.
It's not like Cedar Rapids or Waterloo or something.
No, it's not, but I still feel like it's home here for me. So,
yep.
So you always knew her. How long were you getting your hair cut there?
I gotta think back. I think it was probably when I started working at Liquid Grow. So, I don't know if it'd be.
Just a guess.
2 years out there, year and a half. Yeah.
Okay. And then the Snapchatting, did that kind of coincide with watching the kids, or?
Yeah, that's where that picked up was. There for a while, Karina, she was just my, cut my hair, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I started having kids and she, I honestly needed fucking help is what, and I wasn't telling her I needed help, but I was kind of,
right.
And then she offered and that's where I would say that's where the chatting started, the friendship,
Mm-hmm. And then you described it as like you're her gay friend, or how do you describe it?
The best way I could put it is, just a gay best friend,
Yeah. So,
like when everybody around.
Yeah, everybody's got to have one of those.
Trevor was saying, "Oh, Houston's nailing her," or whatever. I'm sitting there like, "Nope."
So, are we gonna? I mean, and I don't know. I mean, if you drink a lot or she drinks a lot, is there? I think back to college. When we would get a little out of hand, like we'd send like a dick pic to somebody or something. Just,
Oh,
is there going to be anything like that between you and Karina, or anything that you like? Well, look, we were friends, but maybe there might be something that the police might think is inappropriate. We're not finding anything like that. Okay. I actually because this is a state phone and the numbers always switch. And when I first got this phone, I would have I don't know who this number.
Paul, I want to say welcome. Thank you for joining. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to take a little pause. I haven't said much. I live in Kerrville, Texas, where the floods were happening. I have been a part of the first responders. I'm not doing anything today, but any and all super chats, anything that comes through here will be donated. You can scan the QR code and make a donation. It is a 501c3 legitimate organization. And if you want tax documents for it, just let me know. But I'm loving watching these two chat. I'm like, this is a chess match here.
Number belonged to a guy from Fort Dodge calling me all trying to sell me stolen stuff. Oh, yeah. And I'm just like, dude, let me meet you, and then I call the police and let them know where they're going to be. But, okay. So what was your day like yesterday? And then?
Oh, got to work. Typically, yesterday I got to work about 6:45.
Yeah.
Mowed hay until, well, I can't remember what time I got done. About, I would say 6:30, 7 o'clock last night when I finished up.
Where'd you go after that?
Well, I left Van Horn, and naturally, I needed gas, so I ran into Traer. Mm-hmm. Got gas in Traer. And then went home and hung out.
And who was home with you last night?
Just, I live by myself.
Okay. Did you go on about any last night, or
after I got gas?
Early morning? Yeah.
After I got gas, I just went and looked at a couple farms down by Cloutier. We have a farm down by Cloutier.
What time do you think you went to bed?
Last night? Oh, probably 11:30.
So after 11?
Yeah, yeah, I'd say 10:30, 11.
Okay. So we do a thing, it's called a geofence. And what the geofence does, it's a technology thing that I'm not capable of explaining. But say this is Ryan's house and Karina's house.
Yep.
What we do is a geofence. So we'll take the map or whatever and draw like a big box around it. And every phone that travels through that box at a certain time frame gets picked up. And there's this, it's scary if you knew how easily our phones are literally being tracked, whether we want to or not. So at any point, say like after midnight, or are we going to find your phone in our box?
No.
And then we also are collecting. Obviously, you've been out there, so it's like a incredibly isolated area. I always call it God's country, right? Because great properties out there, all the open space and all that. But what we'll do is we'll go to all the different farms, and there's a lot of farmers get like farm equipment stolen, that sort of thing. So put cameras up. We're not going to find any of your vehicles or anything on camera from last night, other than where you should be.
Yep.
Did Karina ever confide in you in anything, like her and Ryan aren't doing so hot, or did she ever complain about anything regarding Ryan? Since you might, if you're the gay friend, sometimes that's who people talk to, right?
See, and it was never like really that, like the gay best friend part pretty much just comes from me and my kids.
Right.
Not anything.
You're the helpless single dad that needs help every now and then.
That's pretty well kind of the way. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Are you seeing someone now, or?
No. My last deal with the girl I had kids with, it fucking kind of burns you.
Two kids and you're not together, so
that's
not hard.
It's the child support and everything, and I don't know.
Makes you paranoid for the next one, huh?
Not paranoid, but just kind of, I don't know. I like doing my own deal, I guess. You know, or I don't know what the best way to put it is.
Okay. All right. But hey, I appreciate you coming down as quickly as you did.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's time for you to go.
Oh, about 4. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Yep.
Any questions for me?
Nope.
So it's a long process for us. We had, like I said, we had to collect all the phone data and all that stuff. So
yep.
We got several rumors that we got to track down right now.
Yeah.
So you're just one of them.
I get that.
Don't feel too special. So
yeah.
If you don't have any questions for me, let's get you out of here.
No. Cool. You got my phone number and all that?
Oh yeah. I'll call you if I need you.
Yep. That is perfect. Yeah.
All right. Then with that, is the state prepared to call its next witness? Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Leroy Bradley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bradley. Come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. Mr. Bradley, first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Bradley, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Mr. Bradley, next thing is, can you please give us your first and last name and spell them both for us, please?
Leroy Bradley, Leroy Bradley.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Do you prefer Leroy or Mr. Bradley?
Leroy's fine.
Okay, thank you. Leroy, where do you currently live?
Traer, Iowa.
What's your occupation?
An agronomist for Aurora Agronomy.
What's agronomist? What do you do?
Sell chemical and manage fields for crops.
Okay. And do you know Ryan and Karina Cooper?
Yes.
How do you know Ryan and Karina?
Known Ryan my whole life and Karina since I was young. And I worked with Ryan on a daily basis, working through his farm.
How would you describe your relationship with Ryan?
Close. Okay. Good friends.
Did you know Ryan and Karina throughout their marriage?
Yes.
Okay. Leroy, at some point prior to Ryan being killed, did you and Ryan talk about firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Ryan talking with you about purchasing firearms for Karina?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of firearm he discussed purchasing?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
You recall him discussing purchasing firearms, correct?
Correct.
Did he tell you why he was purchasing a firearm?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
It just goes to state of mind, Your Honor. It's not for the
record of fact. It's not for the truth of the matter.
Did Ryan bring a firearm to show to you?
Yes.
What kind of firearm did he bring to show to you?
22 pistol.
Did he mention whether he had any other firearms at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he show you the firearm that he brought?
Yes.
Were you aware of any firearms that were purchased for Karina Cooper?
Yeah, 380, I believe.
Were any other firearms purchased for Karina Cooper?
He purchased.
Objection, Your Honor, this relies on hearsay.
Overruled, you can answer.
He purchased the 22 pistol to teach her how to shoot before he used the 380, or had her shoot the 380.
Were you personally familiar? Did you have a personal relationship with Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And during your time knowing Karina and Ryan, were you aware of any, or did you become aware of any conflicts in their relationship?
Outside of the affair he thought she was having, or, I mean, they would, when she would drink, they would argue.
What kinds of things would they argue about?
pretty much anything if she, you know.
Do you recall if they argued about finances?
I know that there was some time there when Karina had run up some credit card bills that the family farm paid for. So I know that there was some,
How did you know this?
Ryan told me.
Did you and Ryan also discuss a possible affair between Houston Danker and Karina?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, the spring of 21.
So just before Ryan was killed?
Yes, it'd have been March or April there.
Do you know or have any knowledge of whether Ryan confronted Karina about that affair?
I know yes, he told me he'd confronted
Objection,
her.
Your Honor, hearsay. I move to strike the answer.
Sustained, the answer will be stricken, and the jury shall disregard whatever it heard with respect to the answer.
Did you observe any behavior exhibited by Karina towards Ryan?
Not physically, but she would verbally go after him pretty hard.
When you say she would verbally go after him, what would that mean, or what would that look like?
Oh, I mean, just verbally calling him names or saying he's stupid, or, I mean, just when she started drinking, she could get pretty ornery.
How would Ryan respond?
Usually just get quiet.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
No questions, thank you.
Right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Mr. Ringel, looks like you've got the mic now. Is the state prepared to call the next witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state would call Teresa McBride.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Have you come on up here to my far left, if you would? There's a chair right there. Okay. Yep, set your purse down. Go ahead and have a seat. And then that microphone is on. You can adjust it kind of however you'd like, ma'am. All right, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in. So I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand. So, ma'am, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And next thing, can you just give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us, please?
Teresa McBride, Teresa McBride.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ringel.
Good afternoon, Ms. McBride. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you.
Sure. Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you. Where do you live, Ms. McBride?
North of Independence.
Is that close to Traer or the Traer community?
Spell them for us, please.
Sure. Teresa McBride, Teresa McBride.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ringel.
Good afternoon, Ms. McBride. How are you? I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you.
Sure. Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you. Where do you live, Ms. McBride?
North of Independence.
Is that close to Traer or the Traer community?
No.
Okay.
About an hour and 15 minutes.
All right. Did you live in or around Traer around 2021?
Yes, I did. I lived in Traer from 2019 until the fall of 2023.
Did you know Karina and Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
I met them through Brian Morrison, who I was dating at the time.
What's the nature of your relationship with Ryan and Karina?
They were friends of Brian's, and they became friends of mine.
So when you say you're friends, what kind of stuff were you guys doing? Could you describe the relationship?
Oh, we went on, we did a lot of camping together, went up north and went snowmobiling, get together in the shop or social gatherings, either at their place or other friends in Traer area.
How often?
Pretty on a regular basis. We were somewhere either some night during the week or maybe throughout the weekends. Sometime, depending on the time of the season, if it was harvest or planting, we may not see Ryan as much and Karina, but we usually tried to get together.
Because presumably Ryan was busy with work in the fields, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you close with Karina?
We had gotten close throughout the years, probably not as close as some of the other friends in the area because I was kind of a transplant.
Okay, what do you mean by that? You were a transplant?
I wasn't originally from there. I grew up in the Independence area. And then when Brian and I started dating, I moved to that location in 2019.
You talked a little bit about the different things you would do together. Sounds like you were seeing them at least once a week, maybe a little bit more, going on some trips. How long would you say that relationship lasted?
I would say probably up until maybe the spring of 2018 2021, sorry. Then things kind of started to fizzle away. We didn't get together as much, it seemed like. But then after Ryan's passing, we started getting together a little bit more frequently. We were doing some girl trip things. But then that kind of phased away as well too once I left.
So you were spending some time with Karina following Ryan's death, right?
Yes.
When you're spending time, it sounds like with both Ryan and Karina, did you have an opportunity to observe their relationship and their relationship dynamic?
Yes.
How would you describe that relationship dynamic?
They had good and not so good times.
And did you ever observe any instances in which Karina and Ryan argued?
Several.
When you say several, what do you mean?
Well, it seemed like a lot of times when we would go camping, something would get said or something wouldn't get done, and she would get upset and it would cause a fight. Or if we were at someone's shop or at their shop, something would get said, and I don't know what those things were, but it seemed like she might get a little upset more than you would expect someone to get upset.
Okay. And you mentioned, and some other people have mentioned, getting together in people's shops. What does that mean?
Well, it was kind of a Traer thing, I guess. Every shop had a bar.
Okay.
And so, you just get together, for a couple of cocktails or drinks just to see how everybody's week's going, or if people are having a bad day, hey, let's get together and have a couple. It was just a common thing.
And so when you say a shop, do you mean an outbuilding on a farm property typically?
Not necessarily on a farm property, but there was some in town, people had nice, glamorous shops or garages or, but it could be on both a farm or in town.
So you said that occasionally you would see Karina Cooper getting upset with Ryan, perhaps more than you would expect. What was Ryan's reaction typically, if there was a typical reaction?
He would just kind of back away. He didn't really engage much, would put his head down or maybe just leave just because he didn't want to have to deal with the confrontation.
So you knew Ryan pretty well. How would you describe his personality generally?
He'd give you the shirt off his back if that was all he had left.
Did you or do you know someone by the name of Houston Danker?
I know of him. I wasn't close with him.
At some point, did you become aware of an affair between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper?
I heard a lot of talk of it.
Did you have any personal knowledge of that?
No.
Ryan was killed in June of 2021. Did you see any changes or note any changes in Karina's behavior leading up to Ryan's death?
She kind of gotten a little quieter, maybe wasn't getting involved with activities, losing a lot of weight to the point where it was almost concerning, like maybe there was some sort of underlying health issue. Just not the Karina I once knew.
You had stated that you observed a number of different potential arguments during which Karina would yell at Ryan, and Ryan's reaction was essentially calm. Were you aware of the topics or the nature of those disagreements or what was upsetting her?
I think a lot of it came down to money. Karina liked to redecorate and remodel, and I think that a lot of times she needed some of Ryan's help financially to do those things. And Ryan was kind of the voice of reason. Is it something that we really need to do right now? Is it something that can wait? Or, how much is it going to cost? So he was always trying to do the analytics of whatever endeavor she was taking on.
So when that would happen, and the conversations were about money, there were these sort of, as you said, Ryan's reaction was somewhat analytical. What was her reaction to his analysis?
A lot of times she'd get upset because he didn't agree with the projects that she wanted to tackle.
And what did that look like when she got upset about those types of things?
Sometimes she would yell at him and say things about why she couldn't have the money or that she hated him. And then that was usually time to leave. Like if we were around that environment, that was a sign to go.
How would you characterize how you were feeling then in response to what you were observing?
How I was feeling?
Yes.
Uncomfortable.
Did it seem funny to you or like joking around?
Well, it got to the point where she made those comments so frequently that a lot of us just took it with a grain of salt. It's like, oh, it's Karina. We didn't take it out of context.
Okay. Nonetheless, you said, if I understand correctly, that it would reach a point where you were uncomfortable and it was time to go.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between those two things that you just described? How did you know when it was time to go?
Well, when she started yelling at Ryan and would say things like she hated him and, just vulgar stuff towards him, it just became uncomfortable and no fun to be around.
How often did you see her yelling at Ryan in that way?
More so when we'd been probably drinking. And it just depended on the time of the year, if we were around them.
You said it happened so often that it became just sort of normal.
Yes,
Did you ever see her or hear her make any threats towards Ryan?
yes, I did.
How many times?
Well, the one that stands out in my mind is the night that she yelled at him and said that she fucking hated him and would shoot him in the face.
When she yelled at him and said she would shoot him in the face, how would you characterize her behavior and the way that she said it?
Well, at that point, we're like, oh boy, time to go. We've all had enough. And so, and like before, didn't take it out of context. It was just Karina getting angry, and we just decided it was time to leave.
Is that in fact what you did?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of testimony about times that Ryan and Karina would fight. I have to imagine there were good times.
Yes, there were. Yes.
So you guys did have a lot of fun together over the years.
Yes.
And I thought did some people or yourself call her Karen when she was drinking?
I don't know that I ever called her Karen. I just knew better. But yes, I had heard that. Yes.
Okay. So people in the friend group were well aware that Karina can be not the nicest person sometimes, and that was her personality.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like Ryan, sometimes opposites. Ryan's more the non-confrontational kind.
Yes.
Now, you've testified today that you felt like sometimes Karina would go over the top, and I understand that. But do you remember when we talked in April of 2024 in a different room?
Yes.
And do you recall at that time saying that you didn't think it was anything normal couples don't do?
I do recall saying that, yes. But since then, my mind has been like circling back, like, are there things that I missed or that I didn't say because this was not on my bucket list to be in this situation.
Right.
And so there were times that, I thought, I didn't understand why she got so angry over the little things. But maybe that is her personality. It's just not mine.
Okay. Yes, I think you also did say that she might yell and you wouldn't yell the same way because you're a bit softer.
A lot, yes, yes.
I also understand that hindsight is 20/20, and it's easy sometimes to look back at a situation through a different lens. Fair?
Yes.
The comment about, let me get back here. Let me be clear. Did you ever see Karina act violent towards Ryan, though?
Not physically.
Right. Okay. So lots of yelling.
Lots of yelling, yes.
And then the comment of, I should shoot you in the face. Do you know when that happened?
Well, I was going back in the old photo bank, and there was a picture taken of Cortland and I. And I'm not 100% positive, but that was taken back in October of 2018.
Okay.
And I'm almost positive it was the same night. I don't know the exact night, but I know Ryan was around, and it was early to mid-evening, so I knew they weren't out during harvest season.
Okay.
Or something had happened that they couldn't be out harvesting. So I know it was that certain time of the year.
I understand. So, but regardless, you think that comment was made in 2018 then?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Kodiaga?
First, let me just check for next witnesses here.
All right. Sounds good. If anybody wants to stretch, now's your chance.
Is he wiping his butt? Oh, he's pulling up his pants. I thought he was rubbing his butt. There you go. Putting his hands in his pockets. I have known a judge to wear a shirt and tie with a pair of shorts under his robe. I thought it was funny. He said, yeah, I got shorts on under my robe. Yes, Paul. Good point, Paul.
All right, let's go ahead and have a seat, everybody.
We do have our next witness. If
Okay.
he's ready.
I am ready.
The state calls Brian Morrison.
All right. Yep. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, just come on up to my far left if you would. And go ahead and have a seat when you get up here, sir. And Mr. Morrison, you can adjust that microphone however you'd like.
Hello?
Yep, that works. So first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Morrison, sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
True. Do.
All right, and then just for the record, sir, can you give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Brian Morrison, Brian Morrison.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Codiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. So you've stated your name, you're Mr. Morrison, correct?
Correct.
Where do you currently live? Where do you currently reside at?
I live in Trare, same place I've been most of my life.
Okay. So you've lived in Trare most of your life?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in Tama County?
Correct.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a retired farmer and I drive semi now, all in pork products.
How long have you been a farmer and when did you start driving semis?
My whole life I farmed. I started farming on my own in 1990 until 2019. Then I started driving semi.
Do you know a person, someone who used to be called Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
How do you know Ryan?
His dad, my dad were good friends in high school. Then they grew up together. And then he was younger than I was, so I really didn't meet him until, we didn't start running around until about 2008, 2009. We started farming together and we used equipment together.
When you started farming together, did you become close friends, someone you could call a friend? And
Oh,
see
yes,
often?
yes.
How would you describe your relationship?
He is my best friend.
Would you see him often?
Yeah, yes.
Now, you said he was a farmer. What did he farm?
He farmed?
Yeah, what?
He farmed corn, soybeans, cattle.
And did he also use trucks and ride semi trucks?
Yes.
So sometimes he will be on his semi truck.
Yep, I was part of the cattle business, all cattle feed, and feed.
So when he will use the semi truck, he will be hauling cattle feed or something related to the farm.
Correct.
Did you do social things together with Ryan Cooper other than farming?
Yes, a lot of family events, kids' birthdays. We camped together, motorcycle together, snowmobile together.
Do you know Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Is that person you call Karina Cooper in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury?
She's to my right. Long brunette hair.
Fair enough to say it's very difficult for you to testify here today.
Yes.
Is that because of the nature of relationship that you had with Ryan and Karina Cooper?
Correct.
The lady who just testified before you, Ms. McBride, do you know her?
Yes.
Can you tell us the relationship that you had with Ms. McBride?
We dated for 6 years.
So Teresa McBride, you, Karina, and Ryan were people who were close together in a circle.
Correct.
Can you briefly tell us what your relationship with Karina Cooper was like?
We had a very good relationship. She's like my sister.
Considered a friend.
Right.
Just like you loved Ryan as someone who was your best friend, you automatically then loved someone that he was in a
Welcome,
relationship
Joe
with.
Schmo.
When you were together, as you've indicated, there were social activities you did together. Did that include drinking and partying together?
Yeah.
Joe, go to Discord, please.
Were there changes or
June,
in
go
that
to
relationship
Discord,
in
not
some of these
Joe.
occasions in
June.
terms of what you'll observe between Ryan and Karina?
I guess drinking can change anybody's attitude, but yes, if that's where we're going, yes.
Some of those times, will she be mean to Ryan Cooper? Will Karina be mean to Ryan Cooper?
She would get upset and be upset with him at times, yes.
When she was upset at him, were the occasions she would make threats at him?
Yes.
Do you recall some threats that you were present that she made when you were there?
There was times in general relationships, I hate you, I wish you were dead. Obviously, the big one you're thinking of is we were in his shop one night, and she said I could shoot you in the face, which was surprising.
So in terms of what she said, it wasn't the same as other threats of just I hate you. There's something more venomous in what she said.
I would take as the previous ones as a relationship fights, but yeah, the latter was more surprising.
He just said that?
Do you recall what was financial issues, attention in their relationship?
Were there financial issues in their relationship?
Was finances causing attention between them? Did you understand my question?
There were issues, but I don't know if it caused them issues. I mean, there was financial problems at times, but I don't remember them. I don't know if it was just something he had to do to fix the current situation and move on.
Did you know Karina to own any firearms?
To own any firearms? Yes.
At some point in the time leading to his killing, did Ryan express some concerns and hand you some documents and express some concerns that if he was not alive?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer. Actually, you already did, I believe.
Do you remember what Ryan expressed to you?
We were riding in a pickup, and he says, if something happens, then these documents are here. But after the fact, it took me a long time to remember that.
So he gave you some documents?
He did not give them to me. He told me where they were at.
He indicated to you some documents that he wanted you to
Correct.
to be
Aware of.
If he was no longer there.
Right.
You may.
When did he have that conversation with you?
Late in the fall, the year before.
So 2020, you think?
I believe so, yes.
The comment about I'm gonna shoot you, was Teresa there for that?
Yes.
Okay. So if she thinks that it was around 2018, does that sound right to you?
No,
Okay. When do you think it happened?
the fall of 20.
We're going to take a quick break here. For those of you who are just joining, we play bingo. And June, I need to post that bingo link one more time because I took it off the top. But we do play bingo. If you want to play bingo, please put play bingo in the comments and we'll download the card for you. But we only have one left. It's called Do You Recall the Question for a Blackout. If there is a blackout, everybody who was in chat today gets an entry into the end of the month giveaway. For every bingo you have, which will be 5 times 5, it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 16, 17, 18. I don't know, 18 to 20 bingos. You should be putting it in that many times because we will do a drawing at the end of the day. And that person will be entered into the end of the court bingo giveaway. So please go and play bingo. June, thank you. Oh my gosh.
Witness Karina be violent towards
Thank
Ryan.
you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to me? Okay, I guess you mean you saw her be physically violent towards him?
Can't say it was physical. She would get verbally
Okay.
mad at him.
Okay.
To where it was, yeah.
And I understand that we're focusing a lot on the bad times in this courtroom, but I imagine that you witnessed good times between Karina and Ryan as well.
Yes,
And you guys all had fun together.
we did.
And I understand you loved them both at one time, right?
Yes.
And I understand that sometimes when Karina was drinking, a different side of her would come out.
At times, yes.
And did you have a name for her?
We called her Karen.
Karen?
I feel bad for all the Karens in the world out there. Oh my gosh, y'all. That sucks having that kind of a nickname. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you so
I don't
much,
have any other
June.
questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
The name Karen was not a term of endearment, was it?
Say that again, please.
The name Karen was not a term of endearment, was it?
I'm not understanding the last part. The name Karen, what?
It wasn't a term that you were calling her because it was a love term or a nice name to call her, was it?
It was just a different personality, if you will.
So
I'm
when you call her
sorry,
Karen, it's because
Joe.
she was being mean and not being nice.
Oh, Joe, you're amazing. Thank
Henry.
you so very, very much.
Defensive, yes.
Have no
I'll
further
buy you a
questions.
cup of
Any
coffee.
further?
I mean, just to be fair though, you said she was our Karen, right? Of the group.
Of the group, yes.
Loved,
Yes.
right? No other questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. State prepared to call this next witness.
The state calls Brad Rund.
Good afternoon, sir. Just come on all the way up here. There's a seat to my far left for you. Just right up.
They're moving quite fast in this trial.
Go ahead and have a seat, sir. I'll swear you in once you're seated. You can adjust that microphone however you'd like.
Hi, Diane L.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, sir, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them?
Brad Rund, B-R-A-D-R-U-N-D.
All
What
right,
a
thanks,
name,
Mr. Rund.
Brad
Mr.
Rund.
Friaga, whenever you're ready.
What a name.
Thank you. Mr. Rund, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
For what?
What is your occupation?
Loan officer at Chelsea Savings Bank.
Nobody can understand him. What do you do for a living? They can't understand living. Everybody does. What? I feel
Tell
bad
the
for
jury
him.
what a loan officer does and just break it down for them, what you do on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I pull financials, get stuff ready for customers to see if they qualify for a loan. And then just day to day, do overdrafts, take phone calls, visit with customers, do ATM work, just whatever's needed at the bank.
Okay. Where is this bank located at?
In Traer, Iowa.
Tama County?
Yes.
And how long have you worked in the banking industry?
About 14 and a half years.
Were you employed as a loan officer back between the period of 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
Same bank?
Same bank.
Now, you've talked about some of your responsibilities, which include oversight over account management. Is that correct?
Yay, Tinkitude.
Account management for
Yeah, if they're overdrawn.
and overdraft monitoring, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what overdraft is?
If you overextend yourself out of your account and your balance is negative.
Okay. So if you don't have sufficient funds in your account and it's negative, what do you do as part of the overdraft monitoring? What do you do when your clients have that? Can you just walk us through what you occasionally would do?
I just do a courtesy call or a text my customers and let them know that, hey, they're overdrawn, and then I see if they can bring a deposit in or not, just so we don't have to return the items that are on their account, taking them negative.
As part of your professional relationship, did you have a customer or a client by the name of Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Do you see that person in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify that person by an item of their clothing?
Yep. She's right over there.
Yeah, dressed in what looks like a sweater or a vest?
Yep. Gray or whatever with white blouse.
Your Honor, will ask the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
Now, from our prior testimony, we understand that Traer is a small community. Did you know her from just the bank, or you also would socially interact with the defendant?
From the bank and both. My son-in-law and my daughter were friends with hers, and that's how I got to know him personally. But as far as like hanging out, no. Through them, I did.
Did you know the nature of the accounts that the defendant kept with your bank?
Say that again?
Did you know the types of account that the defendant kept with your bank?
Yep. Checking, savings.
As part of your banking business, did you also know someone by the name of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And again, was that based on the professional relationship that he had a bank account at your bank?
The same. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I guess I'm so used to, he's got definitely an African with the French twist accent on there. I mean, I'm used to listening to a lot of Africans. My father has had a huge ministry in Africa, and I have listened to a lot of African preachers. And I guess I'm kind of used to it. I understand him just fine.
State 205, 206, 204B, and 309. You can take a minute to look through those documents to see if you remember what those will be.
Okay.
Oh, why, thank you, Ada.
So did you have a chance to look through those documents that I gave you?
Yes.
Do you recognize what they will be?
Yep.
Are they documents that will be from your bank?
Yes. Well, one's my phone, text message.
Okay. So one of them is your phone text message. Can you tell us what that document, what exhibit that will be?
You want me to read something off here?
No, I'll come to that, but what is it marked as?
206.
At this time, agreement with the parties, if there's no objection, just get moves to be 206, 205, 206, 204B, and 30.
Ms. White, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then at this time, exhibits 205, 206, 204B, and 309 are admitted. Are you wanting to publish these?
I will briefly, but not yet.
Okay, just let me know.
You did talk about overdraft monitoring for clients. Did Karina Cooper have recurring overdraft issues with her accounts?
Yes.
You just wanted to yell and get away
Would you
with
describe
it.
it
You
as
know, you.
something that was happening repeatedly, especially in the months leading to Ryan Cooper's killing?
I can't recall for sure how many there was or whatever, but it was often.
And as part of that overdraft on account, did you occasionally have to get in touch with Karina Cooper to talk to her about that?
Yes.
How would you do that?
I would call sometimes, or I'd text. Texting just was easier because sometimes they just didn't answer the phone. Sometimes voice messages weren't set up, so it just depended on the customer. I did it to multiple people.
So you'd either have a phone call or you will text her to alert her of the overdraft.
Correct.
Looking at this point, Your Honor, we'll ask to publish 204B.
All right.
So you have a monitor in front of you. Does it show what we are seeing on the big screen?
Yeah.
If it's easier to see that, or if you can see from there, just let me know.
No, that was fine.
I also have a paper copy if you would prefer that. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing on what's being admitted as 204B? What do we see on the top? What is this statement?
It's Karina Cooper's shop account. It's her checking account, regular checking account.
Okay. So she had two accounts. One was what you describe as a shop account?
Yeah.
You are aware that she had a shop that she ran, correct? She had a business that she ran.
Yes, yep.
Can you tell us briefly what this is? It says on the top right-hand side, says statement ending January 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
What is this sheet? What is this sheet summarizing?
It's just her basic checking account statement mailed out from the bank.
Oh my gosh.
Ending then, January 7th. And it was a month prior, so it'd be her December statement.
Y'all, he's saying sheet, not shit. Just letting you know, because someone's already said, what is he saying?
And is this a document that as a bank you regularly produce in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And
monthly.
you
Joe,
give this or send
thank
this to
you
customers
so
to
much.
know
It's
what their
Joe
finances
Schmo.
are,
Oh,
what
Zach,
allots them to
you
their
know who
spending,
Joe
and
Schmo
what their
is.
financial health
Hey,
looks like,
Zach.
correct?
Correct.
So we have where it says December 8th, 2020. If you see where my cursor is, it says beginning balance 423.72.
Correct.
And it has an ending balance. Can you just explain what those two mean?
Yep, there was 26 credits. That was deposits of 65.32 and 82 debits, 4,908.33 cents. Left her with the ending balance of 1780.71.
Okay.
And then the $12.56 was the service charge, just the charge for that account.
When we scroll down to this account, we have
So you've been
this
a
other
member a
page.
whole month. Wait. Zach, you came back. You've been a member for a whole month. Yay. Thank you.
And fair enough to say, there are some pages in the middle that will have the transactions during that month that are not here, correct?
Correct.
What do we see on this page? Can you?
Yep, there's right below the daily balances, it's overdraft fees. There was none for that month, but year to date was 225.
So the year to date, you have an overdraft fee of 225.
Yep.
And I don't know if you'd explain that. What is an overdraft fee?
For each transaction that overdraw the account, there's a $25 fee.
I wish mine's 35.
What that means is, if the account is negative, the bank still gets to pay for that charge that went through, correct?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, the bank will charge the customer a fee of $25.
Correct.
So to reach an amount of 225, the fees that have been charged at that point.
Right, 9.
I'm going to show you, and this was the month of January. When we go to the month of February, same thing that we've talked about in terms of regular checking, the ending balance and the beginning balance, correct?
Correct.
So what would you say the ending balance was then in the month of February
Well, that's the ending balance for the
for the month of January?
January, yes.
Okay.
4772.
So is that the money that's in the account at the end of the month of January?
Correct.
She has $47.72.
Yes.
And back to the same page which talks about overdraft. What is our overdraft in the month? So this is the month ending January. What will our overdraft be?
She had $25.
I'm going to show you part of that exhibit that's been admitted as 204B for the month of March, which means the month ending February, correct?
Correct.
And what is the ending balance?
10618.
And when we go back to the overdraft fees, now we have an amount of,
The total is 50. She had another overdraft of $25 for that month.
we go to the month of April. Which means the month ending March. We have the same, again, ending balance of $388.80.
Yes.
And back to the overdraft fee, what do we have now?
For that month, it was 225, and then the total is 275.
So they've been a lot of, fair to say, there was more overdraft fees in that
What is the 73 in the polls? What poll is this?
month.
Yes.
Educate me.
I'm going to show you under the same exhibit 204B, the statement ending May 9th of 2021. What is the ending balance on that statement?
$14.62.
And again, when we go to the overdraft fees for that month, fair enough to say there was none at that time?
Right, there was none.
So you have the same 275.
Yep.
What about the month of June, the year 2021? What do we have in regards to ending balance on that month?
Negative 297.73 cents.
So that month of June, now it's a negative of $297 and change. And what do we have for overdraft fees in that month ending, that month that we're talking about?
Overdraft fees was 200.
Which brings the total overdraft between January and the month of ending May going to June to 475. Is that correct?
Correct.
You talked of a separate account that the defendant had at your bank. Showing you now, or I'm publishing now, what's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. Can you see that from where you are?
Yes.
The document we are seeing in 309 is different from the other document. Can you describe what we are seeing here?
It's just it's Karina's personal checking account. It was labeled a CSB free, which you had to go online and get your statements. This is one that the bank doesn't mail out. So it was a free account. There's no service charge for it.
Okay. It doesn't have as many features in terms of Chelsea Bank is not listed on top, or the other things that we saw in the previous document. And I'm going to show you the previous document, which will be what had been we've discussed as 204B, correct?
Yes.
When we look at this, when we look at the month of, atop it says January 7th, 2021. Can you just orient the jury to what they're saying? Just give a brief explanation.
It's the same as the last account. It starts 12/8 and it ends January 7th. So she had a beginning balance of negative 163.07 or 06. And then the ending balance on January 7th was $35.87.
So the negative sign is on the other side of the numbers. So, but that's a negative that we are seeing when we see the 163 and 6 cents, correct?
Correct.
And again, does this track the overdraft? And can you tell us what the overdraft fees that are on this document?
Yeah, for that month, it was $120.
So, Zach, I'm hurt. I am not even on the list. So I guess I'm at negative 1,000 on your poll.
And year to date was 540.
Show you're still part of that document that's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. We're seeing a different date. What's the date that we see on top of that document?
The top of this one was February 7th. That's the statement date.
Okay. And what's the beginning balance?
The beginning balance on January 8th was $35.87.
What is the ending balance?
The ending balance is $219.87 negative.
So negative 219.87 cents.
Yes.
Do we have an overdraft line item in this month?
Yes.
What do we have?
240 for that month.
Going to show you parts of this exhibit 309. What date do we have now on this that I'm publishing for the jury?
This is for February. Statement date is March 7th.
And what is the beginning balance?
Beginning balance is 219.87 negative.
And ending balance?
The ending balance is 271.66 cents.
On the overdraft line item, what do we have?
She had $90 in fees for that month, and then 330 was the total year to date so far.
What do we see in this document that I'm now publishing that has a different date? What date do we have?
This one's April 7th is the ending statement date. This will be for March.
Okay, and that's April 7th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the
I
beginning
hate
balance?
bank statement readings in court.
271.66,
And what is the ending balance?
83 cents.
Comes to the overdraft, do we have some items on the overdraft line?
Yes, there was one for $30, and year to date is 360.
Going to show you, again, part of State Exhibit 309. Now we're looking at a different month. What month are we in?
This will be for April.
And what is, so that's April, so April, but what's the month?
This is statement date for May 9th.
What is the beginning balance?
83 cents.
And what do we end up as the ending balance for this month?
Ending balance is $69.58 negative.
And that's May 9th of the year 2021.
Yeah.
Do we have overdraft fees for this period?
Yes.
What do we have?
$210.
Do we have a total overdraft fees at this time?
Yes, 570.
Same document, State Exhibit 309. We've switched to a different.
Y'all, okay, I got this going on Facebook, so I'm gonna have to take a little pause for a second. Please, if you're in Kerr County, please ground all drones until current flood situation is resolved and rescue operations are complete. This afternoon, a private drone illegally operating in a restricted airspace collided with a helicopter involving an emergency operations in Kerr County. The helicopter was forced to make an emergency landing. A critical piece of response equipment is now out of service until further notice. They ought to find that operator and arrest them and prosecute them to the full extent of the law, because they have been saying time and time and time again, no drones. Temporary flight restrictions are not suggestions. They are federal airspace rules designed to protect lives during emergency situation. When you fly a drone in a restricted area, you not only just are breaking the law, but you're putting first responders, emergency crews, and public at risk. Come on, people. And by the way, while we're speaking of that, I want to thank everybody for your love and support. We are taking donations. However, please do not come to Kerrville and be a tourist. We have had a huge influx of tourists coming in, crowding our bridges. We only have 2 crossable bridges in our city. And because of that, they are already got high traffic because you can't cross anywhere else and they're causing problems. Please do not come to Kerrville unless you are part of a rescue organization. We love your support, but please be respectful of the emergency services and the rescue efforts that are still in progress. Thank you for this warning? I don't know.
Date on the top. Can you tell the jury what they're saying?
June 7th, 2021,
Okay. And what do we have as the beginning balance?
negative 69.58,
And what's the ending balance for this month?
negative 109.79.
Again, reflecting on the overdraft fees, what do we have reflected in your document?
$300 for this month.
Giving us a total this time?
The total is 870.
So and that's $870 in just overdraft fees on this account for that period of time.
Yep, year to date for that year.
Your same document that's been admitted as State Exhibit 309, what do we see on this portion that I'm publishing for you?
Just used her, it was a Target debit card or
Okay, but this is, what's the date that we have? Yeah.
Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021.
Okay. And do we have a balance reflected here?
Yes, 186.09.
So as of June 23rd, this account only had 186.09 cents, correct?
Correct.
Yes. By the way, since I'm responding to you, Joe, just released about an hour ago, I've been waiting. As of 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, 84 deceased have been removed from the Kirk County, including 56 adults, 28 children, identified pending for 22 adults and 10 children. At present, 10 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We share our deepest condolences with all the affected by this tragedy. Note, again, in the Kirk County area, please keep all private boat owners. We're asking that you stay off of the Guadalupe River, it and its tributaries at this time to allow search and rescue team to operate without interference. Come on, y'all. I know we're smarter than that. We are. Use our brains.
Judge, we can take
Yeah,
that down.
but it's clogging up what little roads across the river we have.
And if we're going to be done with that, I think now's a good time to take. We've been going an hour and a half, so we'll take our mid-afternoon break now, ladies and gentlemen. So I've got roughly 2:45. So
Okay, yes, everybody, I want y'all to go and check out Joe Schmo's. I keep wanting to call him Joe Mo's. Joe Schmo's channel. He's a new good friend of mine. This is just stupid. I have a drone pilot license. Good. I need to talk to you about that. And and to get one, you've got to have flight clearance in advance. Yes, you do. Travis Decker possibly spotted in Ohio mountains or Idaho mountains. Okay, so you do have to, and you get flight clearance. Failure to comply to IS is a violation of federal law and can be heavily penalized. I'm trying, at least when it comes to my local peeps, but I will say those may not all be local peeps because I know that I have seen people coming up with boats from all over Central Texas. I mean, we have people from California, from Florida. We got people coming in with boats and they just think that they can get on the water and start looking for people. And I know their heart is in the right place, but you don't know the rivers. You don't know like we do. I mean, this river is not like a lot of rivers. You got very shallow and some deep. And then sometimes you got these cypress trees growing up underneath that deep, deep water and you don't know it's there. It's just a different terrain and your heart's in the right place. Bless their heart, poor thing. Well, does everyone have to get a drone's license if they don't go high? What's the regulations? Well, first of all, it's a weight regulation too, unless they've changed that. That's a good question. If it's under a certain weight, you don't have to, and you have to stay at, what is it, 300 feet? I believe they could have changed it. I haven't looked at it in a while.
And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination. And it's my understanding you wish to publish one of the other admitted exhibits. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
So, we were talking about the overdrafts. We're just done with that conversation. Were all overdrafts covered by the bank?
No.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sometimes we return the item, and then there would be a fee on the backside from wherever it came from. There'd be a charge for that.
Will those be occasions when you didn't get to hear from the defendant? Or she
Correct.
didn't get to cover?
Yep. Or it'd be a big dollar amount.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 205. Are you able to see that document?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what this document is?
True.
It's
True, Joe.
Ryan and Karina's financial statement for March 11th, 2021.
What is a financial statement?
It just shows their
I'm sorry. This guy is asking questions like none of the jurors have ever had a bank account. I appreciate his thoroughness, but dude, move it a little more. Come on, let's move it a little more
says
faster.
their
I can
liabilities
speed it up.
and their net worth.
Okay. So when we look at the asset section, which they admitted
We're almost
205 shows, is that kind of on the box that talks about assets? Is that what you would have captured as assets that Brian Cooper and Karina Cooper had?
Yes.
And you know it's the document, fair to say that it has a signature at the end of this document?
Yep, that's Ryan and that's Karina's.
So the signature that I'm highlighting or pointing at right now on the left of this document, that will be Ryan Cooper?
Correct.
And this will be, on the right will be Karina Cooper?
Yes.
With the date of March 15th of 2021?
Yes.
When you go back to the assets, just very briefly, can you tell the jury what we are seeing in the asset description box? Just a summary.
Yeah, the 29.5 would be like their checking accounts, their cash that they had. The 3,400 would be like bonds, CDs. The not ready marketable stocks and bonds was like his part of Cooper Farms.
Okay. So fair to say some of these, what we're seeing in the assets is part of what Ryan also will be involved with the Cooper farm.
Yes, correct.
When we talk like the last line of equipment, machinery, and vehicles with a sum of $203,600, will that also be the machinery or farm items, the value of those that they had?
Yes, that would have been what they owned.
Does this document have a section on what would be insurance section?
Yes, down just a little bit, right there.
Is that what has been, can you tell us which section that will be?
Schedule D.
And Schedule D will be this part over here in this document?
Yes.
What is on the Schedule D of that document, when you talk about insurance, were both parties insured?
Yes.
Starting with Ryan Cooper, what was his term of insurance and who was the beneficiary?
It was shelter insurance and the beneficiary was Karina.
Okay, so and what were the amounts that we had for Ryan?
There was a $20,000 policy with a $1,000 cash value at that time. And then there was another face value policy of $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes.
And so in other words, if Ryan were to die in a situation where insurance covers, Karina would stand to receive $500,000.
Correct.
There was still the other way you've talked about at that time, there's a face value was only $1,000.
Cash.
Cash.
Cash value.
Cash value. But the face value was $20,000.
Yeah.
talked about you texting or contacting the defendant by text or by phone. Do you recognize what has been admitted as State Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Are you able to read that from where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you characterize what's been admitted as 206?
That's me sending Karina a message to see if she can make a deposit this morning, and that letting her know that she was on the overdraft list.
Okay, so it's a picture of a phone, fair enough, with a cell phone, fair enough, with the Brad or BR, that will be you, correct?
Correct.
And the gray text message will be you texting, with the blue being Karina Cooper.
Correct.
Or Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes.
And just to, not going through all of them, but to pick, let's say, the one that's December 8th, 2020, December 9th, there's a message, good morning. Can you just read that from where you are?
Yes. Good morning. Wondering if you can make a deposit this morning. You are on the overdraft list. Sorry.
And fair enough to say that Karina Cooper responds to you.
Responded? Yes. Oh, shit. Yep, I will.
Oops.
Not going to go through all of them. The jury will have this exhibit with them, but fair enough to say that there were numerous messages that you will send to the defendant that will be talking about the overdraft.
Yes.
But there are times she will make excuses or tell you different excuses for why she was overdrafted.
Some of them. Well, the one was Christmas got to her or whatever. I don't remember what they all said.
Okay. Like I said, the jury will have the documents to read with them. Fair enough. So moving on, based on what she, as a professional in the financial sector, what would you say was the defendant's financial health in the months leading up to June of 2021?
She was overdrawn a lot financially. Just her accounts were negative sometimes, so it was tough.
I have no other questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, any cross-examination?
Thank you. In looking at some of the exhibits that we saw, specifically with regards to her shop account, it looks like overdrafting wasn't that unusual for Karina. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like it just started happening in 2021. It was an ongoing issue?
Yes.
And I did see that, I don't know how closely you look at the bank records, I guess, but I did see that one of the reasons she gave you for being overdrafted was her children making PlayStation purchases. Do you remember that?
Not sure, but yeah, I'm sure.
We saw at least a portion of the shop account, and I know the state mentioned that sometimes it skips from page 1 to page 6. You would have provided the entire statements to whoever asked for them, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark the complete bank statements from the shop account, and I'll mark them as Defendant's Exhibit D and ask to enter those into evidence.
Any objection? All right.
I'll return to it, Your Honor, once I'm able to relocate it, if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll put that on hold and.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Watt.
The insurance that you're talking about, did you write those policies or is that somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. So you're testifying to the information that's on a financial statement based on information that Karina and Ryan would have provided to you in their efforts to get a loan to build a shop or a building?
Yes, correct. That was from them.
Okay. So when you're filling out the assets and liabilities, you're relying on the information they're giving?
Correct.
So when they have $200-some thousand worth in farm equipment, do you go out and verify that they have that farm equipment that's worth that?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that in this case, they were claiming a tractor that belonged to the farm rather than Ryan himself?
Can't answer that.
Okay.
Why, thank you, Ada.
Returning to what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit D, I would re-ask to admit that, and I have now shown it to the state.
All right, now that you have a chance to look at it, Mr. Kodiak, any objection?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit D is admitted.
Also within the text messages that we saw between you and Karina Cooper, it looked like on June 17th, 2021, you had scheduled a hair appointment with her to take place on June 18th at 8:15 in the morning. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Did she used to cut your hair?
Yes, she did.
Okay. So it's certainly possible that if there's a text message that has you scheduling an appointment for June 18th, that happened.
Could have, yeah,
Not necessarily that the appointment took place, but that you would have made an appointment.
yes.
All right. I do not have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
I have no question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down and are excused.
He's like, I'm out. See ya. That was a quick get up and go.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Judge, the state calls Jeff Gudenkauf.
I'm going to have to figure out how to spell that name.
Good afternoon, sir. Just come on up here. There's a seat to my far left. If you go ahead and grab a seat. You can adjust that microphone. Yep. So first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and last name and spell them for us?
Jeff Gudenkauf, Jeff, Gudenkauf.
All right, Mr. Engel.
Wow.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Gudenkauf, how are you employed?
Good.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm sorry?
How are you employed?
I work for Shelter Insurance.
What do you do for shelter insurance?
I'm an agent.
What are your general duties as an insurance agent?
To sell and service policies, property casualty and life insurance.
This will be good.
Could you just briefly break down how life insurance policies work?
Sure. So the owner of a life insurance policy pays premiums into the company with the expectation that upon the death of the insured, proceeds are paid out to the beneficiary listed on the policy.
So how is a life insurance policy obtained?
The owner of a policy completes an application for an insured. There are medical tests that can be completed if that is a requirement of the policy. That goes through an underwriting process, and then a policy is either issued or the application is declined.
And how are the beneficiaries determined?
That is determined at the time of application based on the owner. It's generally some sort of a family member, but not in all cases.
So if someone's interested in obtaining a life insurance policy and they're doing that through you with Shelter Insurance, what does that process look like?
Generally, they will reach out and a number of conversations can take place determining the amount of life insurance. The application process is generally about 4 to 5 pages. A lot of medical history questions. Signatures are obtained and that policy application is submitted to the company for underwriting.
May be obvious, but what's the purpose of the medical information that you obtain?
As with anything with insurance, you're essentially insuring a risk. So you're trying to determine the likelihood of that policy paying out. So obviously the health history of an individual bears a pretty significant impact on that.
So if there's only a single beneficiary that's listed, is that the individual who then receives the sum of money or the amount the insurance policy was for upon the death of the insured?
Can you say that again?
Yes, if there's only a single beneficiary, is that the only individual then who's paid out upon the death of the insured?
Yes, generally.
Can you explain the process or what occurs upon the death of an insured?
Following death, you said?
Yes.
Yeah. So generally the beneficiary will contact the company to let us know of the death of the insured. If I'm the point of contact on that, I relay that information to the company directly, and then they obtain the needed information from the beneficiary in order to process that payment.
Do you yourself reach out to beneficiaries and indicate that there's a life insurance policy that exists and a potential payout?
It's not my practice to do so, no.
Presumably, if someone obtains a life insurance policy, that's documented, correct?
Yes.
Now, I know that things may have changed. A lot of things are done electronically now, but if someone was obtaining a life insurance policy in the past, say 2021 or before, is that something you would do in person?
Yes.
Okay. And they would come into your office and sit down and sign documents, is that correct?
Generally in the office, I've done it in people's homes as well.
Did you know Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a client of my agency when I began back in 2006.
Did he have any life insurance policies through Shelter Insurance?
He did.
Do you recall how many life insurance policies he had?
On himself or as the owner?
Yeah, just on himself, he being the insured.
I believe 2.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Going to be showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 207 and 208. So let's take a look at those. Once you get a moment to familiarize yourself, then let me know. Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What is States Exhibit 207, just generally? Is that life insurance policy documentation?
This is an application for a $20,000 whole life insurance policy.
And the applicant or insured?
The applicant and owner and insured is Ryan Cooper.
And States Exhibit number 208, same question, what is that?
That is a 30-year level term life insurance policy, also on Ryan Cooper in the amount of $500,000.
Judge, at this time and by stipulation of the parties.
Hello, it's Britt. If you were a beneficiary, number one, they should have, the insurance company should have your address, your phone number, your social. They should have all your information. You should know if you're a beneficiary, but if you don't, they find a way to get a hold of you. Don't worry, they can find you.
The state would move to admit States Exhibit 207 and 208.
Hello,
Ms.
Husker
Watt.
Nation.
All right, States
Hello.
Exhibits 207 and 208 are admitted.
Mr. Gudenkamp, I want to turn your attention first to exhibit number 207. You stated generally what that is. It's a life insurance policy. What was the amount of that life insurance policy?
That is a $20,000 face amount.
Can you explain what that means?
That is the proceed that would be paid out to the beneficiary on death.
And I think you already stated the insured party was Ryan Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Who was the beneficiary on that document?
Karina Cooper.
Moving on then to States Exhibit number 208. Same question. What was the nature of that exhibit?
That's the application for a $500,000 term life insurance policy.
And the insured on that policy?
Is Ryan Cooper.
And the beneficiary?
Karina Cooper.
If I understand correctly, upon the death of Ryan Cooper, those are the amounts roughly that would be paid out to the named beneficiary being Karina Cooper, correct?
Correct.
How are those proceeds paid out upon the death of an insured?
Those are generally paid out in a lump sum in a check.
And where does that check originate from?
That would be the home office in Columbia, Missouri.
Now, is that something that's then delivered to you and you take it to the beneficiary, or does that go directly to the beneficiary?
Can be done both ways.
Do you recall, as an insurance agent, becoming aware of the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And ultimately was a claim made related to these life insurance policies that you just testified to due to the death of Ryan Cooper?
There was.
And to your knowledge, were those life insurance policies then paid out to Karina Cooper?
Yes, they were.
Judge, if I may approach.
You may. You don't need to ask again with this witness if you're planning on coming up again.
All right, thank you. Showing you the mark, States Exhibit 209 and 210. Starting with States Exhibit 209, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That would be a claim check in the amount of $24,724.32.
Made out to whom?
Karina Cooper.
And to your knowledge, is that associated with the insurance policy that you testified to, which was States Exhibit number 207?
Yes.
Same question with regard to States Exhibit 210. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is a proceeds check paid out in the amount of $514,882. I'm sorry, $514,882.21 paid out to Karina Cooper.
And to your knowledge, is that associated with the insurance policy that you referenced, States Exhibit 208?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, again, by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 209 and 210.
Ms. Watt?
No objection.
All right. States Exhibits 209 and 210 are admitted.
You stated States Exhibit 209 was a shelter insurance check, correct?
Correct.
paid out to Karina Cooper?
Correct.
And that was in the amount of, I believe you said, a little over $24,000?
Correct.
Based on the documentation kept there by Shelter Insurance, was that check in fact cashed by Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Same question with states, regard to states exhibit number 210. That was Shelter Insurance check that was paid out to Karina Cooper.
Correct.
And did she in fact cash that check?
Yes.
And the total amount of that check again, sir?
On 210 was $514,000. I'm sorry, $514,882.21.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Watt, any questions?
Just a couple. When did Ryan apply for the life insurance?
I do not have the exact date in front of me.
Do you not have the exhibits in front of you?
Of the policy they paid out, I believe that there was a policy prior to this. The application date on this policy was November 20th, 2013.
Okay. Can you just check were both policies that you have in front of you applied for in 2013?
That date was on Exhibit 208, which was the term policy. Exhibit 207 was also November 20th, 2013.
Did you, in dealing with Ryan, did you ever meet Karina?
Yes, I don't recall the exact time, but it was very few times.
Okay, so you dealt primarily with Ryan?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Oh, sir, going to have you go down. Yep. Mr. Engel, is state prepared to call the next witness?
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sidebar. Okay, we have a sidebar. So what are y'all thinking? Guilty or not guilty? Just lay it out there. Guilty, not guilty? Don't know, on the fence? I'm anxious to see if June and I actually agree, or June, Ronnie and I, because this little trio never agrees. Yes, if they pay out the policy and she's found guilty, then it will be considered fraud and she will have to pay it back.
Pretty quick today. By my calculation, we've gone through 8 witnesses today, and I think we moved quicker than anybody anticipated. So I guess good news, bad news, depending on how you look at it. We don't have another witness here today. So the next witness we will have will be here ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. My understanding is we're moving ahead of schedule. So even though we're ending a little bit early, don't worry, we're still on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, as we talked about. So what that means for you is you get to go home a little bit early today. So I'm going to ask that you be back here ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And again, remind you of the admonition that I've given you earlier. Still keep an open.
So, yay. We got both days in today.
Written objection, and I think both of you indicated you had more to say on the issue, potentially at this point, so I'll give you a chance. And also, like I said, that was played, I believe, Thursday of last week. So, and I know we had discussed the state was proposing to remove a couple pages for that. I'd like to see the actual exhibit again. So if you could upload, I mean, and we're going to need it, either way, we'll need it to complete the record. So if the state could upload a proposed exhibit 306 for my review, I would appreciate it. And then I guess with that, Mr. Ringel, I guess, first of all, before we get to exhibit 306, is there anything else you wanted to cover today?
No, just regarding 306.
Yeah, and Ms. Watt, anything else you or Mr. Hawbaker wanted to cover today other than 306?
No.
All right, then tell me what you'd like to tell me, Mr. Ringel, with respect to number 306.
Judge, thank you. I think what the state's original intent in the argument that the state proposed was that the exhibit is essentially more or less information taken directly from the Celebrate reports or Axiom Magnet reports. Obviously, voluminous records, thousands of pages of data from these phones. So I think the defense is correct in noting that some of the information that's contained on the state's proposed exhibit is not directly from those Celebrate records. What the state would propose doing then is removing any information, which is fairly limited, but removing any information that is not directly from the Celebrate reports, and then moving to admit it pursuant to Rule of Evidence 5.1006.
Well, here's what I would propose. Before we argue about an exhibit, let's get the exhibit. So you remove what you think should be removed. Then we'll give Ms. Watt and Mr. Hawbaker a chance to look at it. They may not have an objection, they may, but we'll, let's cross that bridge if we need to, and only if we need to. So does that work for you, Mr. Hawbaker, Ms. Watt?
Yes.
All right. So
I'll know it when it comes in, I'll see it. So, and then you folks will have a chance to look at it. And we, again, this is not something that we need to decide till obviously before we submit this case to the jury. So we need to get it done, but there's no time crunch. So, all right.
And Judge, the state will prepare that and provide it to defense and the court today.
Sounds good.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Anything else that we need to take up?
Not for the state.
All right. Well, thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
He is such a pleasure of a judge. He smiles. He's got a good personality. He's fair. He's even keeled. This is a nice palate cleanse from the other trials we have covered. Nice palate cleanse. I will say that. Okay, guys, let's do this. Let's look at our liked. Okay, if you have liked my live, given it a thumbs up, comment ILIKED right now, because we do a drawing and your name will be entered into the end of the month of merch giveaway. Bingos. Give me your bingos. If you've bingoed, you should have all but one. We are so close to a coverall. Oh, Daniel, Diane L., I need it like this. All caps, please. Everything in caps so it will catch you. It has to catch you. And for those of you who don't know, this is what the bingo card looks like right now. We should only have one. So you should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bingos. If you have done it, you should have 10 bingos. You should put bingo 10 times. Make sure you get there. You go, Diane L. Thank you, Paul Young. Obviously, all of you get it in because we're going to do the drawing. And then whoever wins the drawing will be in the end of the month drawing. Okay. All right. I will be tonight. I am going to be pretty much standby and gone for chaplain work tonight. So it's going to be a long night, but I won't be. I'll hopefully get some sleep tonight. I didn't sleep well last night. All right. Awesome. Sorry, had to put some. If you have shared this live, it just only picked up Tinkitude. So if you've shared this live, comment I shared. I need more entries to do the drawing. I can't do it on one drawing alone. So while we're doing that, we're going to go to the I liked. We're going to start giving it away or start the drawing. Here we go. Who's going to win? Oh, hello, it's a free. I'll draw one more. Oh, wait. It was Hello It and Britt. She got her first. I thought you could see it. Joe Schmo! Congratulations. You have an entered. I don't know where it was from. Sorry, that was a little creepy. All right, here we go on the bingos. Ronnie! All right, Ronnie, you're the winner on that. Okay, now let's go over to the I shared. We have two Pikachu for June. Not making two, but hopefully one. Woohoo! Congratulations. June, and I'll give you one Tinkatu because it was only the two of you. All right, guys. Oh. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And also, thank everybody for all your support and kindness during this hard times in my community. All donations for the victims of Kerrville through my channel will go through the 501c3 Emergency Services Chaplains Organization. And you can donate through Venmo, and there's the Venmo. I will look forward. Oh. Oh man. So anyway, what we'll do is we'll be here again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We will continue with this trial. We are now all caught up. I didn't think we were going to get caught up, but we did it. I do like it when we can speed it up just a little bit, but they have to be talking slow. So, guys, make sure you hug your loved ones tonight. Sleep well, stay safe, get some rest, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and we will be back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed 9 a.m. tomorrow. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.